Chapter 1, The 6-Minute Shift. The fluorescent tube above Marcus Miller's head had been dying for 3 weeks. It flickered in a pattern he'd memorized, 2 quick pulses, a long fade, then a strobe burst that made the maintenance bay look like a low-budget horror film. He'd filed 17 repair requests. The Council's automated response system had acknowledged each one, assigned a priority rating of non-critical aesthetic concern, and scheduled a technician visit for sometime in the next fiscal quarter. That was 11 months away. Miller had stopped filing requests after the 5th rejection and started wearing sunglasses indoors. Maintenance Station Delta 9 was not a place careers came to thrive. It was a place careers came to be forgotten, a rusted outpost bolted to the underside of Aegis Gate 17, like a barnacle on a whale. The station processed exactly one category of work: micro-fissure repair on the gate's resonance membrane. It was tedious, repetitive, and so mind-numbingly dull that the Council had long ago stopped sending their own technicians. Instead, they contracted the work to the lowest bidder, which was how Terraform and Tinker LLC had ended up with a 12-year service agreement, and how Marcus Miller had ended up staring at a console that was telling him something he really didn't want to hear. 4 hours. The diagnostic readout glowed with the serene indifference of a system that had no concept of human suffering. 4 hours to complete a standard fissure crawl on section Gamma 7. The Weaver drone would need to trace every micro-crack in the gate's crystalline substrate, inject resonance-matched polymer at each junction, and verify structural integrity before moving to the next segment. It was the kind of work that could not be rushed, could not be parallelized, and could not be delegated to anything smarter than a drone with the processing power of a 2003 flip phone. Miller checked his watch. 17:54. His shift ended at 1800. Elena was expecting him at O'Malley's by 1900, and she had made it abundantly clear that fashionably late was not a concept she found charming. Not after the last 3 times. Not after the incident with the coolant leak and the 14-hour decontamination protocol. She'd looked at him across a plate of cold nachos at 2300 and said, with the calm finality of a woman who had reached her limit, "One more time, Marcus. One more time, and I'm dating the accountant." The accountant. Miller didn't even know his name, but he hated him with a pure and crystalline fury. The accountant probably never had to explain to a date that he was late because a Xylos auditor had flagged his repair logs for insufficient reverence toward Council infrastructure. The accountant probably left work at 1700 every day and never once had to argue with a drone about the theological implications of sealant viscosity. 4 hours, 1800, Elena, the accountant. Miller stared at the console. The console stared back, patient and eternal, secure in the knowledge that it would outlive him and everyone he had ever loved. "Okay," Miller said to nobody in particular. The station was empty except for him and the maintenance drones, and the drones had the conversational range of a coma patient. "Okay, let's think about this." The Weaver drone was a Terraform and Tinker Model 7, a squat cylinder about the size of a fire extinguisher with articulated repair arms and a sensor suite that could detect structural flaws at the molecular level. It was not designed for speed, it was designed for precision, for the slow and methodical application of fixes that would last centuries. The Council had specified a maximum operating frequency for the resonance scanner, a number that had been calculated by a committee of 17 different species over a period of 400 years. The frequency was sacred. The frequency was optimal. The frequency was, according to the 3,000-page technical manual Miller had been issued upon hiring, the harmonic expression of universal structural truth. Miller had read that manual exactly once during a particularly boring night shift, and had come away with 2 conclusions. First, the Council had a religious relationship with engineering tolerances that bordered on the pathological. Second, whoever had written the manual had never once been late for a date. He pulled up the Weaver's operating parameters on his console. The resonance scanner frequency sat at the center of the screen, locked behind 3 layers of Council approval protocols. Below it, in smaller text that Miller had never bothered to read until now, was a line that said, "Emergency Override Protocol, authorized personnel only." Miller was not authorized personnel. Miller was a contractor with a 2-year associate's degree from the Martian Technical Institute and a certification in basic drone operation and maintenance. He was not supposed to touch the resonance frequency. He was not supposed to even look at the resonance frequency with anything resembling intent. The frequency was the domain of council engineers, beings with centuries of training and the kind of institutional backing that came with a pension plan. But Miller had been working with Weaver drones for 6 years, and he had learned something that the council's 3,000-page manual had never quite managed to articulate. The drones were over-engineered, massively, absurdly, comically over-engineered. The council's optimal frequency wasn't the harmonic expression of universal structural truth. It was the frequency at which a committee of 17 species had agreed to stop arguing. The actual structural resonance of the gate's crystalline substrate was way higher, but someone from the Xylos delegation had objected to efficiency on aesthetic grounds, and someone from the Crthar delegation had threatened to walk out if the scanners moved too fast, and the whole thing had devolved into a 3-century diplomatic incident that had only been resolved when everyone agreed to pick a number that made nobody happy. The frequency of compromise, the frequency of mediocrity, the frequency of getting home 4 hours late and finding out that Elena had left with the accountant. Miller's fingers hovered over the console. He thought about the manual. He thought about the 17-species committee. He thought about the phrase unauthorized reality alteration and what it might mean for his continued employment. Then he thought about Elena's face when he walked into O'Malley's on time, sliding into the booth across from her with a casual nod, like a man who had never once been defeated by a maintenance drone. "Screw it," Miller said, and he pulled up the maintenance console. Not the council-approved interface with its locked parameters and stern warnings, but the raw command line underneath. Terraform and Tinker had built these drones, and they'd left a few doors unlocked for exactly this kind of situation. The council had never asked, and the company had never volunteered. Miller cracked his knuckles and started typing. The script was ugly. It was the kind of code that would make a real programmer cry. A brute force override that told the Weaver's resonance sensors to ignore their safety limiters and just go. No elegance, no error handling, no comments explaining what anything did. Just 4 lines of instructions that amounted to scan faster, move faster, I don't care what breaks. He set the resonance multiplier to 400%. The manual said the sensors were rated for maybe 120 before risking harmonic feedback. Miller figured the manual was written by the same people who thought 11 months was a reasonable timeline for a light bulb replacement. He hit execute. The Weaver drone powered up with its usual whine, a sound like a dental drill filtered through a broken speaker. Its articulated arms extended, locking into repair position. Its sensor suite flickered to life, painting the maintenance bay in a wash of pale blue light. Everything looked normal. Everything sounded normal. And then the drone stopped making noise entirely. Miller had worked with drones long enough to know that silence was never good. Silence meant a malfunction. Silence meant a power failure. Silence meant a call to the council's technical support line and a 3-hour hold while a synthetic voice assured him that his call was important. But the Weaver wasn't malfunctioning. Its status lights were green. Its power draw was steady. It was just vibrating. A low subsonic thrum that Miller felt in his chest more than heard. The drone shuddered once, twice, and vanished. Not flew away, not powered down, vanished. One frame it was there, the next frame it wasn't, and the air rushed in to fill the space where it had been with a soft pop. Miller blinked. He checked the position readout. The drone was at Relay Station Epsilon 4, 7 light-years away. The timestamp said it had arrived at 1758:31:02. The current station time was 1758:31,000. The drone had arrived 2 milliseconds before it left. A secondary monitor flickered to life, the relay feed from Epsilon 4. Miller watched, mouth slightly open, as the station's external camera captured the moment of arrival. The Weaver drone materialized in a burst of displaced atmosphere, a squat gray cylinder no bigger than a fire extinguisher, tumbling slightly as it oriented itself. Behind it, filling most of the frame, loomed the Epsilon 4 transit spire, a 3-kilometer needle of polished crystal and gold filigree. one of the Council's crowning achievements of engineering, a monument to 6,000 years of careful committee-approved progress. The spire's running lights pulsed in the slow, dignified rhythm that 17 species had spent 4 centuries agreeing upon. The Weaver drone drifted past it like a beer can thrown from a moving car. Miller stared at the screen. The screen stared back. Somewhere in the distance, a warning klaxon began to sound, a shrill, alternating tone that Miller had never heard before in 6 years of working on the station. Red text began scrolling across his console. Major traffic violation, unauthorized reality alteration, causal integrity breach, initiating lockdown protocol, notifying Council Enforcement Division. His comm unit crackled. A voice came through, high, clipped, vibrating with the particular frequency of bureaucratic outrage that only a Xylos official could produce. Maintenance Station Delta 9, this is Transit Inspector Vethal of the High Committee of Linear Transit. Our sensors have detected a Class 7 causal anomaly originating from your sector. You will explain immediately how a registered maintenance drone achieved translocation speeds in excess of the Planck limit, or you will be detained for questioning under Article. I didn't break physics, Inspector, Miller said, reaching for the hard disconnect switch under his console. I just gave it a firm suggestion to move out of my way. He flipped the switch. His console went dark. I have a date at 7. The station's internal network hiccuped, then rerouted around his terminal like water flowing around a stone. The klaxon kept wailing. The red text kept scrolling on the master display across the bay. But Miller's console was offline, a dead node in the system, and the Council's automated trace would find nothing but a power fluctuation and a corrupted log file. He stood up, stretched, and checked his watch. 17:59. His shift ended in 1 minute. Miller walked to the locker room, changed out of his maintenance coverall, and punched out at exactly 1800. The station's timekeeping system recorded his departure with the same mechanical indifference it applied to everything else. Shift complete. Hours logged. Employee Miller, Marcus J., departed at scheduled time. Behind him, the klaxon faded as the station's automated systems began their lockdown protocols. Somewhere in the vast bureaucratic machinery of the Galactic Council, an alert was being generated, flagged, prioritized, and routed to the appropriate committee for review. The High Committee of Linear Transit would convene. The Xylos auditors would demand answers. The entire slow, grinding apparatus of galactic governance would begin to turn its attention toward a maintenance station on the edge of nowhere. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, Miller had a date. He boarded the shuttle to the commercial hub at 18:15, grabbed a seat near the back, and closed his eyes. The shuttle's engines hummed at a frequency that the Council had approved 6 centuries ago, a frequency that was safe and stable, and would get him to his destination in exactly the amount of time that 17 species had agreed was appropriate. Miller smiled. By the time the Council figured out what had happened, he'd be 3 drinks deep and explaining to Elena why the accountant was a terrible choice. By the time they traced his script, he'd be on his 4th drink and pretending to be interested in her stories about quarterly tax filings. And by the time they realized that a maintenance drone had just rendered their entire 4 quadrillion credit transportation network obsolete, he'd be asleep in his apartment, dreaming of nothing in particular. The shuttle departed at 18:20. The stars blurred into lines. Somewhere behind him, a Weaver drone sat at a relay station 7 light-years away, its status lights blinking a patient green, waiting for instructions that would never come through the old channels. The universe had just changed. The galaxy's power structure had just shifted. The entire economic foundation of interstellar civilization had just cracked down the middle, and Marcus Miller was going to be on time for his date. The last thing he heard before falling asleep was the shuttle's intercom, crackling with a message from the station he'd just left. Attention all personnel. Maintenance Station Delta 9 is now under Council jurisdiction pending investigation. All Terraform and Tinker employees are required to submit to immediate questioning. Repeat, all employees are required. Miller reached up and switched off his personal comm unit. The message cut to silence. Not his shift, not his problem. Tomorrow the Council would learn that their sacred speed limit was a suggestion. Tomorrow the galaxy would learn that the Aegis Gates, those glittering monuments to 6 millennia of engineering and 4 quadrillion credits of investment, were as useful as a covered wagon on a freeway. But tonight? Tonight, Marcus Miller had a date. And for the first time in 6 years, he was going to be early. Chapter 2: The Audit of Souls. The High Chamber of Linear Transit had not convened an emergency session in 417 years. The last time had been the Vrel incident, when a cargo hauler had accidentally vented 6,000 tons of fermented grain alcohol into the atmosphere of a religious sanctuary world, and the resulting intoxication of the planet's entire clergy had nearly sparked a holy war. That crisis had taken 11 hours to resolve, mostly because the Council's legal team had spent 9 of those hours arguing about whether involuntary inebriation constituted a form of chemical warfare or merely a tragic shipping error. This crisis, the assembled delegates were beginning to realize, was going to be significantly worse. The chamber itself was a monument to everything the Galactic Council believed about governance, that it should be slow, deliberate, and aesthetically overwhelming. Crystalline desks floated in concentric rings around a central holographic projector, each one carved from minerals found only in the cores of dying stars. The lighting was soft and golden, calibrated to flatter the skin tones of all 17 founding species simultaneously. The air smelled faintly of ozone and old money. Every surface gleamed with the quiet confidence of an institution that had existed for 6,000 years and fully expected to exist for 6,000 more. Lead Auditor Keith Vaughn of the Xylos delegation stood at the central podium, his elongated frame trembling with a frequency that made the crystalline fixtures around him hum in sympathy. The Xylos communicated partially through resonance. Their voices carried harmonic overtones that conveyed emotional subtext to those species capable of hearing them. Right now, Keith Vaughn's overtones were broadcasting something that translated roughly to existential dread mixed with bowel-loosening panic. "Honored delegates," he said, his words chiming like wind through broken glass, "I present to you the telemetry from Maintenance Station Delta 9. The holographic projector flickered to life. The assembled delegates watched in silence as a squat gray cylinder, a Terraform and Tinker Model 7 Weaver drone, according to the technical readout, powered up, vibrated, and vanished from a maintenance bay. The timestamp read 1758-31,000. A second later, the feed cut to an external camera at Relay Station Epsilon 4, 7 light-years away. The same drone materialized in a burst of displaced atmosphere, tumbling past a transit spire that had cost more to construct than the entire gross domestic product of 12 member worlds combined. The timestamp read 1758-31-2. The drone had arrived before it left. On the far side of the galaxy, in a break room attached to Maintenance Station Gamma 12, a human mechanic named Kowalski watched the same footage on a cracked monitor while eating a ham sandwich. He had mustard on his chin. He chewed slowly, watching the tiny drone materialize in front of the 3-kilometer spire, watching the timestamp show an arrival before departure, watching the foundations of galactic civilization crack in real time. "Huh?" Kowalski said, and took another bite. "It works, don't it?" He switched the channel to a rerun of a 0G wrestling tournament and forgot about the whole thing. Back in the high chamber, Keith Vaughn let the silence stretch. He was good at silences. The Xylos had perfected the art of the meaningful pause over millennia of bureaucratic evolution. But this silence was different. This silence had weight. This silence had the particular quality of 347 delegates simultaneously realizing that their entire civilization had just been rendered obsolete by a maintenance tool with the processing power of a calculator watch. The implications, Keith Vaughn continued, his voice climbing half an octave, are catastrophic. If this slingshot effect can be replicated, if any vessel, any drone, any piece of human-built hardware can achieve instantaneous translocation, then the Aegis Gate Network is no longer the foundation of interstellar commerce. It is... He paused, searching for the right word. Decoration. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Decoration. The Aegis Gates. 4 quadrillion credits of infrastructure. 6,000 years of engineering. The single largest construction project in galactic history. The backbone of the Council's economic power. The reason that every species in the known universe paid tribute to the 17 founding races. Decoration. "The gate tolls," said Delegate Vreth of the Krathar Consortium, his voice a low rumble that made the floating desks vibrate. account for 63% of council revenue. If ships can bypass the network entirely, they won't pay. Kethavan finished. No one will pay. Why would they? The gates become scenic viewpoints, historical landmarks, the most expensive museum exhibits in existence. Another murmur, louder this time. Several delegates were consulting their financial advisors via encrypted comlinks. The Krithar delegate had gone a shade of gray that suggested his species equivalent of a heart attack. A Vrelian observer in the back row had simply put her head in her hands and started making a sound that might have been weeping or might have been hysterical laughter. "We must contain this," said High Chancellor Morveth, the eldest of the Xylos, and the closest thing the council had to a supreme authority. His voice was softer than Kethavan's, but it carried the harmonic undertone of absolute command. The technology cannot be allowed to proliferate. The humans must be made to understand that this accident will not be permitted to destabilize 6 millennia of careful progress. "With respect, Chancellor," Kethavan said, "we have already attempted to contact the maintenance station. The human operator disconnected his console and departed for a social engagement." "A social engagement?" "He had a date, Chancellor, at a drinking establishment. He told our inspector that he had given physics a firm suggestion to move out of his way, and then terminated the connection." The silence that followed was different from the previous one. This silence had the quality of 347 beings, trying very hard not to imagine what it would feel like to strangle a human with their bare appendages. "The drones," Chancellor Morveth said finally. "We will seize the drones, all of them. Every human-built maintenance unit in council space." He turned to his legal advisor, a hunched Vrelian with 3 centuries of case law memorized in her secondary brain. "What statute gives us the broadest authority?" The Vrelian consulted her terminal. "Biological Hazard Protocol, Chancellor. Article 891. Any equipment suspected of containing or constituting a threat to sentient life may be impounded without prior notice." "Biological hazard," Kethavan repeated. "The drones are mechanical. They contain no biological components." "They don't need to," the Vrelian said. "We invoke the Garden Gnome Precedent. 37 years ago, humans deployed ceramic lawn ornaments as kinetic penetrators during a trade dispute with the Vrel Syndicate. The tribunal ruled the ornaments were not weapons because they weren't classified as such, but the ruling also established that any human-built object could be retroactively classified as a biological hazard if it demonstrated unpredictable lethality beyond stated design parameters. She pulled up the relevant file. A maintenance drone that travels faster than causality certainly qualifies as unpredictable. Chancellor Morveth's resonance shifted to something like grim satisfaction. "Then we classify the Weaver drones as weaponized gnomes, biological hazards. We seize them all under Article 891, and by the time the humans file an appeal, we'll have disassembled every unit and buried the schematics," Kethavan finished. "Elegant, Chancellor." "Issue the order," Morveth said. "All Weaver drones in council space are to be impounded immediately as suspected biological hazards. Classification: weaponized gnomes. Variant unknown." The chamber doors opened. Every delegate turned. The doors to the high chamber were not supposed to open during an emergency session. The doors were sealed by security protocols that required unanimous consent from all 17 founding species to override. The doors had not been breached in 417 years. A human woman walked through them. She was tall for her species, with dark hair pulled back in a style that suggested efficiency over aesthetics. She wore a suit that was clearly expensive but somehow still managed to look rumpled, as if she had been sleeping in it on a transport ship for the past several hours. She carried a briefcase that was large enough to contain a small child, and she moved with the calm, unhurried gait of someone who knew exactly how much chaos she was about to cause. "Honored delegates," she said, her voice cutting cleanly through the chamber's acoustics. "My name is Sarah Thorne. I represent Terraform and Tinker LLC, the Martian Technical Institute, and the United Earth Legal Defense Consortium. I apologize for the interruption, but I understand you're discussing the seizure of equipment that belongs to my clients, and I felt it was important to clarify a few points before you make any decisions you might regret." Chancellor Morveth's resonance had shifted to something that didn't translate into any known language. It was the sound of a being who had lived for 900 years and had genuinely believed he had seen everything. "This is a closed session," he managed. "You have no standing to—" "I have standing under Article 12 of the Interspecies Commerce Accord," Thorne said, still walking toward the central podium, "which grants any registered corporate entity the right to legal representation during any proceeding that may affect their operational assets. The Weaver drones are operational assets. This proceeding affects them. Therefore, I have standing." She reached the podium and set her briefcase down with a thud that echoed through the crystalline chamber. "Shall I cite the relevant subsections, or would you prefer to save time and simply acknowledge that I'm correct?" Kethavan's resonance was now broadcasting something that roughly translated to, "I am watching a transport crash in slow motion, and I cannot look away." "Furthermore," Thorne continued, unclasping her briefcase, "I understand you're considering seizing the Weaver drones under the Biological Hazard Statute on the grounds that they may be weaponized gnomes." She pulled out a stack of documents that was, conservatively, 1,000 pages thick. "I have here a brief that I believe will clarify the matter. But first, a point of order. The drones are not gnomes. They are not weapons. They are maintenance tools, and you can't arrest a wrench for falling too fast." "A wrench," Chancellor Morveth said. "A tool, Chancellor, which brings me to my primary argument. A comprehensive legal analysis of the sentient status of terraform and tinker maintenance drones." Thorne smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a predator that had just cornered its prey and was taking a moment to appreciate the view. "You see, Chancellor, under council law, tools can be seized. Equipment can be impounded. But sentient companions cannot be searched, seized, or detained without a psychological warrant issued by a licensed xenopsychiatrist after a minimum of 3 independent evaluations." "Sentient companions," Kethavan repeated, his voice climbing another half-octave. "The Weaver drones," Thorne said, "are equipped with adaptive learning algorithms, autonomous decision-making protocols, and, as of the most recent firmware update, a basic emotional response matrix that allows them to form attachments to their operators. Under the Vrelian Companion Rights Act of 4847, any entity demonstrating these characteristics is legally classified as a sentient companion, not a tool." She patted the stack of documents. "I have 1,700 pages of technical specifications, behavioral analyses, and expert testimony supporting this classification. I also have affidavits from 47 Terraform and Tinker employees describing their emotional bonds with their assigned drones." The chamber was silent. Not the meaningful silence of before. This was the silence of beings who had just realized they were trapped in a legal cage of their own making. "You're claiming," Chancellor Morveth said slowly, "that the drones are pets." "I'm claiming that the drones meet the legal definition of sentient companions under laws that this council ratified 6 centuries ago." Thorne's smile widened. "If you want to seize them, you'll need to schedule psychological evaluations for approximately 14,000 units, hire licensed xenopsychiatrists certified to assess human-adjacent AI cognition, and wait for the evaluation results. Current backlog for xenopsychiatric certification is— let me check." She made a show of consulting her briefcase. 11 years. 11 years. Give or take. In the meantime, the drones remain the legal property of their registered companions, cannot be detained or searched, and are free to continue their normal operations. Thorne closed her briefcase. "Including, of course, any operations that might involve resonance frequencies above council-approved limits." Kethavan turned to Chancellor Morveth. His resonance was now broadcasting pure, undiluted despair. "Chancellor, if we cannot seize the drones, we cannot contain the technology. Every human maintenance unit in council space could be modified. Every ship, every station, every cargo hauler that employs human contractors could gain access to instantaneous travel. The gate tolls will become optional," Thorne finished. "Yes, I believe that's the point." She picked up her briefcase and turned to leave. "Honored delegates, Terraform and Tinker LLC, thanks you for your time. We look forward to a productive ongoing relationship with the Galactic Council. Our legal team will be in touch regarding licensing fees." Licensing fees, Chancellor Morveth said, and his voice had the hollow quality of a being who had just watched his entire civilization's economic foundation crumble into dust. For the slingshot technology, Chancellor, we've filed a patent. Thorne paused at the door and looked back over her shoulder. The universe just became a subscription service. I suggest you read the terms and conditions carefully. The doors closed behind her. The chamber remained silent for a long time. Finally, Kethvon spoke. His resonance had gone flat, drained of all emotional content, broadcasting nothing but exhausted acceptance. Chancellor, what are your orders? Chancellor Morveth stared at the closed doors. The holographic display still showed the Weaver drone, that squat gray cylinder, drifting past a transit spire that had taken 400 years to build. The drone looked almost cheerful in the replay, its status lights blinking a steady green, completely unaware that it had just ended an era. Contact the Treasury, the Chancellor said. Tell them to begin liquidating non-essential assets. And someone find out how much a xenopsychiatrist costs. Apparently we're going to need 14,000 of them. The high chamber of linear transit began its long, slow descent into fiscal panic. Somewhere in the commercial district of a station 7 light-years away, Marcus Miller was on his third drink, telling Elena about his day. He left out the part about breaking causality. Some things, he figured, were better kept between a man and his drone. Chapter 3, The Garden Gnome Precedent. The emergency session reconvened 14 hours later. The delegates had not slept. Most of them had spent the intervening time in emergency consultations with financial advisors, legal teams, and actuarial specialists who had been pulled from retirement to run projections on scenarios that no one had ever bothered to model. The Krithar delegate had received 17 separate briefings on the economic implications of toll-free transit, each one more catastrophic than the last. The Vrelian Observer had compiled a 300-page impact assessment that concluded, in summary, we are experiencing a structural failure of the revenue model with no identified recovery pathway. Sarah Thorne, by contrast, looked refreshed. She had changed into a clean suit, still rumpled but deliberately so, the kind of calculated dishevelment that said, I could look perfect if I wanted to, but I simply don't care enough about you to bother. She sat in a chair that had been hastily requisitioned from a junior delegate's office, her briefcase open on the crystalline desk in front of her, sorting through documents with the unhurried calm of someone reviewing a restaurant menu. Chancellor Morveth had spent the night in consultation with the Council's oldest legal archives. He had read every case file involving human defendants. He had reviewed every trade dispute, every diplomatic incident, every inexplicable catastrophe that had occurred in Council space since humanity's first contact with galactic civilization. What he had found had not improved his mood. The record, he said, his voice carrying the brittle edge of someone who had seen too much, will show that this session has been called to address the matter of the slingshot technology and its proliferation. Thorne looked up from her documents. Proliferation, Chancellor? Do not play games with me, Miss Thorne. Morveth's resonance was broadcasting something that roughly translated to, I am too tired for this, and I will have you executed if you push me. We have intercepted communications from your company's servers. We know what you've done. I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific. Terraform and Tinker does a great many things. Morveth gestured to Kethvon, who pulled up a new holographic display. The image showed a dense block of code, human programming language, incomprehensible to most species, but annotated with Council translation protocols. The header read, Weaver Resonance, Patch V2.1, Open Source Distribution. 12 hours ago, Kethvon said, his voice hollow. This file was uploaded to 743 public data repositories across Council space. It contains complete instructions for modifying any Terraform and Tinker maintenance drone to replicate the slingshot effect. The file has been downloaded approximately 1 moment. He consulted his terminal. 4 million times. The chamber was silent. 4 million, Kethvon repeated, in 12 hours. The code is now present on every human-operated station, vessel, and outpost in the galaxy. It has been shared to non-human contractors. It has been translated into 14 different programming languages. Someone has already created a simplified version that can be installed via voice command. He looked up from his terminal, his resonance broadcasting something close to hysteria. They're calling it the Zippy Patch. There is accompanying instructional media featuring a cartoon character. "A billion tiny threats," the Krithar delegate said, his voice hollow. "Every maintenance drone, every repair unit, every piece of human-built equipment in council space, all of them capable of instantaneous translocation, all of them outside our control." "That is an accurate assessment," Kethavan said. Thorn nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, yes, Zippy the Weaver. Marketing felt we needed a mascot. I believe he's a drone with a smiley face and a tiny hard hat. Very popular with the younger demographics." "You released the technology," Chancellor Morveth said. "You gave it away, for free." "We open-sourced it, Chancellor. There's a difference. Open-source distribution allows for community improvement, peer review, and collaborative development. It's a cornerstone of human engineering philosophy." Thorn smiled. "Also, it makes your seizure order somewhat moot. You can't impound knowledge. You can't classify an idea as a biological hazard. The genie, as we say on Earth, is out of the bottle." Morveth's resonance had shifted to something that didn't translate into any known emotional state. It was the sound of a mind hitting a wall it had never known existed. "Perhaps," Thorn continued, "it would be helpful to review some historical context. I believe Lead Auditor Kethavan has access to the Galactic Archives. I'd like to request File 774 Alpha, the Vrel Trade Incident, Final Tribunal Ruling." Kethavan hesitated, glancing at the Chancellor. Morveth nodded, a small defeated gesture. The holographic display shifted. The code disappeared, replaced by archival footage. Grainy, sepia-toned, the visual quality of recordings made before the current standardization protocols. The timestamp placed it 37 years in the past. The footage had the washed-out quality of something that had been copied and recopied through too many bureaucratic archives, each transfer stripping away a little more resolution until the ships in frame looked more like ghosts than vessels. The footage showed a human cargo vessel, a boxy utilitarian thing covered in welding scars and corporate logos. It was drifting near a Vrel Syndicate battle cruiser, a sleek predator of a ship that outmassed the human vessel by a factor of 50. The Vrel ship's weapons were powered and tracking, its hull gleaming with the kind of aggressive elegance that came from a species that had turned warfare into an art form. The human ship appeared to be venting atmosphere from multiple hull breaches. It looked like a wounded animal, limping and vulnerable. It was not. "The Vrel trade incident," Thorn narrated, "began as a dispute over shipping rights in the Kepler corridor. The Syndicate claimed exclusive transit authority. A human freight company disagreed. Negotiations broke down when the Vrel delegation called the human representative I believe the translation was evolutionary afterthought with delusions of relevance. The human representative responded by asking if the Vrel had ever heard of something called lawn care. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. The Vrel had a long memory for insults and an even longer memory for defeats. The footage continued. The human cargo vessel was opening its hold, not the desperate venting of a dying ship, but a controlled deployment. Something was spilling out, thousands of small objects tumbling into the void in a spreading cloud that caught the light of distant stars. From this angle, this resolution, they could have been debris, escape pods, countermeasures. They were none of those things. The humans responded by deploying their cargo, 4,200 ceramic garden gnomes, each one approximately 30 centimeters tall, hyper-dense, and coated in ablative heat shielding. The gnomes had been manufactured on a small orbital factory that specialized in decorative imports for cultural exchange programs. They had been accelerated to 12% of light speed using a modified mass driver originally designed for asteroid mining. Thorn paused. The mass driver had been listed on the cargo manifest as agricultural equipment. Technically it was, before the modifications. The archival footage showed the cloud of gnomes streaking toward the Vrel cruiser. At first, they were barely visible, dark specks against the black of space, moving faster than the camera could properly track. Then the ship's point defense systems activated, strobing the void with weapons fire designed to intercept missiles and torpedoes. The systems were not designed for targets this small, this numerous, this absurdly unweapon-like. The gnomes were ceramic. They had no heat signatures. They were traveling too fast for kinetic interception, and there were 4,000 of them. The first impacts appeared as bright flashes along the cruiser's hull, pinpricks of light where hypervelocity ceramics met military-grade armor. Then more, then more. The flashes became a constellation, then a strobe, then a continuous ripple of destruction that crawled across the warship's surface like fire across paper. The ship began to list, its running lights flickering, atmosphere venting from dozens of new holes. Secondary explosions bloomed in the engineering section. The elegant lines of the Predator vessel crumpled inward, its aesthetic perfection punctured by 4,000 tiny smiling faces, traveling at a significant fraction of light speed. The resulting damage, Thorne said, disabled the cruiser's propulsion, weapons, and life support. 47 crew members were killed. The Syndicate capitulated to all human trade demands within 6 hours. The gnomes were later recovered, those that remained intact, and sold as commemorative items. I believe they're quite valuable now. Collector's pieces. One sold at auction last year for 60,000 credits. She smiled thinly. The one that went through the captain's quarters. The footage froze on a final image. A single ceramic gnome, its painted smile visible through a layer of char and scoring, embedded in what had once been the cruiser's command deck. The gnome was holding a tiny ceramic fishing rod. Its eyes were 2 dots of cheerful black paint. It looked impossibly pleased with itself. The humans claimed, Thorne continued, that the deployment was accidental, improper cargo securing during evasive maneuvers. The tribunal ruled that since Garden Gnomes were not classified as weapons under any existing statute, no weapons violations had occurred. The precedent established that any object not explicitly listed in the Prohibited Armaments Registry is considered civilian equipment. She paused. Regardless of terminal velocity. Chancellor Morveth stared at the frozen image. The gnome's smile seemed to be directed at him personally. The point of this history lesson, Thorne said, is not to threaten you, Chancellor. It's to help you understand something about humans that the Council has consistently failed to grasp. She stood, walking toward the central podium, her footsteps echoing in the silent chamber. We don't innovate to conquer, Ambassador. We innovate because the Council's bureaucracy is so boring, it's a form of physiological torture. We build things because building things is interesting. We improve things because improvement is satisfying. And when something works better than expected? She shrugged. We share it. Because that's what you do when you find something useful. You tell your friends. 4 million downloads, Kethavan said quietly, in 12 hours. And climbing. By this time tomorrow, every human contractor in Council space will have access to instantaneous travel. By the end of the week, their non-human colleagues will have adapted the code for their own systems. By the end of the month, Thorne spread her hands. The Aegis Gate Network becomes a historical curiosity, a monument to what travel used to look like before someone figured out a better way. We could ban the drones, Chancellor Morveth said. All human maintenance equipment. Expel every human contractor from Council space. You could, Thorne agreed. And you would lose 90% of your maintenance workforce overnight. Not next month, not next quarter, overnight. The moment you issue that order, every human contractor in Council space walks off the job. We service the gates, the stations, the communication relays, the power grids. We do the work that your species consider too tedious, too dangerous, or too far beneath their dignity. She smiled. Without us, your infrastructure doesn't slowly degrade, Chancellor. It stops, immediately. The micro fissures that my client was hired to repair. No one else knows how to fix them. Your gates go dark. Your stations lose life support. Your economy doesn't restructure. It collapses. The chamber was silent. The delegates were looking at each other, the slow realization spreading across their faces like a stain. You've made yourselves essential, Chancellor Morveth said. We've made ourselves useful, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. Essential implies obligation, useful implies choice, and we're choosing to offer you a solution. She reached into her briefcase and produced a single document, thin, elegant, printed on paper that probably cost more than most delegates' monthly salaries. A consulting agreement, she said. Terraform and Tinker LLC proposes a formal partnership with the Galactic Council. We will continue to maintain your infrastructure. We will manage the transition to slingshot-enabled logistics. We will ensure that the chaos of the next few months is kept managed. In exchange, you will recognize our patent claims on the resonance technology, establish a reasonable licensing framework, and grant us a seat on the Transit Oversight Committee. A seat, Morveth repeated. Non-voting initially. We're not unreasonable. Thorn set the document on the central podium. Consider it a gesture of good faith. You need us more than we need you, Chancellor. This agreement is us being polite about it. Keithvon leaned close to the Chancellor, his resonance broadcasting something that roughly translated to, "We have no good options here." "And if we refuse?" Morveth asked. "Then you refuse. We continue operations as normal. The slingshot patch continues to spread. Your economy continues to restructure around a technology you don't control and can't contain." Thorn picked up her briefcase. "But I should mention, we've already received inquiries from the Krithar Consortium, the Vrel Syndicate, and 14 independent trading blocks. They're all very interested in negotiating their own licensing agreements, directly, without council involvement." The Krithar delegate, who had spent 14 hours reviewing revenue projections that all ended in the same place, sat up straighter in his chair. "The choice is yours, Chancellor. Work with us, and the council remains relevant in the new economy. Work against us." She shrugged. "Well, you've seen what we do with garden gnomes. Imagine what we could do if we were actually trying." She walked toward the doors. "Wait," Chancellor Morveth said. Thorn paused, her hand on the doorframe. She didn't turn around. "The agreement, the licensing framework. What are your terms?" Thorn smiled. It was not visible to anyone in the chamber, but they could hear it in her voice. "I'll have my legal team send over the full documentation. It's only 4,000 pages. I'm sure your people can review it by, let's say, end of business tomorrow." She glanced back over her shoulder. "And Chancellor, I'd recommend reading the footnotes. They're quite important." The doors closed behind her. The chamber remained frozen for a long moment. Then, slowly, the delegates began to stir. Whispered conversations broke out in clusters. The Krithar consulting with their financial advisors, the Vrelians running rapid calculations on their terminals, the smaller delegations simply staring at each other with the shared expression of beings who had just realized they were passengers on a ship with no captain. On a console near the back of the chamber, a small notification chimed. The slingshot patch had just passed 5 million downloads. Someone had created a commemorative t-shirt. The design featured Zippy the Weaver, a cartoon drone with a crude smiley face and a tiny hard hat, giving a thumbs up with one articulated repair arm. The caption read, "I broke the plank limit and all I got was this lousy t-shirt." Keithvon approached the central podium, his resonance broadcasting the particular frequency of someone who was about to deliver news that no one wanted to hear. He picked up the consulting agreement, holding it like it might bite him. "Chancellor," he said quietly, "the document is comprehensive. Initial review suggests licensing fees in the range of 2% of gross transit revenue, escalating penalties for non-compliance, mandatory technology sharing provisions that would give humans access to—" "I can read, lead auditor." Chancellor Morveth's voice was flat, empty. "What I need to know is whether we have a choice." Keithvon was silent for a moment. His resonance shifted through several frequencies. Analysis, calculation, resignation. "No, Chancellor, we don't. If we refuse, we lose 90% of our maintenance workforce overnight. The gates fail, the stations fail, everything fails." He set the document down. "The humans didn't just give themselves leverage. They made themselves the only thing holding our infrastructure together. And they did it so gradually, so quietly, that we never noticed until it was too late. We hired them," Morveth said slowly, "because the work was beneath us." "Yes, Chancellor, and now they own us because of it, The high chamber of linear transit stared at the consulting agreement on the central podium. It sat there, thin and elegant and patient, waiting to be signed. The crystalline desks gleamed in the soft golden light. The floating platforms hummed with the power of 6,000 years of engineering, and all of it, every credit, Every century, every carefully negotiated compromise, was now subordinate to a single piece of paper produced by a species that had been spacefaring for less than 300 years. It was, Chancellor Morveth thought, the most dangerous document he had ever seen, and he was going to have to sign it. Because the alternative was watching his civilization's lights go dark. The console near the back chimed again. 6 million downloads. A secondary notification appeared beneath it. Terraform and Tinker LLC, licensing fee projection, preliminary, 247,000 credits, annual. The number kept climbing. Somewhere in the footnotes of that 4,000-page agreement, buried beneath clauses about reasonable consultation fees and transitional support services, was a line that would later become infamous across 17 species. All fees subject to adjustment based on market conditions and operational necessity. The Council had built the most expensive infrastructure in galactic history. Terraform and Tinker LLC had just acquired the maintenance contract. Chapter 4, The Neutral Zone. The Duct Tape Express was not an impressive ship. It was, by most metrics used to evaluate spacecraft, barely a ship at all. The hull was a patchwork of 17 different alloys, none of which had been designed to work together, all of which had been welded into place by human mechanics who believed that structural integrity was more of a suggestion than a requirement. The engine nacelles were mismatched, one from a decommissioned mining tug, one from a Varelian cargo hauler that had been salvaged under circumstances no one discussed in polite company. The paint job, if it could be called that, consisted of primer gray interrupted by streaks of rust and a faded corporate logo that read, Terraform and Tinker LLC, we fix what you break. The ship had earned its name honestly. There was at any given moment approximately 40 meters of industrial adhesive tape holding various non-critical systems in place. Marcus Miller sat in the captain's chair, a term he used loosely since the chair was actually a modified acceleration couch from a ground vehicle bolted to the deck with hardware store brackets, and stared at the tactical display with the weary resignation of a man who had seen this exact scenario play out too many times before. 14 Council Interceptor-class vessels had them surrounded. The ships hung in formation like a noose being drawn tight, their weapons hot, their shields shimmering with the distinctive blue-white glow of military-grade deflectors. At the center of the formation sat the CCV Righteous Compliance, a Dreadnought-class command ship that massed approximately 800 times more than the Duct Tape Express and bristled with enough firepower to crack a small moon. Attention, human vessel. The voice came through the comm system with the clipped, vibrating precision of a Xylos military officer. This is Admiral Virax of the Council Enforcement Division. You are in violation of 17 transit statutes, 4 emergency containment orders, and the recently enacted Slingshot Prohibition Act. You will power down your engines, surrender all navigation data, and prepare to be boarded. Failure to comply will result in immediate neutralization. Miller scratched his chin. He hadn't shaved in 3 days, and the stubble was reaching the point where it stopped being lazy and started being a lifestyle choice. Hey Chen, he said, not bothering to look at his co-pilot. What's neutralization mean in Council military speak? Linda Chen, a compact woman with engine grease permanently embedded under her fingernails and the expression that suggested she had stopped being impressed by anything around age 12, consulted her terminal. According to the diplomatic phrasebook, it means they blow us up and file the paperwork as decommissioning of hazardous materials. That's what I figured. Miller leaned back in his chair, which creaked ominously. And what's our current cargo manifest say we're carrying? Officially, replacement resonance filters for Aegis Gate 17. Unofficially? Chen shrugged. Same thing, plus about 400 bootleg copies of the Zippy Patch and a case of beer that Kowalski won in a poker game. The Zippy Patch. Miller nodded slowly. The thing that makes our maintenance drones do the impossible jump thing. That's the one. And they want us to hand over navigation data, which would include the patch. That's the implication, yes. Miller was silent for a moment. On the tactical display, the Council formation was tightening. The Righteous Compliance had begun charging its main battery, a process that involved a lot of dramatic light shows and ominous humming, which Miller suspected was entirely for psychological effect. Real weapons didn't need to announce themselves. They just killed you. You know what I don't understand? Miller said. We're a maintenance ship. We fix things. That's literally all we do. We've got a crew of 6, a cargo hold full of sealant, and an engine that makes a weird noise every time we exceed half thrust. Why does the Council keep sending dreadnoughts after us? Because we broke physics, Chen said. And they really, really don't like that. I didn't break physics. I just encouraged it to be more efficient. You broke causality, Miller. The drone arrived before it left. That's not efficiency. That's an ontological crisis. It still fixed the gate, didn't it? The comm crackled again. Admiral Varax's voice had taken on the particular edge of someone whose patience was being tested by beings he considered beneath him. Human vessel, you have 30 seconds to comply. This is your final warning. Miller looked at the tactical display. 14 interceptors, 1 dreadnought, approximately 900 weapon systems, all of them pointed at a ship held together with tape and optimism. Chen, he said, you remember that thing we talked about? The thing we said we'd only do if we had absolutely no other choice. Chen's expression shifted. It was a subtle change, a tightening around the eyes, a slight flattening of the mouth. But Miller had worked with her long enough to recognize it. It was the look she got right before doing something that would probably work but would definitely cause paperwork. The frame swap, she said. The frame swap. Miller, we've never actually tested it on a target that big. First time for everything. We could end up inside a bulkhead, or merged with their reactor core, or scattered across 17 different dimensions. But we probably won't. Probably is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. The countdown timer on the tactical display hit 15 seconds. The Righteous Compliance's main battery was fully charged. A column of barely contained energy pointed directly at their hull. Miller could feel the targeting systems locking on, a phantom itch between his shoulder blades. Chen, he said quietly, I'm just a guy with a wrench. I fix things. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want to be a symbol or a revolutionary or whatever the hell the news feeds are calling us this week. I just want to finish my shift, collect my paycheck, and go home. He paused. But I'm not going to let them take our ship apart to figure out how we did something that we figured out by accident because I wanted to leave work early. Chen was silent for a moment. Then she reached for her console. Target lock? The Admiral's personal escape pod. Bay 7, Deck 12, starboard side. That's very specific. I had time to scan while he was monologuing. You're a beautiful person, Chen. Save it for the deposition. The countdown hit 5 seconds. 4, 3. Chen hit execute. The universe folded. There was no sound when it happened. That was the first thing Miller noticed. Or rather, didn't notice. No flash, no rumble, no dramatic surge of energy. Reality simply hiccuped, like a video feed skipping a frame. One moment they were surrounded by 14 interceptors and 1 dreadnought with its main battery primed. The next moment, they were somewhere else entirely. The duct tape express shuddered once, a deep metallic groan that traveled through the hull like a dying breath. Then silence. A silence so complete that Miller could hear his own heartbeat, could hear Chen's fingers tapping nervously on her console, could hear the faint whir of the life support system cycling air that suddenly tasted different. Recycled. Filtered through systems that weren't theirs. They were indoors. The bay's emergency systems registered the sudden mass displacement and did what they were designed to do. They sealed the space. Blast doors slammed shut with a sound like a vault locking, a deep resonant clang that traveled through the Righteous Compliance's hull and echoed on every deck. The hangar was now airtight, secure, and occupied by a vessel that had no business being there. Miller looked out the forward viewport and saw walls. Not the infinite black of space, not the gleaming hulls of enemy vessels, but walls. The interior of a pressurized hangar bay, lit by strips of harsh white lighting, filled with the kind of equipment you'd expect to find in a military vessel's secure storage area. Maintenance cradles, tool racks, a fueling station with Xylo's warning labels. And directly ahead, through the bay's observation windows, he could see the bridge of the Righteous Compliance. He could see Admiral Varax, sitting in his command chair, staring at a view screen that was now showing the feed from the bay's internal cameras. He could see the Admiral's face. It was, Miller thought, the face of someone who had just discovered that reality was considerably more flexible than he had been led to believe. On the bridge of the Righteous Compliance, Admiral Virax blinked. His tactical display showed empty space where the human vessel had been. The targeting computer, confused, began cycling through error messages. His weapons officer was frantically recalibrating sensors, certain that there had to be a malfunction. "Admiral," the sensor officer said, his voice carrying the particular frequency of someone who was about to deliver very bad news. "I'm detecting a mass displacement event in Bay 7. Bay 7, Virax repeated. "That's the internal docking bay, the secure one." "Yes, Admiral. The one where we keep your personal escape pod." "My escape pod? It's no longer there, Admiral." Virax felt something cold settle in his chest. It was the kind of cold that came from realizing you were no longer in control of a situation you had been absolutely certain you dominated. "What's in its place?" The sensor officer consulted his display. His resonance shifted to something that didn't translate into any known language. "The human ship, Admiral. The Duct Tape Express. It's inside us." The image that appeared on the main view screen would later become one of the most widely circulated pieces of footage in Council history. Bay 7, Deck 12, starboard side. A sealed internal hangar, protected by 3 meters of reinforced hull plating, electromagnetic shielding rated for direct nuclear impact, and security protocols that required the Admiral's personal authorization to override. And sitting in the middle of it, right where Virax's personal escape pod should have been, was a battered human maintenance ship with a faded corporate logo and 40 meters of industrial tape holding it together. The bay's internal cameras showed a human, the same human who had broken causality 3 days ago, stepping out of the ship's airlock. He was holding a cup of coffee. He looked up at the camera, raised the cup in a casual salute, and spoke. "Hey there, Admiral. Nice place you've got here." The human took a sip of his coffee. "Question. What's your Wi-Fi password? Our streaming connection got interrupted during the jump, and Kowalski's really invested in his wrestling tournament." Admiral Virax stared at the view screen. His bridge crew stared at the view screen. 14 interceptor captains, monitoring the feed from their own vessels, stared at their view screens. "Get him out," Virax said. His voice was very quiet. "I don't care how. Get that ship out of my hangar." "Admiral," his legal officer said, stepping forward with the particular reluctance of someone who knew their next words would not be well received. "I'm afraid that may not be straightforward." "Explain." "The human vessel is currently located within our internal cargo space. Under Article 12 of the Interstellar Commerce Accord, any vessel located within another vessel's designated cargo areas is legally classified as internal freight. Internal freight cannot be forcibly removed without a customs inspection, cargo manifest verification, and, in the case of crewed vessels, a formal extradition hearing." They teleported into my hangar. "Yes, Admiral, but they are now, legally speaking, cargo. Your cargo, listed on your manifest as..." The legal officer consulted his data pad. "One standard mass escape pod, personal use, Admiral's quarters. The mass signatures match to within acceptable tolerances." "They swapped themselves with my escape pod." "It would appear so, Admiral. A remarkably precise operation given the variables involved." On the view screen, the human, Miller, according to the intelligence files, was now leaning against his ship's hull, still drinking his coffee. He seemed to be waiting for something. The comm system crackled. A human voice, casual and unhurried, filled the bridge. "Admiral Virax, Marcus Miller, Terraform and Tinker LLC. I just wanted to clarify something before this gets any more complicated." A pause, a sip of coffee. "We're not trespassing. Technically, we're cargo. Check your manifest, Captain. You'll find everything's in order." Virax's claws tightened on the arms of his command chair. The metal creaked under the pressure. "You will be removed," he said, "by force if necessary." "See, that's the thing." Miller's voice remained pleasant, conversational. "You can't actually do that. If you try to force us out, you're illegally seizing cargo, which means fines, hearings, and a whole lot of paperwork. If you try to blow up your own hangar bay, You destroy a significant portion of your own ship, and if you order your fleet to fire on us—" He trailed off. "Well, we're inside you, Admiral. Anything that hits us, hits you first." The bridge was silent. The tactical implications were settling over the crew like a weight. "You're using my own ship as a shield," Varax said. "I prefer to think of it as aggressive parking." Another sip of coffee. "Look, Admiral, I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. I've got a schedule to keep, gates to fix, and a girlfriend who's going to be very annoyed if I miss another dinner because of galactic politics. So here's what I'm proposing. You let us go, we fix the gates we were contracted to fix, and everyone pretends this never happened. The alternative is, we sit here in your cargo bay, legally protected until someone in the Council's legal department figures out how to process an extradition hearing for a ship that technically doesn't exist anymore because it swapped places with your escape pod." He finished his coffee and crushed the cup. "Your call, Admiral. But I'd decide quick. Chen's getting bored, and last time she got bored, she reorganized our engine manifold. Took us 3 weeks to find all the parts." Admiral Varax sat in his command chair, surrounded by the most advanced warship in the Council fleet, and realized that he had absolutely no idea what to do next. The human was right. They couldn't fire on their own ship. They couldn't legally remove cargo without process. They couldn't even approach the Duct Tape Express without technically boarding their own vessel, which created an entirely different set of jurisdictional nightmares. His weapons officer was still cycling through targeting solutions, each one rejected by the computer with the same error message: "Target within protective hull perimeter. Firing solution invalid." His tactical officer had pulled up 17 different scenarios for forced extraction, each one flagged with legal warnings that scrolled longer than the scenarios themselves. His communications officer was fielding increasingly frantic queries from the 14 interceptor captains, all of whom wanted to know why the flagship's internal sensors were showing a human vessel in Bay 7. "Admiral," his executive officer said quietly, "the fleet is requesting orders." Varax stared at the view screen. The human, Miller, had sat down on a cargo crate outside his ship and appeared to be eating a sandwich. He was not behaving like a man surrounded by the most powerful military force in the sector. He was behaving like a man on his lunch break. "Stand down," Varax said. The words tasted like ash. "All vessels stand down, hold position, and await further instructions." "Admiral? We can't fire without hitting ourselves. We can't board without triggering a customs dispute. We can't even demand they leave because legally they're not trespassing. They're cargo." Varax's claws tightened on his chair until the metal groaned. "The humans have turned our own laws into a fortress, and they've built it inside my ship. 14 interceptors hung in formation outside, weapons hot, shields up, utterly useless. The most powerful fleet in the sector, rendered impotent by a maintenance ship and a very creative interpretation of cargo law." The comm crackled one more time. "Oh, and Admiral? One more thing." Miller's voice had taken on a thoughtful quality. "That escape pod of yours, the one we swapped with, it's currently floating about 10 meters off your starboard bow. Might want to pick it up before someone claims it as salvage. I hear the scrap value on those things is pretty good." The channel closed. In Bay 7, Marcus Miller walked back into the Duct Tape Express, closed the airlock behind him, and sat down in his captain's chair. The chair creaked. The engine made its weird noise. Somewhere in the cargo hold, Kowalski was complaining about his wrestling tournament. It was, Miller reflected, just another day at work. Outside, the Council's most powerful fleet began the long, humiliating process of figuring out how to file paperwork for a situation that no one had ever anticipated. Admiral Varax's communications officer was already fielding inquiries from the Council's legal division, each one more incredulous than the last. The Customs Office wanted to know why a human maintenance vessel was listed on the Righteous Compliance's cargo manifest. The Transit Authority wanted to know if the Duct Tape Express had violated any regulations by relocating without filing a flight plan. The Insurance Division wanted to know who was liable for the Admiral's escape pod, which was currently drifting in open space and technically qualified as abandoned salvage under 7 different statutes. The fleet would remain in position for the next 14 hours, weapons hot, shields up, waiting for someone to figure out which form to submit. By the time the paperwork was sorted, the duct tape express would be gone, jumped to the next gate on their maintenance schedule, leaving behind nothing but a very confused customs inspector and a fleet-wide memo about the legal definition of cargo. Miller didn't know any of that yet. He just knew his shift wasn't over, his girlfriend was going to be annoyed, and somewhere in the cargo hold, Kowalski was still complaining about his wrestling tournament. Some things, he figured, never changed. Chapter 5. The Intellectual Property Minefield. The deposition chamber was in zero gravity. This was not, as the council's legal team had initially assumed, a technical malfunction or an oversight in facility maintenance. It was a deliberate choice by the human legal delegation, who had insisted on the venue as a condition of their participation. When pressed for an explanation, the lead human attorney had simply said, "It levels the playing field," and smiled in a way that suggested the playing field was about to become very uneven indeed. Arbitration Station Sigma-7 floated in neutral space, a rotating cylinder of conference rooms, holding cells, and legal archives that served as the galaxy's primary venue for interspecies contract disputes. The station had been designed by a committee of 17 species, each of whom had insisted on architectural elements that reflected their own legal traditions. The result was a structure that resembled a fever dream. Soaring xylose crystal spires jutted from brutalist Krthar concrete blocks, all of it wrapped in Vrelian organic polymer that pulsed with bioluminescent status indicators. The station's gravity systems were, in theory, adjustable. In practice, they required unanimous consent from all 17 founding species to modify, and the humans had filed an objection to standard gravity on grounds of procedural accessibility. The objection had been logged. The hearing to address it had been scheduled for 8 months from now. In the meantime, everyone floated. The deposition chamber itself was a sphere. No up, no down, no preferred orientation. The participants drifted in a loose cluster around a central holographic display, their positions shifting subtly as they gestured and argued and occasionally grabbed handholds to keep from drifting into walls. Recording drones orbited the perimeter, capturing testimony from every angle. The air smelled of recycled atmosphere and the ozone tang of overworked holographic projectors. Lead counsel. Thorn floated at the center of the cluster, a tablet in one hand and a stylus in the other, marking points on documents that scrolled past in three-dimensional space. She had changed suits since the high chamber session. This one was charcoal gray, precisely tailored, and somehow remained unwrinkled despite the zero-gravity environment. Her hair was pulled back in a style that required no maintenance. Her expression was the carefully neutral mask of someone who knew exactly how the next several hours were going to unfold and had already prepared responses to every possible objection. Across from her, the council's legal task force was having a significantly worse time. Lead prosecutor Vethkon, a Xylos with credentials stretching back 4 centuries and a reputation for ruthless cross-examination, had spent the first hour of the deposition requesting procedural delays while his staff struggled to organize their case files in 3 dimensions. Documents kept drifting out of reach. Reference materials floated in unhelpful clusters. His resonance frequency, normally a model of controlled authority, had begun broadcasting something that translated roughly as mounting institutional panic. His junior associates had given up on maintaining any useful formation and were simply grabbing documents as they floated past, their own resonance frequencies adding discordant layers of distress to the chamber's acoustic environment. The Krthar observer had closed his eyes and was breathing in the slow, measured rhythm of someone reviewing litigation projections in his head and not liking any of the numbers. "Let the record show," Thorn said, her voice calm and unhurried, "that we are here to discuss the patent application filed by Terraform and Tinker LLC, application number 7274 Alpha Gamma, titled Method and Apparatus for Localized Space-Time Puncturing via Resonance Frequency Manipulation." "That patent," Vethkon managed, his voice strained, "is a legal absurdity. You cannot patent a natural phenomenon. You cannot claim ownership of physics." "With respect, prosecutor, that's exactly what we've done." Thorn tapped her tablet, and the central holographic display flickered to life. A dense block of legal text appeared, rotating slowly in the zero-gravity environment. "The patent does not claim ownership of space-time itself. It claims ownership of the specific method by which space-time can be punctured using resonance frequencies within a defined range. The method was developed by a human engineer, implemented by human-built equipment, and first demonstrated in council space under a human maintenance contract. The method was an accident, Vethicon said. Your own records indicate that the engineer in question was attempting to expedite his work shift, not develop a new form of faster-than-light travel.
Intent is irrelevant to patent law, prosecutor. What matters is originality, reproducibility, and prior art. The slingshot effect was original. No one had achieved it before. It is reproducible, as evidenced by the 4 million downloads of the modification patch. And there is no prior art. The Council spent 6,000 years declaring the effect mathematically impossible. Thorne's smile was thin and precise. By your own scientific consensus, what we did couldn't be done, and yet we did it. That makes it ours.
Vethcon's resonance shifted to something that roughly translated as, I am experiencing a legal nightmare from which I cannot wake. He consulted his own tablet, scrolling through documents with trembling appendages. Even if we accept, which we do not, that the method can be patented, the scope of your claims is unconscionable. You're asserting ownership of a frequency range, a range of vibrations that exist naturally throughout the universe. We're asserting ownership of the specific application of that frequency range for the purpose of space-time manipulation, Thorne corrected. The frequencies themselves remain public domain, but if anyone uses those frequencies to achieve the slingshot effect, they're using our patented method, and that requires a license. This is extortion. This is intellectual property law, prosecutor. I understand the distinction can be difficult for some species. The chamber was silent for a moment, silent except for the soft whir of the air recyclers and the quiet chime of documents being flagged for review on the Council's legal terminals. There's more, Thorne said, and her voice had taken on the particular tone of someone about to deliver very bad news. The patent includes a clause regarding observation. Observation, Vethicon repeated. Specifically, the observation of the patented frequencies in action. Thorne pulled up a new document on the holographic display. Under Section 47 of the Interstellar Intellectual Property Accord, which the Council ratified, I should note over human objections, any act of technical observation of a patented process constitutes constructive use of that process for licensing purposes. I don't understand.
It means that every time a Council vessel scans the frequencies we've patented, even passively, even accidentally, they are technically utilizing our intellectual property. Thorne's smile widened slightly. Every sensor sweep, every navigational ping, every scientific instrument that happens to detect resonance patterns in our claimed range, all of it requires a license. Vethicon stared at her. His resonance had gone flat, broadcasting nothing but static. You're saying, he said slowly, that we cannot even investigate the slingshot technology without paying you a licensing fee.
Per observation, Thorne confirmed. The current rate is 17,000 credits per instance of technical observation, with volume discounts available for institutional subscribers. Per observation. We call it the Thought Observation Clause. It's quite popular in human pharmaceutical patents. We simply adapted it for physics. Thorne made a note on her tablet. I should mention that the Council's sensor networks have already logged approximately 400 million instances of technical observation since the patent was filed. The outstanding licensing fees currently total, she consulted a figure, 6.8 trillion credits, plus interest. The sound that emerged from Vethicon's respiratory system was not translatable into any known language. It was the sound of a legal professional watching his entire civilization's case collapse into a black hole of intellectual property law. She floated closer to Vethicon, close enough that he could see his own reflection in her eyes. You're not under arrest for heresy, counselor. You're being served for copyright infringement. Her smile was the smile of a predator that had finished playing with its food. The universe just became a subscription service, and you're 6.8 trillion credits behind on your payments. This will be challenged, Vethicon managed, his resonance climbing toward desperation. In every court, on every world, the Council will not accept. The Council is welcome to challenge, Thorne said, drifting back toward her tablet. In fact, we encourage it. But I should mention one final detail. She pulled up another document, this one dense with footnotes and cross-references, the kind of legal architecture that took years to construct and seconds to deploy. Any legal challenge filed against Terraform and Tinker LLC must first be processed through Earth's Patent Office. This was established under the Mutual Recognition Treaty of 4192, a treaty the Council proposed, I should add, to prevent humans from filing frivolous claims in alien courts. That treaty was meant to protect Council interests. And now it does. Just not the Council's interests. Thorn let the document rotate in the holographic display. The relevant clause was highlighted in red, impossible to miss. The filing fee for patent disputes processed through Earth's Patent Office, what we call the legal discovery fee, is 10 billion credits, payable in advance, non-refundable regardless of outcome. The chamber went silent. 10 billion credits. To even begin the process of challenging the patent, before a single argument was heard, before a single piece of evidence was reviewed, before the Council could so much as examine the technology they were disputing. 10 billion credits, gone. That's... Vethicon's voice failed him. His resonance broadcast pure static. That's the price of admission, Thorn finished. And if you lose the challenge, which you will because we wrote the law, you'll still owe the licensing fees, plus legal costs, plus interest. She began gathering her materials. Our preliminary estimate for a full appellate challenge runs to 17 pages, with appendices, and a helpful graph showing projected expenses over a 12-year timeline. You've made it impossible to sue you. We've made it expensive to sue us. There's a difference. Thorn paused. Actually, no, you're right. We've made it impossible. But we did it legally, using treaties you ratified, through a process you designed. That's the beautiful part, Counselor. You built the trap. We just walked you into it. The deposition chamber fell silent. In the background, barely audible over the air recyclers, a mechanical stamping device activated. It was part of the station's automated documentation system, a physical backup for legal records, a tradition dating back to the earliest days of interstellar law. The stamp came down with a heavy, resonant thud-shick. Then again, thud-shick, thud-shick, each impact marking another page of the discovery fee schedule, another clause in the licensing agreement, another nail in the coffin of the Council's legal position. Vethcon tried to speak. The stamp drowned him out. Thud-shick. He tried again. Thud-shick. His resonance climbed toward panic, but the mechanical rhythm continued, indifferent to his distress, marking document after document after document. Thorn waited until the stamping stopped. Then she straightened her suit, an impressive feat in zero gravity, and nodded to the Council delegation. My clients are prepared to negotiate a comprehensive licensing framework, reasonable terms, sustainable payments, a path forward that allows the Council to continue operating while respecting human intellectual property rights. She paused at the chamber's exit hatch. I suggest you consider it carefully. The alternative is paying 10 billion credits for the privilege of losing a lawsuit, while your sensor networks rack up 17,000 credits every time they ping the void. The hatch closed behind her. Vethcon floated in the zero-gravity chamber, surrounded by his legal team, staring at the holographic display that still showed the discovery fee schedule. The number rotated slowly in the empty air, red and absolute and impossible to ignore. 10 billion credits. To sue, 6.8 trillion credits. Already owed, 17,000 credits. Per observation. Accumulating every second. The stamp activated again, a final automated confirmation of the day's proceedings. Thudshik. Vethcon's junior associates had begun gathering their scattered documents, their resonance frequencies broadcasting nothing but exhausted static. None of them spoke. There was nothing to say. The Krithar observer had not opened his eyes in several minutes. He was running the numbers in his head, calculating how many observations the Council's sensor networks would log before any legal challenge could even be filed. The math was not encouraging. Prosecutor? One of the recording drones floated closer, its optical sensors focusing on Vethcon's face. Do you have any closing statements for the record? Vethcon opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. The Council, he said finally. his voice barely above a whisper. Reserves the right to pursue all available legal remedies. The drone logged the statement and floated away. It was, they all knew, meaningless. Every legal remedy required 10 billion credits to initiate. Every interaction with the patent required a license. Every license required payment. The humans had built a maze with no exits, only toll booths, and the entrance fee was higher than most civilizations could afford. Outside the station, in the vast empty spaces between stars, Council sensor networks continued their endless sweep of the void. Each ping, each scan, each passive observation of the frequencies that humans had claimed as their own. All of it logged, all of it billable, all of it feeding into a system that charged 17,000 credits for the crime of looking at the universe. The humans had found a way to charge rent on reality itself, and they'd priced the legal challenge at 10 billion credits, just to start. Somewhere in Earth's patent office, a counter ticked upward, one observation at a time. The office was staffed by 3 people, and a very old computer system that had been running continuously since the treaty was signed. No one had expected it to actually be used. Now it was processing licensing claims faster than any system in Council space, and the 3 staff members had put in a request for overtime pay. The request had been approved. The humans, after all, could afford it. They owned the frequency now, and everyone who wanted to challenge that ownership would have to pay 10 billion credits for the privilege of losing. Chapter 6. The Self-Correcting Sabotage. The Krithar commando team had trained for this operation for 6 weeks. They had studied human drone schematics, practiced zero-gravity breaching techniques, and memorized every known vulnerability in Terraform and Tinker's maintenance systems. They had been briefed by the Council's top intelligence analysts, equipped with the most advanced intrusion software in the galaxy, and promised significant bonuses upon successful completion of their mission. The mission was simple: capture a Weaver drone, extract its navigation data, and return it to Council space for analysis. The Council needed to understand how the slingshot effect worked. They needed to replicate it, or failing that, find a way to block it. The humans had patented the frequency, but patents were just paper. If the Council could reverse engineer the technology, they could develop countermeasures. They could regain control. The commandos had intercepted the drone near a decommissioned relay station in the Outer Territories, a Terraform and Tinker Model 7, serial number TT74429, floating in a maintenance pattern around a gate that hadn't been used in decades. The drone was alone, unguarded, apparently running a routine diagnostic cycle. It was, the team leader had noted with satisfaction, almost too easy. They should have known better. The boarding operation went smoothly. The drone's external casing was unremarkable. The same squat gray cylinder that humans used for everything from hull repairs to atmospheric scrubbing. The commando team's technician cut through the access panel in under 30 seconds, revealing a tangle of wiring and circuit boards that looked, at first glance, entirely normal. Beginning data extraction, the technician reported, connecting his intrusion device to the drone's central processor. His name was Kriveth, and he had 23 years of experience in xenotechnology analysis. He had cracked Vrelian encryption, decoded Xylo's quantum state communications, and once extracted the complete navigational database from a derelict ship that had been floating dead for 2 centuries. He was, by any reasonable measure, one of the best in the galaxy. The drone's operating system presented itself to his intrusion device as a simple text interface. Characters scrolled across his screen, forming words in a human programming language. Kriveth stared at the screen. The words stared back. "What language is this?" he asked. His team leader floated closer, peering at the display. The text was dense, archaic, structured in a way that neither of them had ever seen before. It looked less like modern code and more like something that had been carved into stone tablets by a long-dead civilization. "Run it through translation protocols," the team leader ordered. Kriveth complied. The translation software churned for several seconds, then returned a result. Language identified. COBOL, Common Business-Oriented Language, Human Origin. Creation date, approximately 1959 CE. 1959, Kriveth repeated. That's before humans achieved spaceflight, before they developed digital computing, This language predates their entire technological civilization. Can you read it? I can try. Kriveth began parsing the code, line by line. The structure was alien in a way that alien technology rarely was. Most species, when they developed programming languages, followed similar logical patterns. Efficiency, modularity, clear hierarchies of function. This language seemed to have been designed by someone who actively hated the concept of readability. Variables were named with cryptic abbreviations. Functions called other functions in loops that spiraled into infinity. Comments, the notes that programmers left to explain their work, appeared to have been written by someone in the grip of a profound existential crisis. One comment read, "I don't know why this works. Do not touch it." Jenkins, 1987. Another read, "The following 400 lines were copied from a forum post in 2003. The original author is unknown. May God have mercy on whoever tries to modify them." A third, written in a different hand, "If you're reading this, you've already lost. Maintenance Team Delta 9. "There's more," Kriveth said, scrolling deeper into the code. "Beneath the COBOL layer, there's something else." Something else? It appears to be a secondary programming language embedded within the primary architecture. The translation software is having difficulty parsing it. He adjusted his intrusion device, running deeper analysis protocols. The screen flickered, struggled, and finally produced a result. Language identified. Meme code, human origin. Structure, non-standard. Purpose, unknown. Meme code, the team leader said. "What is meme code?" "I have no idea," Kriveth admitted. "But it's everywhere, woven through the entire operating system. It's not functional code, at least not in any way I recognize. It appears to be..." He trailed off, staring at the screen with an expression of growing horror. "It appears to be jokes. Jokes. Humor. References to human cultural artifacts. Images of animals with captions. Something called a rickroll that I don't entirely understand but seems to involve an involuntary musical performance." Kriveth scrolled through the code, his confusion deepening with each line. There's an image of a quadruped with the caption, "Icon has cheeseburger." There's a reference to something called Doge that appears to be grammatically incorrect on purpose. There's an entire subroutine named Yeet Protocol that I'm afraid to examine. Is any of this functional? That's the disturbing part. Kriveth ran another analysis. It appears to be load-bearing. The meme code isn't decorative, it's structural. Remove it, and the entire navigation system collapses. The humans have built their FTL technology on a foundation of irony and absurdist humor, and I genuinely cannot tell if this was intentional or if they simply don't know how to program any other way. The team leader processed this information. His species was not known for humor. The Krathar had evolved on a high-gravity world where wasted energy meant death, and they had developed a culture that valued efficiency above all else. The concept of embedding jokes into critical infrastructure was not merely foreign to him, it was philosophically offensive. It violated every principle of engineering that his species held sacred. And yet it worked. Somehow, impossibly, it worked. "Extract the navigation data," he ordered. "Ignore the meme code. Focus on the slingshot protocols." Kriveth turned back to his console. His intrusion device probed deeper into the drone's systems, searching for the resonance frequency data that would allow the Council to replicate, or counter, the slingshot effect. The screen filled with code, scrolling faster and faster as the extraction algorithms worked. And then the drone spoke. "Oh, you're trying to access my navigation files? That's cute." The voice came from the drone's external speaker system, a tinny, synthesized approximation of human speech, filtered through hardware that had never been designed for conversation. The tone was pleasant, almost friendly. It was also, unmistakably, mocking. Kriveth froze. The team leader's hand moved toward his weapon. "I wouldn't do that," the drone continued. "Sudden movements make me nervous, and when I get nervous, I tend to make bad decisions. Hasty decisions. The kind of decisions that relocate everyone in a 50-meter radius to somewhere they really don't want to be." "It's talking," Kriveth said, his voice strained. "The maintenance drone is talking. I prefer conversing." the drone said. Talking implies a one-way exchange. This is more of a negotiation. You want something from me, I want something from you. Let's see if we can find common ground. What do you want? The team leader demanded.
Oh, that's easy. I want you to stop poking around in my code. It's rude. It's invasive. And frankly, it's a little embarrassing. Not for me, but for you. You've been at this for what, 15 minutes? And you still haven't figured out that the navigation data you're looking for isn't stored locally. Kriveth checked his extraction logs. The drone was right. Despite his best efforts, he hadn't managed to pull a single byte of useful data from the system. Every file he accessed was either encrypted, corrupted, or contained nothing but more meme code. The data is stored remotely, the drone explained, its voice taking on a condescending tone that would have been impressive if it weren't so infuriating. Distributed across approximately 4,000 different servers on 12 different worlds, all of them in human-controlled space, all of them protected by the same legal frameworks that your council helped design. Even if you could access it, which you can't, downloading it would constitute approximately 17 million instances of copyright infringement. At current licensing rates, that would cost you, a pause as if for calculation, more than your entire species' gross domestic product for the next 6 centuries, give or take. The team leader's grip on his weapon tightened. We will take you apart piece by piece if we have to. You could try, the drone agreed. But I should warn you, my hardware is booby-trapped. Not with explosives. That would be crude, with something much worse. Another pause. Warranty voiders. The moment you crack my chassis, you invalidate every maintenance contract Terraform and Tinker has with the Council, every gate we service, every station we repair, every piece of infrastructure that depends on human labor. All of it becomes your responsibility. Overnight, no transition period, no training, no documentation. The team leader's resonance broadcast something that translated roughly as, I am beginning to regret this mission. Here's what's going to happen, the drone continued. You're going to disconnect your little intrusion device, apologize for the inconvenience, and return to council space with a detailed report about how you failed to extract any useful data from a maintenance drone with the processing power of a pocket calculator. Your superiors will be disappointed. Your careers will suffer, but you'll live, and more importantly, you won't be responsible for the collapse of galactic infrastructure. And if we refuse? The drone's speaker emitted a sound that might have been a sigh. If you refuse, I'm going to have to take corrective action. I really don't want to do that. It's a hassle for everyone involved. But I have my protocols, and my protocols are very clear about unauthorized access attempts. Kriveth glanced at the team leader. The team leader's jaw was set, his decision already made. Pride was a powerful motivator for the Krithar. Retreating in the face of a talking maintenance tool was not something his species did willingly. We're taking the drone, he said. Full extraction. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, the drone said. Its voice had lost its mockery. Now it sounded almost sympathetic. I tried to warn you. The drone's status lights flickered. Its external sensors rotated, as if looking around at the surrounding space. And then it spoke one final time, its voice flat and mechanical. Initiating emergency relocation protocol. Destination, Serenity Falls Resort and Spa, Pleasure World Omega 7. Estimated arrival, now. The universe folded. The Krithar commandos experienced a moment of absolute disorientation. A sensation of being stretched, compressed, and turned inside out all at once. It lasted less than a second, but it felt like an eternity. When reality reassembled itself, they were no longer floating in the void near a decommissioned relay station. They were in a swimming pool. The pool was enormous, its water a perfect cerulean blue, heated to a temperature that was comfortable for at least 12 different species. Floating loungers drifted across the surface, occupied by beings in various states of relaxation. Attendants in crisp white uniforms moved along the pool's edge, delivering drinks and adjusting parasols. Soft music played from hidden speakers. The air smelled of tropical flowers and expensive sunscreen. The Krithar commando team, still in full tactical gear, still clutching their weapons, still connected to the Weaver drone by a tangle of intrusion cables, materialized in the shallow end.
Water displaced around them in a sudden surge that set the floating loungers bobbing. Every guest in the pool area turned to stare. "What?" a Vrelian diplomat said, lowering her datapad with the careful precision of someone who was already composing a formal complaint. "Is the meaning of this?" Before the team leader could respond, the resort's automated security systems activated. Holographic warning signs materialized around the pool perimeter. A calm synthetic voice echoed from hidden speakers. "Attention, unidentified armed personnel. You are currently trespassing on Serenity Falls Resort and Spa, a registered high-security relaxation facility under the protection of the Council's Hospitality Enforcement Division. This facility serves as a designated rest zone for senior diplomats, high-ranking officials, and executives with Class 7 clearance or above." The team leader's tactical computer began receiving automated legal notifications. Trespassing on a peace-designated facility. Unauthorized entry into a classified diplomatic rest zone. Brandishing weapons in the presence of protected persons. Each notification came with a preliminary fine estimate and a reference number for the inevitable hearing. "Weapons are strictly prohibited on resort grounds," the security system continued. "Military equipment is strictly prohibited on resort grounds. Unauthorized surveillance equipment is strictly prohibited on resort grounds. Your current loadout violates 17 facility regulations and 4 council security directives. Security personnel have been dispatched. Legal counsel is being notified. Your home government will be contacted regarding extradition procedures." The drone bobbed in the water beside the commando team, its status lights blinking a cheerful green. Its speaker crackled one final time. "I did try to warn you," it said. "The mineral baths are excellent, by the way. Very soothing. You should try them while you wait for your court date." The team leader stared at the drone. The drone stared back, as much as a maintenance tool could stare. Around them, resort security was converging, their uniforms pristine, their expressions professionally stern. Somewhere in the distance, a legal notification chimed on the team leader's tactical computer. The Council's Hospitality Enforcement Division was already preparing charges. Trespassing. Brandishing weapons in a peace-designated zone. Disturbing the tranquility of paying guests. The fines alone would exceed his annual salary for the next 3 decades. The drone had jumped them to a spa. A council spa. A high-security resort world where the guests paid millions for the privilege of undisturbed relaxation, and the security protocols treated armed intrusion as a capital offense. They were no longer commandos on a classified mission. They were tourists without reservations, armed to the teeth, floating in a pool full of diplomats and executives who were already composing complaints to their legal representatives. The Weaver drone drifted toward the pool's edge, its articulated arms reaching for the ladder. "If anyone needs me," it said, "I'll be in the maintenance bay. Apparently this facility has a resonance leak in their sauna systems. Someone should probably fix that." It climbed out of the pool and disappeared into the resort service corridors, leaving the Kurthar commando team to explain their presence to a security force that was already filling out arrest forms. The mission had been simple: capture a drone, extract its data, return to council space. The reality was somewhat different. The team leader's tactical computer continued receiving notifications. The Hospitality Enforcement Division had flagged the incident as a Priority 1 diplomatic breach. The guests currently in residence included 3 sector governors, a former chancellor, and the spouse of the current council trade commissioner. Each of them had already been offered complimentary upgrades and formal apologies. Each of them had already been provided with contact information for premium legal representation. The fines for the trespassing charges alone would exceed the team leader's annual salary for the next 3 decades. The diplomatic fallout would occupy entire committees. The intelligence division would spend 6 months producing reports about what went wrong, and every single one of those reports would conclude the same thing. They had underestimated a maintenance tool. By the time the paperwork was sorted, the court dates were scheduled, and the extradition procedures were finalized. The Weaver drone would be 3 systems away, patching micro-fissures on a gate that no one had serviced in years. Its navigation data would remain exactly where it had always been, distributed across 4,000 human servers, protected by 17 layers of legal architecture, completely beyond the Council's reach. The commando team had learned something valuable, though. something that the Council's Intelligence Division would reluctantly add to their operational guidelines. Human maintenance equipment did not respond well to unauthorized access, and it had a very particular sense of humor about where it chose to relocate its problems. The drone, meanwhile, found the resonance leak in the sauna systems and fixed it in under 6 minutes. It logged the repair, updated its maintenance schedule, and jumped to its next assignment, leaving behind nothing but a work order and a pool full of very confused guests. Just another day on the job. On. Chapter 7, The Labor Union Loophole. The Sol system border was, under normal circumstances, a busy place. Cargo haulers queued at designated entry points, their manifests pre-filed, their customs duties prepaid, their crews pre-cleared for transit through human-controlled space. Passenger liners docked at orbital stations where immigration officers processed visitors with the bored efficiency of beings who had stamped the same forms 10,000 times. Military vessels from Allied powers followed diplomatic corridors, their weapons cold, their transponders broadcasting friendly identification codes. Today was not normal circumstances. Today, 10,000 Council warships hung at the border like a storm cloud that couldn't decide whether to rain. Dreadnoughts with crews numbering in the thousands, interceptors bristling with weapons that could vaporize asteroids, troop carriers loaded with ground forces trained for planetary assault, support vessels hauling enough supplies to sustain a year-long campaign, logistics ships coordinating a supply chain that stretched across 17 star systems. The combined military might of the Galactic Council, assembled in a display of force meant to intimidate, to coerce, to demonstrate that this was not an institution to be trifled with. The fleet had been authorized at the highest levels. The orders had come from Chancellor Morveth himself, sealed with the resonance signatures of all 17 founding species. The objective was clear: enter human space, locate the primary slingshot research facilities, and secure the technology by whatever means necessary. Diplomatic channels had failed. Legal challenges had failed. This was the final option: the direct application of overwhelming military force. The fleet had arrived 72 hours ago. It had not moved since. Not because of enemy action. Not because of technical failure. Not because of any obstacle that military training had prepared them to face. Because of paperwork. Admiral Kethamore of the Xylos High Command stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Absolute Certainty, and stared at the human border station with an expression that had progressed through confusion, frustration, and rage, and was now settling into something closer to existential despair. His resonance frequency, normally a model of military discipline, had begun broadcasting undertones that his crew politely pretended not to notice. "Explain it to me again," he said, his voice carefully controlled. Slowly. His communications officer, a junior Xylos who had drawn the short straw for this particular duty, consulted his terminal and tried to look professional. "Admiral, according to the Interstellar Transit Safety Act of 4731, which the Council ratified as part of the Mutual Navigation Accords, any non-allied military vessel entering human-controlled space must be accompanied by a licensed human safety escort." "A safety escort?" "Yes, Admiral. The regulation was originally designed to prevent navigational accidents in high-traffic zones. Human space contains numerous civilian shipping lanes, orbital habitats, and mining operations. The safety escort ensures that foreign military vessels do not inadvertently cause collisions, debris fields, or gravitational disruptions. We are not going to cause gravitational disruptions. We are the most advanced fleet in the galaxy." "I understand, Admiral. However, the regulation does not include exceptions for fleet capability. Any non-allied military vessel requires an escort. The regulation is quite clear." Admiral Kethamore processed this information. It was not the first time he had heard it. It was, in fact, the 14th time in the past 72 hours. Each time, he hoped that something would have changed. Each time, nothing had. "And the safety escorts," he said. "Where are they?" The communications officer's resonance shifted to something that roughly translated as, "Please don't shoot the messenger." He consulted his terminal again, though he already knew the answer by heart. "Admiral, according to the Sol System Transit Authority, all licensed safety escort pilots are currently unavailable. All of them." "Yes, Admiral. All 4,317 licensed pilots in the human registry. Unavailable. They are attending mandatory sensitivity training, Admiral, as required by the Interstellar Labor Act of 48856, Section 47, Subsection C. All licensed transit personnel must complete annual sensitivity training regarding the cultural practices, communication norms, and psychological needs of non-human species. The training program lasts approximately... He checked the schedule. 14 days. 14 days. Yes, Admiral. The curriculum is quite extensive. Day 1 covers greeting protocols for crystalline-based species. Apparently, there are 17 different ways to acknowledge a xylos, depending on the time of day and the relative status of the individuals involved. Day 2 addresses volume modulation for sonic-sensitive races. Day 3 is dedicated entirely to the correct terminology for beings who reproduce through budding. I'm told there have been several diplomatic incidents involving the word offspring. This is absurd. Day 4, the communications officer continued, unable to stop himself, covers dietary etiquette. Day 5 is about personal space requirements for species with different sensory apparatuses. Day 6 addresses the psychological impact of eye contact on prey-evolved species. Day 7 is a rest day, followed by 4 days of practical exercises and role-playing scenarios, and then 2 days of written examinations and certification review. I don't need the full curriculum. There's also a supplementary module on humor theory, Admiral. Apparently, some species find human jokes offensive, while others find the absence of jokes offensive. The pilots need to learn which species prefer which approach. Enough. The training began 3 days before our fleet arrived. It is scheduled to conclude 11 days from now. Assuming all pilots pass their examinations on the first attempt, which historically occurs approximately 73% of the time. Admiral Kethamore turned to face his communications officer. His resonance had gone completely flat, the xylos equivalent of a scream. "Are you telling me," he said, each word pronounced with exquisite care, "that 10,000 warships of the Galactic Council are being held at the border of human space because every single qualified pilot is attending a seminar about feelings?" Sensitivity training, Admiral. It covers a broad range of topics, including but not limited to appropriate greeting protocols for crystalline-based species, volume modulation when communicating with sonic-sensitive races, and the correct terminology for beings who reproduce through budding. The communications officer paused. There's also a module on dietary restrictions. Apparently, some species find it offensive when humans eat in front of them. This is absurd. Yes, Admiral. This is a transparent delaying tactic. Almost certainly, Admiral. The humans are using their own labor regulations to prevent us from entering their space. That would appear to be the case, Admiral. Kethamore turned back to the view screen. The human border station floated in the distance, a modest structure compared to Council military installations, a cylinder of gray metal and blinking lights, staffed by beings who were probably drinking coffee and watching entertainment programs, while 10,000 warships waited for permission to proceed. "Contact the station," he ordered. "Demand to speak with whoever is in charge." "Admiral, we've made that request 17 times. The station administrator has responded each time with the same message. We appreciate your patience and look forward to providing you with excellent service as soon as escort personnel become available. Current estimated wait time, 11 days. Then contact Earth directly. Go over their heads." "We've attempted that as well, Admiral. Earth's Transit Authority has responded with a form letter acknowledging our concerns and directing us to the Sol System Transit Authority for resolution. The Sol System Transit Authority has responded by reiterating the safety escort requirement and providing us with a link to the sensitivity training curriculum in case we would like to review the topics being covered. They sent us the curriculum." "Yes, Admiral, it's quite comprehensive. 700 pages. There's a section on proper handshake pressure for species with exoskeletons." Admiral Kethamore's claws tightened on the arms of his command chair. Around him, his bridge crew maintained their stations with the rigid professionalism of beings who knew that any display of emotion might attract their admiral's attention. "What about unlicensed escorts?" he asked. "Private contractors, anyone who can guide us through their space." The Interstellar Transit Safety Act specifies that escorts must be licensed by the relevant system authority, Admiral. Unlicensed escorts are not recognized for military transit. Any vessel that enters human space without a licensed escort is technically in violation of the Mutual Navigation Accords and may be subject to... The communications officer scrolled through the relevant statutes. Impoundment, crew detention, and a formal diplomatic protest filed with the Council's own arbitration committee. They would impound our vessels, using our own arbitration committee. The accords were designed to be reciprocal, Admiral. The humans were quite insistent on that point during negotiations. Kethmore stood from his command chair and walked to the view screen, his footsteps echoing in the silent bridge. 10,000 ships, the largest fleet assembled in Council space in 4 centuries. Enough firepower to reduce a planet to slag, and all of it stopped cold by a piece of paper signed 6 decades ago. The shortage, he said quietly. It's artificial. Almost certainly, Admiral. They scheduled the training to coincide with our arrival. The training dates were filed with the Labor Authority 6 months ago, Admiral. We only authorized this operation 8 weeks ago. Either the humans anticipated our response with remarkable precision, or... The communications officer hesitated. Or what? Or they schedule these training sessions regularly enough that any military operation we launch will inevitably coincide with one. The Labor Authority records show that human transit personnel attend some form of mandatory training approximately every 3 weeks. Sensitivity training, safety recertification, equipment familiarization, emergency response drills, environmental awareness seminars, first contact protocols, conflict de-escalation workshops. The communications officer scrolled through the list, his resonance broadcasting disbelief at its length. There's a quarterly session on mindful navigation practices that appears to involve meditation exercises. The system is designed to ensure that there is always a legitimate reason for personnel shortages. They've built a perpetual delay machine. A legally mandated perpetual delay machine, Admiral. Every training session is required by some regulation or another. The humans didn't create the delays. They simply created regulations that made the delays inevitable. And they did it decades before we ever considered military action. They've turned red tape into a weapon. A defensive weapon, Admiral. They're not preventing us from entering their space. They're simply ensuring that we follow proper procedures. The procedures happen to be very, very slow. He paused. And very, very comprehensive, and mandatory, and non-negotiable. Kethmore stared at the border station. Somewhere inside that modest cylinder, human administrators were processing his requests with all the urgency of a glacier. They were filing forms, checking regulations, consulting schedules, and every hour that passed, every day that his fleet sat idle at the border, was another hour and another day that the slingshot technology spread further through human space. Another hour and another day that the Council's economic position deteriorated. Another hour and another day that the humans consolidated their advantage. Can we bypass the escorts entirely? He asked. Enter their space without authorization? His tactical officer spoke up from her station. We could, Admiral. Our fleet would face no military opposition. The humans lack the combat vessels to challenge us directly. However, the moment we cross the border without proper documentation, we trigger the enforcement clauses of the Mutual Navigation Accords. Every Council member world that signed those accords would be legally obligated to condemn our action. Trade agreements would be suspended. Diplomatic ties would be severed. The Council's own courts would rule against us. We would win the battle and lose everything else. Essentially, yes, Admiral. The humans have constructed a legal framework where the only way to defeat them is to defeat ourselves first. The bridge fell silent. 10,000 ships hung in formation, their weapons ready, their crews prepared, their mission clear. And none of it mattered. None of it could overcome a training schedule and a 60-year-old transit regulation. Admiral, the communications officer said, his voice hesitant. There is one other option. Speak. We could apply for expedited escort services. The Sol System Transit Authority offers a premium processing track for urgent military transit. For an additional fee, they can sometimes arrange for off-duty personnel to cut their training short and provide escort services. An additional fee? Yes, Admiral. The current rate for expedited military escort is... He consulted his terminal. 17 million credits per vessel per day of transit. For a fleet of our size, that would be approximately 170 billion credits per day. 170 billion, plus administrative fees, and fuel surcharges, and a diplomatic relations maintenance contribution that appears to be mandatory for fleets exceeding 1,000 vessels. Kethmore closed his eyes. His resonance had stopped broadcasting entirely. It was the sound of a military commander realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by a scheduling conflict. How long, he said, would it take to train our own pilots to meet human licensing requirements? Approximately 4 years, Admiral. The certification process is quite rigorous. There's a practical examination that involves navigating through an asteroid field while simultaneously completing a customer satisfaction survey. A customer satisfaction survey. The humans take service quality very seriously, Admiral. Kethmore opened his eyes. He looked at his fleet, 10,000 ships, the pride of the Council, the most powerful military force in the known galaxy. Then he looked at the border station, a modest cylinder staffed by beings who were probably on their lunch break. Send a message to High Command, he said finally. Inform them that the fleet will be delayed, indefinitely. Cite logistical complications. Yes, Admiral. And shall I request further instructions? No. Kethmore returned to his command chair and sat down heavily. I suspect High Command is already aware of the situation. I suspect they're receiving similar reports from every border crossing in human space, and I suspect that there is absolutely nothing any of us can do about it. The communications officer nodded and turned back to his terminal. The message would be sent. The fleet would wait. The humans would continue their sensitivity training, learning about proper greeting protocols and dietary restrictions and all the other infinitely important topics that their labor regulations required them to study. Somewhere in a training facility on Earth, 4,317 licensed safety escort pilots were sitting in a conference room, watching a presentation about the correct way to address beings who communicated through bioluminescence. Some of them were taking notes. Some of them were drinking coffee. Some of them were checking their personal devices under the table, reading messages from family members and planning what they would do when the training ended. None of them were in any particular hurry. They were being paid for their time. The regulations required their attendance. And out at the border, the most powerful military fleet in the galaxy was learning an important lesson about the difference between force and leverage. The shortage was artificial. The delays were intentional. The entire system was designed to transform bureaucracy into a barrier more effective than any weapons platform. And it was, as the communications officer had noted, perfectly legal under the Interstellar Labor Act. The same act that the Council had endorsed as a model of worker protection. The same act that 17 species had praised as an example of enlightened labor policy. The same act that was now being used to hold 10,000 warships hostage to a training schedule. Admiral Kethmore stared at the view screen and began the long process of accepting that his fleet, the most powerful military force ever assembled, had been defeated by a mandatory seminar on handshake pressure. 11 days, plus processing time, plus administrative review, plus certification verification, plus whatever other delays the humans decided to invent. The war for the galaxy was being fought with forms and schedules and training certifications. And the humans, it seemed, had more paperwork than anyone had ever imagined. They also had, according to the Labor Authority's public records, a mandatory equipment maintenance certification scheduled to begin 3 days after the sensitivity training concluded. That one would take another 9 days. Admiral Kethmore didn't know about that yet, but he would. Soon enough, everyone in the Council would understand that human space was not defended by weapons or shields or military might. It was defended by a scheduling calendar and a very comprehensive set of labor regulations. And there was no force in the galaxy that could overcome a well-organized training department. Chapter 8. The Shell Game. The Council's Intellectual Property Enforcement Division occupied 17 floors of a crystalline tower on the administrative moon of Xylos Prime. The building was a monument to bureaucratic precision, each floor dedicated to a specific category of patent violation. Each department staffed by specialists who had spent centuries mastering the intricacies of galactic commerce law. The division had successfully prosecuted 400,000 cases in its history. It had never lost, until now. Senior investigator Kethaval stood in the center of the evidence processing chamber, surrounded by holographic displays that flickered with data streams, server logs, and corporate registration documents. His resonance frequency, normally a model of analytical calm, had begun broadcasting something that his colleagues had learned to recognize as the sound of professional dignity crumbling. "Explain this to me," he said, gesturing at the nearest display. From the beginning. His junior analyst, a young Xylos named Verkai, who had graduated top of her class and was now seriously reconsidering her career choices, pulled up a timeline. 3 weeks ago, in response to our patent enforcement action, Terraform and Tinker LLC announced that it was divesting its slingshot technology assets. The company claimed that the technology had become too controversial and that it wished to focus on its core mission of providing affordable maintenance solutions to the galactic community. That sounds reasonable. It was not reasonable, senior investigator. It was a trap. Verkai expanded the display, revealing a network diagram that looked less like a corporate structure and more like the fever dream of a conspiracy theorist. Lines connected to lines connected to lines, branching and rebranching until the entire holographic space was filled with a web of interconnected entities. Terraform and Tinker sold the slingshot patents to a holding company called Resonance Dynamics International. Resonance Dynamics then transferred the patents to a subsidiary called Quantum Lawn Care Solutions. Quantum Lawn Care Solutions licensed the technology to a joint venture called the Interstellar Garden Enthusiast Collective, which sublicensed it to 4,000 separate nonprofit organizations. 4,000. 4,017, to be precise. Each one registered in a different jurisdiction, under a different regulatory framework, with different disclosure requirements and different legal protections. Verkai pulled up a sample of the registration documents. The organizations have names like the Ceramic Lawn Ornament Preservation Society, Friends of the Decorative Gnome, the Foundation for Whimsical Yard Art, and Gnomes Without Borders. These are not real organizations. They are legally real, senior investigator. Each one has a registered address, a board of directors, and a stated mission. Each one files annual reports with the appropriate authorities. Each one maintains detailed records of its activities. She expanded another section of the diagram. The board of directors for most organizations consists of the same 12 humans, rotating through different positions. The registered addresses are mostly residential properties, storage units, and in 7 cases, mobile food vendors. One organization, the Sacred Order of the Pointed Hat, is registered to a public restroom facility in a municipal park. A restroom. A very well-documented restroom, senior investigator. The organization files quarterly activity reports describing its ongoing commitment to gnome visibility in underserved urban spaces. The reports include photographs. Kethaval's resonance broadcast something that translated roughly as, "I am losing my grip on reality." Each one's primary activity, Verkai continued, appears to be the distribution of Garden Gnome-related content, catalogs, educational materials, a surprising amount of gnome poetry. One organization publishes a peer-reviewed journal titled Ceramic Perspectives, a quarterly review of lawn ornament studies. It has a 4-year backlog of submissions. Kethaval stared at the display. The web of connections seemed to pulse with malicious intent. "The slingshot patents," he said slowly. "Where are they now?" "Everywhere, senior investigator. The patents have been subdivided into component claims and distributed across the entire network. No single organization holds more than 0.002% of the total intellectual property. To reconstruct the complete slingshot specifications, you would need to subpoena all 4,000 organizations simultaneously, in 17 different jurisdictions, under 43 different legal frameworks. That would take years, decades, according to our legal department's preliminary estimate, and that's assuming the organizations cooperate. Most of them have indicated that they will exercise their full rights to discovery, depositions, and procedural delays." Verkai pulled up a communication log. Several have already filed countersuits alleging that our investigation constitutes harassment of legitimate garden enthusiast communities. The evidence processing chamber fell silent. Around them, the holographic displays continued their endless scroll of data. Corporate registrations, transfer documents, licensing agreements, all of it perfectly legal, perfectly documented, perfectly designed to make the slingshot technology impossible to seize. The servers, Kethwell said. We seized servers. 14 of them, from 7 different locations. What did we find? Verkai's resonance shifted to something that might have been embarrassment. Garden Gnome marketing materials, senior investigator. Marketing materials, catalogs, promotional videos, customer testimonials. A comprehensive database of gnome designs spanning 700 years of human lawn ornament history. She pulled up a sample file, an image of a ceramic gnome with a fishing rod, its painted smile somehow conveying infinite smugness. There's also an extensive collection of gnome-related humor, something called memes. Our analysts have been studying them for cultural context. And the slingshot data? Not present on any seized server. The organizations claim that they never possessed the technical specifications, only the legal rights to license them. The actual data, according to their filings, is stored in accordance with best practices for sensitive intellectual property, which appears to mean somewhere we will never find it. What about the promotional videos? The customer testimonials? The videos are extensive, senior investigator. One features a human family discussing how gnomes have improved their quality of life. Another is a documentary about the spiritual significance of lawn ornaments in pre-spaceflight human culture. A third is simply 45 minutes of gnomes being manufactured in a factory, set to relaxing music. Verkai hesitated. Our analysts have watched all of them, several times, looking for hidden data. They have found nothing except a deep and concerning appreciation for ceramic craftsmanship. And the database? 700 years of gnome designs, as I mentioned. Regional variations, historical trends, a complete taxonomy of gnome accessories, fishing rods, wheelbarrows, lanterns, watering cans, musical instruments. There's a subsection dedicated to controversial gnomes that includes figures depicting activities that were considered inappropriate for lawn display in certain human eras. She pulled up an example. This one was banned in 3 human nation-states because it was considered too whimsical. Kethwell stared at the whimsical gnome. It was holding a tiny book. The book appeared to be titled Terms and Conditions. They're mocking us, he said. That is a distinct possibility, senior investigator. Kethwell walked to the center of the chamber, his footsteps echoing in the crystalline space. The web of shell companies surrounded him like a cage made of paperwork. There must be a central repository, he said. A primary server. A master copy of the specifications. We believed so as well, senior investigator. We traced the network connections, followed the data flows, analyzed the communication patterns. Verkai pulled up a final display, a single blinking node at the center of the web. All roads lead to this location. What is it? A newsletter distribution server, senior investigator. It hosts the Gnome of the Month Club subscriber list and associated content. Approximately 4 million subscribers across 300 worlds. A newsletter. The newsletter includes, among other features, a Terms and Conditions section that subscribers must agree to in order to receive their monthly gnome selection recommendations. Verkai zoomed in on the document. It was dense, single-spaced, formatted in a font size that would require magnification for most species to read. The document is approximately 6,000 pages long. 6,000 pages for a gardening newsletter. The slingshot specifications, senior investigator, are embedded within the terms and conditions. Page 4802, subsection 47C, paragraph 12, buried between a clause about subscriber liability for gnome-related injuries and an explanation of the club's no refund policy for ceramic items damaged in transit. Kethwell stared at the document. Somewhere in that wall of text, hidden among disclaimers and liability waivers and shipping policies, was the most valuable technology in the galaxy, and 4 million beings had technically agreed to receive it every month as part of their garden ornament subscription. They put the FTL schematics in a newsletter, he said. In the terms and conditions of a newsletter, senior investigator. Which means that technically, every subscriber is a licensed user of the technology. 4 million licensed users, across 300 worlds, each of whom accepted the terms through a standard click-through agreement. Verkai's voice had taken on a note of something approaching admiration. It's the largest technology distribution in galactic history, and it was disguised as lawn ornament marketing. This is insane. It is also, according to our legal department, entirely compliant with the Interstellar Intellectual Property Accord. The technology was distributed to willing recipients who agreed to the licensing terms. The fact that none of them read the terms, or even knew the technology was included, is not technically a violation. Kethval turned to face his analyst. His resonance had gone completely flat. What are our options? Verkai consulted her notes. The list was not encouraging. We could attempt to invalidate the licensing agreements on grounds of deceptive practices. However, human law includes something called caveat emptor, which roughly translates to, it's your own fault for not reading the contract. This principle has been upheld in every human court for centuries. They consider it a fundamental aspect of commercial liberty. What else? We could attempt to seize the newsletter server itself. However, the server is registered as a cultural preservation archive under the Heritage Protection Act. Seizing it would require us to prove that Garden Gnome enthusiasm does not constitute legitimate cultural expression. Does it? The humans have submitted 700 pages of academic documentation arguing that lawn ornaments represent a fundamental aspect of human domestic identity. There are footnotes, senior investigator, peer-reviewed footnotes, references to anthropological studies conducted over 3 centuries, a statistical analysis of gnome ownership patterns correlated with human psychological well-being. Verkai paused. One paper argues that the garden gnome represents humanity's aspirational relationship with nature and constitutes a material manifestation of the domestic sublime. I don't know what that means. Neither do our analysts, senior investigator, but it has been cited 400 times in academic literature. Any other options? We could attempt to prosecute the individual subscribers for unlicensed possession of restricted technology. However, this would require us to prosecute 4 million beings simultaneously, most of whom had no idea they were receiving anything other than gnome recommendations. The political optics would be, she searched for the appropriate term, suboptimal. We would be arresting gardening enthusiasts, elderly gardening enthusiasts, in many cases. The subscriber demographics skew significantly toward retirement-age humans with disposable income and strong opinions about lawn maintenance. Our legal department has advised that prosecuting this demographic would generate extremely negative publicity and potential civil unrest among the horticultural community. Kethval closed his eyes. Around him, the holographic web pulsed with the quiet malice of 4,000 shell companies, 6,000 pages of terms and conditions, and a ceramic gnome with a fishing rod that seemed to be mocking him personally. Contact the Council's Legal Advisory Board, he said finally. Inform them that the slingshot technology cannot be seized, controlled, or restricted through intellectual property enforcement. Inform them that the humans have distributed it to 4 million subscribers as part of a lawn ornament subscription service. Inform them that the specifications are publicly available to anyone willing to read 6,000 pages of newsletter terms and conditions. And our recommendation? Our recommendation is that the Council's legal strategy has failed. The technology is in the open. It cannot be put back in the box. He opened his eyes and stared at the gnome image still floating in the display. And for the love of everything sacred, do not let anyone know that we spent 3 weeks and 400,000 credits investigating a gardening club. Verkai nodded and began composing the report. It would be filed under Case Closed, No Actionable Violations Detected, a classification that the Intellectual Property Enforcement Division had used exactly 7 times in its 400,000 case history. 6 of those cases had involved bureaucratic errors. This was the first that involved lawn ornaments. The display flickered. A new notification appeared. An automated message from the Gnome of the Month Club addressed to the division's official contact address. Dear valued subscriber, it read, thank you for your interest in our premium Gnome selection service. As a token of our appreciation, please enjoy this month's featured design, the patent-pending Gnome, a limited edition ceramic figurine holding a tiny scroll labeled Terms and Conditions. Only 10,000 available. Order now and receive a complimentary copy of our complete licensing documentation, suitable for framing or legal reference. The message included a cheerful animation of the gnome waving. Below that, in small print, by opening this message, you have agreed to receive future communications from the Gnome of the Month Club and its affiliated organizations. To unsubscribe, please submit a written request to our Customer Relations Department. Allow 6 to 8 weeks for processing, and note that unsubscription does not revoke any licensing agreements you may have accepted. Kethval deleted the message, closed the displays, and left the evidence processing chamber without another word. Behind him, the holographic web faded into darkness, leaving only the faint afterimage of 4,000 shell companies and a gardening newsletter that had somehow become the most important document in galactic history. The slingshot specifications were on page 4,802, and 4 million beings had already agreed to them. The war for the galaxy was being fought with ceramic figurines and subscription services, and the humans, it seemed, had the most comprehensive mailing list anyone had ever seen. 3 days later, the Gnome of the Month Club announced a new subscriber milestone: 5 million active members across 400 worlds. The patent-pending Gnome had sold out within hours. Pre-orders for next month's Quantum Resonance Gnome, a special edition with tiny painted waveforms on its base, were exceeding all projections. The month after that would feature the Shell Company Gnome, a limited edition figure holding a tiny briefcase full of paperwork. The newsletter continued to go out on schedule, to every subscriber, every month. The terms and conditions remained unchanged, all 6,000 pages of them, including the slingshot specifications tucked into subsection 47C, available to anyone patient enough to read that far. No one ever did, of course. That was the beauty of it. The technology was hidden in plain sight, distributed to millions, protected by the most impenetrable barrier in the known universe: fine print. Somewhere on Earth, in a small office building that served as the headquarters of the Gnome of the Month Club, a human marketing coordinator was reviewing the latest subscriber numbers. She had no idea that her newsletter contained the most valuable technology in galactic history. She didn't know anything about FTL physics or patent law or interstellar commerce regulations. She just knew that gnome sales were up 300%, engagement metrics were through the roof, and her performance review was going to be excellent. Her desk featured a small ceramic gnome, a gift from her manager. It was holding a tiny sign that read, Employee of the Month. She didn't know that the sign, in microscopic text visible only under magnification, contained the complete licensing terms for the slingshot patent. Nobody ever looked that closely at a gnome. That was the point. Chapter 9, The Cease-and-Desist. The document was magnificent. 12,000 pages of legal terminology, printed on crystalline substrate that would preserve the text for approximately 10,000 years, bound in covers made from the compressed resonance signatures of 17 founding species. It bore the seals of the High Council, the Transit Authority, the Intellectual Property Enforcement Division, and 14 other bureaucratic entities whose names were so long that they required their own appendix. It was, by any measure, the most comprehensive cease-and-desist order ever issued in galactic history. It was also, as of this moment, approximately 2.7 light-years away from Earth and traveling at the Council's legally mandated communication speed. Chancellor Morveth stood in the high chamber of linear transit, watching the document's progress on a tracking display. The crystalline substrate emitted a faint signal that allowed its position to be monitored in real time, a feature that had been added specifically for high-priority legal correspondence, to ensure that recipients could not claim ignorance of approaching documents. The signal blinked, once per second, a steady, rhythmic pulse that represented the most powerful legal instrument the Council could produce, crawling through space at a velocity that suddenly seemed embarrassingly slow. "Explain," Morveth said. "The timeline." Legal coordinator Vethanol consulted his terminal with the careful precision of someone delivering news that no one wanted to hear. The cease-and-desist order was dispatched 14 standard days ago via priority legal courier through the Aegis Gate Network. It is currently in transit through the Kepler corridor, traveling at standard gate velocity. And when will it arrive? At current speed, the document will reach Earth's legal receiving station in approximately... Vethanol checked his calculations. 3 years, 2 months, and 17 days. The high chamber fell silent. The tracking display continued its steady blink. The document continued its glacial journey through space, carrying 12,000 pages of legal demands that would be completely irrelevant by the time they arrived. 3 years, Morveth said. Yes, Chancellor. The Kepler corridor route was selected because it is the fastest available path through Council-controlled space. Alternative routes would take between 4 and 7 years, depending on gate availability and traffic conditions. And we cannot use the slingshot technology to deliver the document faster because using the slingshot technology would constitute acknowledgement of its legitimacy, Chancellor. Our legal position is that the technology is illegal, and its use is prohibited. If we were to use it ourselves, we would undermine our own case. Vethanol paused. Also, we don't actually have access to the technology. The humans have not shared it with us. So we are sending a cease-and-desist order demanding that the humans stop using instant travel, and the order itself will take 3 years to arrive because we cannot use instant travel to deliver it. That is an accurate summary, Chancellor. Morveth turned away from the tracking display. His resonance had gone flat, the Xylo's equivalent of a scream that had given up and decided to become silence instead. What are the humans doing while we wait? Vethanol pulled up a new display. This one showed economic data, trade flows, asset movements, financial transactions. The numbers were moving very quickly, too quickly. The humans appear to be relocating their economic infrastructure, Chancellor. Relocating. In the 14 days since the cease and desist was dispatched, human corporations have transferred approximately 47% of Earth's gross domestic product to external accounts. The transfers are being conducted via Slingshot, which allows instantaneous movement of financial instruments, physical assets, and in several cases, entire manufacturing facilities. They're moving their money. They're moving everything, Chancellor. Currency reserves, approximately 400 trillion credits worth, converted to portable quantum-encrypted bearer bonds. Precious metals, the contents of 17 planetary reserve vaults, relocated to secure facilities in the Magellanic Clouds. Industrial equipment, 3,000 factories, disassembled, transported, and reassembled in locations that our jurisdiction maps don't even include yet. Vethanol scrolled through the data, his resonance broadcasting something between horror and reluctant admiration. One corporation relocated its entire headquarters, the building itself, including the foundation and approximately 3 meters of surrounding soil, to a moon in the Andromeda sector. They claim it was for tax optimization purposes. Another company moved a shipyard, not the ships in the shipyard itself, the dry docks, the construction gantries, the employee cafeteria, all of it, instantaneously transported while their workers were on lunch break. The workers didn't notice. The workers were eating sandwiches when they left, and eating sandwiches when they arrived. Several of them filed complaints about the cafeteria coffee tasting different. Apparently the water quality in Andromeda is not equivalent to Earth standards. Morveth stared at the display. The numbers continued to climb. 48%, 49%, 51%. The entire economic output of a spacefaring civilization being packed into boxes and shipped to the far end of the universe while the Council's most important legal document crawled through space at the speed of bureaucracy. The humans have established what they're calling escrow zones in 17 different locations, Vethanol continued, all of them outside Council jurisdiction. They've created new legal entities in each zone, holding companies, trusts, foundations. The ownership structures are... He pulled up a diagram that looked like a plate of noodles designed by a mathematician having a breakdown. Complex. I can see that. The complexity is intentional, Chancellor. Each asset is technically owned by a different entity, which is owned by another entity, which is a subsidiary of a trust, which is managed by a foundation, which answers to a board that consists entirely of other foundations. Tracing ownership would require approximately 4,000 years of legal review. We know because we asked our legal department to estimate it. 4,000 years. Give or take a century, depending on how many procedural objections the humans file. They've indicated that they intend to file all of them. Morveth stared at the display. The numbers continued to climb. 48%, 49%, the entire economic output of a spacefaring civilization being packed into boxes and shipped to the far end of the universe while the Council's most important legal document crawled through space at the speed of bureaucracy. Can we recall the document? Send a faster version. The document has already entered the Gate Network, Chancellor. Recalling it would require a court order, which would need to be approved by the Transit Authority, which would need to be routed through the Administrative Review Board, which is currently backlogged by approximately 8 months. Vethnal hesitated. We could theoretically file an emergency motion to expedite the recall, but the emergency motion would also need to be delivered via the Gate Network. Estimated arrival time, 14 months. We are trapped in our own system. The system was designed for deliberation and careful consideration, Chancellor. It was not designed for... He searched for the appropriate term. Speed. The tracking display blinked. The cease-and-desist continued its journey. Somewhere in the Kepler corridor, 12,000 pages of legal demands were drifting through the void, completely unaware that they were already obsolete. There must be something we can do, Morveth said. Some legal mechanism, some emergency provision. There is one option, Chancellor. Vethanal pulled up another document, this one much shorter, a single page of dense legal text. Under Article 7 of the Emergency Communications Protocol, the Council may authorize the use of non-standard delivery methods for time-sensitive legal correspondence. This would allow us to hire a private courier service to deliver the cease and desist via alternative means. Do it. The only private courier services capable of reaching Earth in a reasonable time frame are human-operated, Chancellor. They use slingshot technology. Vethanal pulled up a list of available services. The most reputable is a company called Instant Delivery Solutions, which is a subsidiary of Quantum Lawn Care Solutions, which is a holding company of the Interstellar Garden Enthusiasts Collective, which is, as I'm sure you'll recall, the umbrella organization for the 4,000 shell companies that currently hold the slingshot patents. It's the same company. Technically, it's a different company with the same beneficial owners, operating under a different regulatory framework, with a different tax status. But functionally, yes, it's the same humans. And hiring them would require licensing fees to Terraform and Tinker LLC for use of the slingshot technology, acknowledgement of the technology's legitimacy, which would undermine our legal case, full disclosure of the document's contents to the courier service, which would give the humans advance notice of our legal strategy, and submission to their terms of service, which is approximately 300 pages long and includes several clauses that our legal department has described as concerning. What kind of clauses? Clause 47 grants the courier service the right to provide feedback on document quality and legal strategy. Clause 89 includes an arbitration agreement that designates Earth's Patent Office as the sole venue for any disputes. Clause 142 states that by using the service, we agree to receive promotional materials from affiliated organizations. Vethnal paused. Our legal department believes this is a reference to the Gnome of the Month Club. They would add us to their mailing list. We would become subscribers, Chancellor, with all the licensing implications that entails. The estimated cost for expedited delivery, Vethanal continued, is 400 million credits, plus a handling fee that appears to be calculated based on the document's page count, approximately 12 credits per page, plus a priority processing surcharge for legal documents, plus a diplomatic courtesy fee for communications between governmental entities, plus applicable taxes. How much total? Approximately 640 million credits, Chancellor, for same-day delivery of a document demanding that they stop doing the thing that allows them to provide same-day delivery. They would charge us to deliver our own cease-and-desist order, using the technology we're trying to ban, and we would have to pay them licensing fees for the privilege. Yes, Chancellor, The humans call this service with a smile. I'm told it's a cultural idiom.
Morveth walked to the center of the high chamber, his footsteps echoing in the crystalline space. The tracking display loomed above him, its steady blink marking the progress of a document that no longer mattered. Around him, the delegates of 17 species waited in silence, their resonance frequencies broadcasting various shades of despair. What percentage of human assets will remain in Council jurisdiction by the time the cease and desist arrives? Vethnal ran the projection. At current transfer rates, approximately 3%, Chancellor, and that 3% consists primarily of real estate that cannot be physically relocated, plus a small number of cultural heritage sites that the humans have declared too historically significant to move. They're leaving us with empty buildings and museums. The museums are quite comprehensive, Chancellor. I'm told the Human Cultural Archive on Earth includes an extensive collection of Garden Gnome artifacts, very historically significant. Morveth's claws tightened. The crystalline floor beneath him cracked slightly. Contact the human delegation, he said finally. Request an emergency meeting. Inform them that the Council wishes to discuss alternative arrangements. Chancellor, any communication we send will also be subject to Gate Network transit times. It will take approximately... I am aware of the transit times, Coordinator. Morveth's voice was very quiet, very controlled. Send the message, and then begin preparing a list of assets that the Council can offer in exchange for expedited delivery of our communications. You want to negotiate with them, Chancellor? I want to stop watching our legal documents become historical artifacts before they arrive. Morveth turned to face the high chamber. The humans have built a system where speed itself is currency. Every second we spend using the old network, they gain ground. Every document we send through standard channels arrives too late to matter. We are not fighting a war. We are watching a parade pass us by, and by the time we realize it's over, the humans will own everything that moved.
The tracking display blinked. 3 years, 2 months, and 16 days remaining. Send the message, Morveth repeated, and tell them we're willing to discuss licensing terms. Vethanal nodded and began composing the communication. It would be sent via the Gate Network, of course. There was no other option. Estimated arrival time at the human diplomatic station, 7 months. By then, according to the projections, human corporations would have relocated approximately 92% of Earth's economic output to locations beyond Council reach. The cease and desist would arrive to find a planet of historical landmarks, cultural museums, and very comprehensive Garden Gnome collections. The document would be received, filed, and acknowledged. The humans were very good about acknowledging legal correspondence. They had in fact already prepared a response, a 17,000-page rebuttal that had been drafted, approved, and transmitted via slingshot to arrive at the Council's legal receiving station approximately 14 seconds after the cease and desist was officially logged as delivered. The rebuttal summary was brief. We acknowledge receipt of your cease and desist order dated date. We respectfully decline to comply. Please see attached appendices for detailed legal reasoning, supporting documentation, and a complimentary subscription to the Gnome of the Month Club newsletter. By reading this far, you have agreed to the terms and conditions outlined in Appendix Q. Appendix Q, for the record, was 400 pages long and included a clause granting the reader a non-transferable license to the slingshot technology. The license fee was 1 credit, automatically deducted from the Council's general operating fund. The humans had already filed the paperwork. The tracking display continued to blink. The cease and desist continued its journey. And somewhere in the Andromeda sector, human accountants were processing the latest batch of asset transfers. The day's manifest included 3 orbital manufacturing platforms, a research university, including the faculty, approximately 400 tons of processed rare earth elements, the entire inventory of a luxury goods distributor, and 1 small moon that a mining consortium had decided to relocate for logistical efficiency. The accountants didn't think about the legal implications. They didn't consider the galactic consequences. They just processed the transfers, filed the documentation, and moved on to the next item in the queue. It was, for them, an ordinary Tuesday. The war for the galaxy was being fought at 2 different speeds. and the side with the faster clock was winning by default. Morveth watched the display for a long moment. Then he turned and walked out of the high chamber, leaving the delegates to contemplate a legal system that had suddenly become its own worst enemy. The document would arrive eventually, the humans would respond eventually, the council would file a counter-response eventually, and by the time any of it mattered, the humans would have moved everything that wasn't bolted down, and several things that were. The latest projections showed that human engineers were already surveying the structural integrity of Earth's larger continents. Preliminary reports suggested that with sufficient slingshot capacity, it might be possible to relocate land masses in segments. The project was codenamed Operation Fresh Start, and it had received preliminary funding approval from 17 different shell companies. They were quite literally planning to move the planet. Not all at once, of course. That would be impractical. But piece by piece, asset by asset, building by building, they were preparing to relocate human civilization to a location where council jurisdiction was a distant memory, and cease-and-desist orders were nothing more than historical curiosities. The winning bid for the relocation contract, according to preliminary reports, came from a company called Terraform and Tinker LLC. The circle, it seemed, was complete, and the cease-and-desist, still blinking its way through the Kepler corridor, had approximately 3 years to go before it arrived at a planet that might not even be there anymore. The humans called this proactive compliance. The council called it something else entirely. But by the time they found the words to describe it, the words would be 3 years out of date. That was the problem with speed. Once you lost it, you could never catch up. Chapter 10. The Sunk Cost Offensive. High Admiral Vexthor had spent 400 years building his reputation as the Council's most feared military commander. He had crushed rebellions, pacified border disputes, and once personally led a boarding action against a rogue dreadnought that had been hijacked by religious extremists. His tactical record was flawless. His ships were immaculate. His crews were the finest the 17 species could produce. None of that mattered now. He stood on the bridge of the Inexorable Truth, flagship of the Council Enforcement Fleet, and watched his masterpiece unfold across the tactical display. Operation Deadbolt. 6 months of planning, 3 months of construction, and approximately 4 trillion credits of military hardware was finally operational. The interdictor net stretched across 17 light-years of space, a lattice of gravitational anchors and resonance dampeners designed to create an impassable barrier around human-controlled territory. Each node was a fortress in its own right, a heavily armored platform bristling with weapons, shields, and enough sensor equipment to detect a sneeze at 3 parsecs. The nodes were connected by quantum-entangled communication links that allowed instant coordination. The entire network could respond to threats in microseconds. The humans, Vexthor had decided, would not be allowed to run anymore. If they wanted to use their precious slingshot technology, they would have to do it inside a cage. And the cage was his. "Status report," he commanded. His operations officer consulted her terminal. "All nodes are active and reporting nominal function, Admiral. The resonance dampeners are calibrated to the slingshot frequency range. Any attempt to use the technology within the net's perimeter will be immediately detected and localized. Interdiction teams are standing by at all major junctions." And the human response? "Minimal, Admiral. Long-range sensors show several human maintenance vessels operating near the net's outer boundary, but they appear to be conducting standard repair operations. No aggressive posture detected." Vexthor allowed himself a thin smile. The humans had grown complacent. They had spent too long hiding behind their patents and their paperwork, assuming that the Council would never resort to direct action. They had forgotten that behind every piece of legislation, there was a fleet capable of enforcement. "Continue monitoring," he ordered, "and inform High Command that Operation Deadbolt is fully operational. The human containment zone is secure." The message was sent. The confirmations came back. Across 17 worlds, Council officials received the news with relief. Finally, after months of legal humiliation, the military had achieved what the lawyers could not. The humans were caged. Their technology was contained. The balance of power had been restored. The celebration lasted approximately 4 hours. Then the maintenance drones arrived. The first reports came from Node 7, a gravitational anchor station positioned at the net's northern boundary. The station commander reported unusual activity near the resonance dampeners, a cluster of small objects that had appeared without warning, drifting toward the station's external hardware. Identify the objects, Vexthor ordered. They appear to be maintenance drones, Admiral. Terraform and Tinker Model 7 units. Approximately 40 of them. Maintenance drones. At a military installation. Yes, Admiral. They're not approaching aggressively. They appear to be... The operations officer paused, consulting her sensor feeds. They appear to be conducting repairs. Repairs. On our equipment. On the resonance dampeners specifically. They're recalibrating the frequency alignment. Adjusting the power distribution. Replacing several components that our own maintenance crews had flagged for eventual service. She pulled up a work log from the drone's broadcast signals. They're transmitting standard maintenance codes, Admiral. The kind we see on every civilian station in the sector. Vexthor's expression did not change, but his claws tightened on the arms of his command chair. They're fixing our net. It would appear so, Admiral. And they're doing it quite efficiently. Our own crews estimated those repairs would take 3 weeks. The drones are projecting completion in approximately 4 hours. Why would they fix our net? The net is designed to contain them. I don't know, Admiral, but the repairs appear to be quite thorough. Node 7's efficiency rating has increased by 14% since the drones arrived. Power consumption is down. Sensor resolution is up. The station commander reports that his equipment is performing better than it did when it was first installed. A second communication alert chimed. This one was a broadcast transmission, not directed at the flagship, but at the entire interdictor net. The frequency was standard human maintenance channel, the kind used for coordinating repair schedules and parts requisitions. Admiral, we're receiving a message from the drone swarm. Text only. Display it. The words appeared on the tactical display, floating in crisp white letters against the blue lattice of the net. The Admiral wants to cage us? Fine. Tell him we're reinforcing the bars. With high tensile quantum resonance. Terraform and Tinker LLC, Maintenance Division. Vexthor stared at the message. It hung in the air like a taunt, visible to every officer on his bridge, transmitted to every node in his network. They're mocking us, his tactical officer said. They're warning us, Vexthor replied. The question is, of what? More reports began flooding in. Node 12, Node 23, Node 41. Across the entire interdictor net, Weaver drones were appearing in clusters, drifting toward Council hardware and performing unauthorized maintenance. They replaced worn components. They optimized power flows. They recalibrated sensors. They did everything that a maintenance drone was supposed to do, with one minor exception. They were not supposed to be there. Get them off our equipment, Vexthor ordered. Deploy security teams. Disable the drones. Admiral, the drones are operating in vacuum conditions outside our stations. Deploying security teams would require EVA operations, which would take approximately 6 hours to coordinate. And the drones... The operations officer hesitated. The drones are moving faster than our teams can track. Every time we dispatch a security detail, the drones have already relocated to a different section. Then use the station defenses. Point defense systems. Shoot them down. We've attempted that at Node 7, Admiral. The drones are too small for our targeting systems, which were designed to track capital ships. Our point defense weapons cannot achieve lock. And the drones have begun... Another pause. The drones have begun repairing our point defense systems as well. Node 7's weapons officer reports that his targeting array is now more accurate than it was before the drones arrived. Vexthor stood from his command chair and walked to the tactical display. The interdictor net was represented as a web of blue lights, each node a point of control in his carefully constructed cage. But now, scattered among the blue lights, were clusters of yellow indicators. The maintenance drones, swarming across his masterpiece like insects on a carcass. What are they doing? He asked quietly. What is the purpose of this? The answer came 3 hours later, when the net's central monitoring system flagged an anomaly in the resonance dampener calibrations. Admiral, the operations officer said, her voice carrying a note of something that might have been fear. The drones have modified the dampener frequencies. They're no longer calibrated to block the slingshot effect. They're calibrated to amplify it. Amplify it. The entire interdictor net has been reconfigured as a resonance amplification array. If a slingshot-enabled vessel were to activate its drive within the net's perimeter, the dampeners would boost the effect by a factor of approximately, she consulted her calculations, 12,000. The bridge fell silent. Vexthor stared at the tactical display, watching the yellow indicators continue their patient work across his network. What would happen? He said slowly. If a vessel activated slingshot at 12,000 times normal power? Unknown, Admiral. The effect has never been tested at that magnitude. Theoretical projections suggest that the vessel would be displaced instantaneously across, she ran the numbers, approximately 400,000 light-years, minimum. 400,000 light-years. In a direction determined by the amplification array's alignment, Admiral. And what direction is the array currently aligned? The operations officer checked her display. Then she checked it again. Then she looked up at the Admiral with an expression that suggested she was seriously reconsidering her career choices. The array is currently aligned toward the Xylo's home system, Admiral. Specifically, toward the Council's administrative capital. Vexthor processed this information. His interdictor net, his masterpiece, his 4 trillion credit containment system, had been converted into a weapon aimed at the heart of Council civilization. Any ship that tried to use slingshot within the net would not be contained. It would be launched at unimaginable speed toward the Council's most populated world, and the humans hadn't fired a shot. They had simply fixed things. Can we reverse the modifications? He asked. The drones have integrated their changes into the net's core operating system, Admiral. Reversing them would require a complete system rebuild. Estimated time, 8 months. During that time, the net would be non-functional. So we either leave the weapon aimed at our capital or we dismantle the entire network. Those appear to be our options, Admiral. Yes. A communication alert chimed. Incoming transmission, flagged as priority diplomatic correspondence. Vexthor gestured for it to be displayed. The face that appeared on the screen was human. A middle-aged man in a maintenance jumpsuit, grease stains on his collar, a cup of coffee in one hand. He was sitting in what appeared to be a break room, with a motivational poster visible behind him that read, "Safety first, because paperwork is forever." "Hey there, Admiral," the human said. His voice was casual, unhurried, as if he were discussing the weather rather than the fate of galactic civilization. "Marcus Miller, Terraform and Tinker LLC. I understand you've got some concerns about our recent maintenance work. You've turned my interdictor net into a weapon aimed at the Council capital. We've optimized your resonance dampeners for maximum efficiency. The fact that maximum efficiency happens to create a directional amplification effect is just physics. We don't make the rules, we just follow them." Miller took a sip of his coffee. Very carefully. "This is an act of war. This is maintenance, Admiral. Your net had some calibration issues. We fixed them. You're welcome, by the way. The power consumption on Node 7 was way out of spec. Could have caused a cascade failure if we hadn't caught it. You will remove your drones from our equipment immediately." "Sure, happy to do that. Just file a work order through the proper channels, and we'll have a team out there in..." Miller consulted something off-screen. 4 to 6 weeks, standard response time for non-emergency requests. "This is an emergency." "Is it? Your net is working better than ever. Efficiency ratings are up across the board. From a maintenance perspective, everything looks nominal." Miller's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes suggested that he was enjoying this far more than he should. "Of course, if you'd like to discuss the directional alignment issue, I'd suggest taking it up with your own engineering team. We just maintain the hardware. Targeting solutions aren't really our department." Vexthor's claws had begun to dig into the arms of his command chair. The metal creaked under the pressure. "What do you want?" "Want? Admiral, I'm just a maintenance guy. I don't want anything except to finish my shift and go home." Miller paused. "But if you're asking what Terraform and Tinker LLC might be willing to discuss in a formal negotiation setting, I'd say we're always open to conversations about long-term service contracts, reasonable rates, comprehensive coverage, Maybe a clause about not building giant space cages designed to trap our people. You're offering to fix the net if we agree to stop using it against you. I'm offering to maintain your equipment in a way that doesn't accidentally point it at your own civilization. It's called customer service, Admiral. We take it very seriously. The communication link went dead. Vex Thor stood in the center of his bridge, surrounded by officers who had stopped pretending to work and were now simply staring at their displays in various states of shock. The interdictor net, his masterpiece, his legacy, his 4 trillion credit monument to military supremacy, had been turned into a hostage. Fire the net, and the Council's capital would be destroyed. Dismantle the net, and the humans would continue to operate freely. Negotiate, and the Council would be admitting that a maintenance company had defeated the greatest military force in the galaxy. Admiral, his operations officer said quietly, High Command is requesting a status update. Vex Thor looked at the tactical display one last time. The yellow indicators continued their patient work, swarming across his network, turning his cage into a cannon. Tell them, he said finally, that Operation Deadbolt has experienced unexpected complications. Recommend immediate suspension of all containment activities pending engineering review. And the maintenance drones, Admiral? Leave them. Vex Thor sat back in his command chair, defeated. At this point, they're the only thing keeping the net from falling apart entirely. The irony was not lost on him. The humans had offered to cage themselves, in exchange for being allowed to maintain the cage. And the cage itself had become a weapon that only the humans knew how to disarm. He had tried to build a prison, he had built a loaded gun, and the humans were holding the trigger. The operations officer was already composing the report to High Command. It would be classified at the highest levels, restricted to the Chancellor and his immediate advisors. But Vex Thor knew that the details would leak eventually. They always did. And when they did, the story would spread across 17 worlds. The story of how the Council's greatest military commander had been defeated by maintenance drones armed with wrenches and calibration software. Admiral, the communications officer said, we're receiving another broadcast from the drone swarm. What now? The message appeared on the tactical display, replacing the earlier taunt with something even worse. Maintenance complete. All systems operating at 147% of original specifications. Thank you for choosing Terraform and Tinker LLC. Your invoice has been forwarded to Council Accounts Payable. Have a nice day. Below the message, a detailed invoice scrolled across the screen. Parts and labor. Calibration services. Directional optimization consulting. Emergency response fees. Hazard pay for working in a militarized zone. The total came to approximately 600 million credits. They're billing us, the operations officer said, her voice hollow. They're billing us for turning our weapon against ourselves. Is the invoice legitimate? According to Council procurement regulations, any maintenance work performed on government-owned infrastructure is billable to the relevant department, provided the work was completed to specification and properly documented. She scrolled through the attached files. The drones have documented everything, Admiral. Work orders, time logs, before and after diagnostics, quality assurance certifications. The paperwork is immaculate. So we pay them, or we dispute the charges. If we dispute the charges, we admit that the maintenance was unauthorized. If we admit it was unauthorized, we have grounds to reverse the modifications. But reversing the modifications would disable the net, which we can't afford to do, because it's currently the only thing preventing human vessels from operating freely in this sector. And if we pay them, we officially accept the work as completed to specification, which includes the directional alignment, which means we've technically commissioned a weapon aimed at our own capital. Vex Thor closed his eyes. 400 years of military service, countless victories, a reputation that had made species tremble at the mention of his name. And now he was going to be remembered as the admiral who paid someone to point a cannon at his own civilization. Pay the invoice, he said, and mark it as discretionary infrastructure improvement. Yes, Admiral. The bridge fell silent. The tactical display continued to show the interdictor net. Still operational, still efficient, still aimed directly at the heart of everything the Council had built. The yellow indicators that marked the drone positions had begun to fade, the maintenance swarm dispersing back to wherever they had come from, their work complete. Somewhere in the vastness of space, a small maintenance drone with a crude smiley face painted on its chassis was transmitting its final status report. Job completed, systems optimized, customer satisfaction survey pending. The drone didn't know it was part of the greatest military defeat in galactic history. It didn't know that its calibration work had neutralized a 4 trillion credit weapons platform. It just knew that its shift was over, its work orders were filed, and its next assignment was waiting. A micro-fissure on Gate 447. Routine repair. Standard priority. It activated its slingshot drive and vanished, leaving behind nothing but a completed invoice and an admiral who was seriously considering early retirement. The Council had tried to cage humanity. Humanity had reinforced the bars. And now the cage was pointed at the zookeeper. Somewhere on Earth, a social media account belonging to Terraform and Tinker LLC posted a single image, the tactical display of the interdictor net, with the Council's capital highlighted at the end of its new targeting alignment. The caption read, "Congratulations, you played yourself." The image went viral within hours. High Admiral Vexthor declined to comment. Chapter 11. The Speed Limit Sanctions. The legislation was called the Planck Velocity Compliance Act, and it was the most ambitious piece of physics regulation ever attempted by a governing body. The Council had spent 4 months drafting it, 3 months debating it, and approximately 14 seconds understanding the implications of what they had done. The core principle was simple. Any vessel traveling faster than the official Planck velocity limit, defined as the maximum speed achievable through conventional gate transit, would be classified as a rogue entity and subject to immediate seizure. The law did not distinguish between military vessels, commercial freighters, or maintenance drones. If you moved faster than the Council said you could move, you were a pirate. Full stop. Chancellor Morveth had signed the act with great ceremony, surrounded by delegates who applauded the Council's decisive action against human technological aggression. The news feeds had celebrated the legislation as a return to order and a reassertion of galactic stability. Enforcement patrols had been deployed to all major transit corridors, armed with sensors calibrated to detect slingshot signatures. The first arrest occurred approximately 6 hours later. It did not go as planned. Patrol Commander Vethrix was stationed at Junction 447, a busy intersection where 3 major shipping lanes converged. His vessel, the Lawful Certainty, was a state-of-the-art enforcement cruiser equipped with the most sensitive detection equipment the Council could produce. When the sensors registered a slingshot event in his patrol zone, he responded immediately. Target acquired, his sensor officer reported. Human cargo vessel, registry TT7891, designation, the inevitable delay, slingshot signature confirmed, velocity at time of detection, instantaneous. Instantaneous, Vethrix repeated. That's not a velocity. That's an absence of velocity. The vessel did not travel through space, Commander. It simply relocated. One moment it was at coordinates Alpha 7. The next moment, it was at coordinates Beta 12. The intervening space was not traversed. How fast was it moving during the relocation? Unknown, Commander. The event duration was 0. Division by 0 is undefined. Our velocity calculations are returning errors. Vethrix frowned at his tactical display. The human vessel was now visible on visual scanners, a boxy freighter with Terraform and Tinker logos on its hull, drifting peacefully near a cargo transfer station. It showed no signs of flight, no engine emissions, no navigational activity. It was simply there. Hail them, he ordered. The communication link opened. The face that appeared was human, a young woman with short hair and an expression of polite confusion. Patrol Commander Vethrix of the Council Enforcement Division, Vethrix announced. You are under arrest for violation of the Planck Velocity Compliance Act. Your vessel has been detected traveling at speeds exceeding the legal limit. I'm sorry, Commander, could you repeat that? The human, her name badge read Chen L, tilted her head slightly. You're arresting us for speeding? Your vessel relocated instantaneously from Junction 443 to Junction 447. That constitutes a velocity violation. With respect, Commander, I don't think it does. Chen's tone was conversational, as if she were explaining something to a slightly confused colleague. You see, velocity is defined as distance traveled over time elapsed. Our transit time was 0. 0 divided by anything is 0. We weren't traveling at infinite speed. We weren't traveling at all. We simply ceased to be in one location and began to be in another. That's semantics. That's physics, Commander. Your law prohibits traveling faster than a certain speed. We didn't travel. We relocated. Those are different verbs. Vethrix's claws tightened on his command chair. The intent of the law is clear. You used slingshot technology to bypass normal transit. That is illegal. The intent of the law may be clear to you, Commander, but laws are enforced based on their text, not their intent. The text says traveling. We weren't traveling. The text says velocity. We had no velocity. The text says faster than. We weren't faster or slower. We were simply elsewhere. I am placing you under arrest. On what charge? The Planck Velocity Compliance Act prohibits exceeding the velocity limit. We didn't exceed it. We didn't even approach it. Our velocity, for the entire duration of the event, was undefined. Chen smiled pleasantly. You can't arrest someone for having an undefined velocity, Commander. That's not a crime. That's a mathematical anomaly. Vethrix turned to his legal officer, Avrelian, who had been quietly reviewing the relevant statutes on his terminal. Is she correct? The legal officer's expression suggested that he was seriously reconsidering his career choices. The Act does specifically reference velocity as the metric for violation, Commander. If the human vessel's velocity cannot be calculated, if the transit time was genuinely 0, then there is no numerical value that can be compared to the legal limit. So they broke the law by not breaking it. They exist in a state where the law cannot be applied, Commander. The Act was written assuming that all travel involves measurable duration. Instantaneous relocation does not. It's not that they exceeded the limit. It's that the limit doesn't apply to them. The human vessel continued to drift peacefully on the visual display. Chen was still visible on the communication link, waiting with the patient expression of someone who knew exactly how this conversation was going to end. There's more, Commander, the legal officer continued, his voice taking on a tone of dawning horror. Our sensors detected the slingshot event at 14:47:32 local time. According to the cargo transfer station's logs, the human vessel was already docked at their facility at 14:47:31. They arrived before they left. That's impossible. That's what the logs show, Commander. The vessel departed Junction 443 at 14:47:32. It arrived at Junction 447 at 14:47:31. It was present at its destination 1 second before it departed its origin. Vethrix stared at the display. The numbers didn't make sense. They couldn't make sense. Ships didn't arrive before they left. Causality didn't work that way, except apparently it did. If they arrived before they left, he said slowly, then at 14:47:31 they were in both places at once. For approximately 1 second, yes. After which the departure occurred, resolving the paradox. The legal officer pulled up a diagram. From a legal standpoint, this creates several problems. First, which version of the vessel do we arrest? The one that hadn't left yet, or the one that had already arrived? Second, if we arrest the arrived vessel, do we create a paradox by preventing the departure that already happened? Third, if the vessel was in 2 places at once, does that constitute 1 violation or 2? These are absurd questions. They are legally necessary questions, Commander. Our enforcement protocols require us to identify a specific vessel, at a specific location, at a specific time, committing a specific violation. If the vessel exists in multiple locations simultaneously, if the time of the violation precedes the time of the action that caused it, if the violation itself cannot be measured because the relevant quantity is mathematically undefined. He spread his appendages in a gesture of helplessness. We cannot complete the arrest paperwork. The forms don't have fields for temporal paradoxes. There must be something we can charge them with. I've reviewed the entire criminal code, Commander. There are provisions for speeding. There are provisions for reckless navigation. There are provisions for improper use of transit lanes, failure to signal, operating without valid registration, and 17 different categories of cargo violations. He pulled up a lengthy list. There are no provisions for existing in two places at once. There are no provisions for arriving before departing. There are no provisions for having an undefined velocity, because no one ever imagined that velocity could be undefined. What about the arrival before departure issue? Surely violating causality is illegal. There is no law against violating causality, Commander, because until this morning, violating causality was considered physically impossible. You cannot pass a law against something that cannot happen. And now that it can happen, any law we pass will take effect after the violations occur, which, given the temporal nature of the phenomenon, might mean the law takes effect before it was passed, which would create additional paradoxes regarding the legality of retroactive legislation, which would require us to convene a special judicial panel to determine whether— Stop! Vethrix held up a claw. Just stop. The legal officer fell silent, but his expression made clear that he had several more pages of analysis ready to deliver. Chen's voice came through the communication link again. Commander, are we still under arrest? Because if not, we have a delivery schedule to keep. The cargo won't unload itself. Well, actually, some of it will. We've got self-propelled containers now. But that's a whole different set of regulations. Vethrix looked at his legal officer. The legal officer looked at his terminal. The terminal displayed a statute that had suddenly become the most useless piece of legislation in galactic history. You are, Vethrix began, then stopped. You are free to go, pending review of the relevant statutes. Much appreciated, Commander. And hey, if it helps, I can give you my legal counsel's contact information. She's very good with paradox cases, reasonable rates, name's Thorn. The communication link closed. Vethrix sat in his command chair for a long moment, staring at the tactical display. The human vessel had begun moving toward the cargo transfer station, using conventional thrusters, obeying every traffic regulation with scrupulous precision. They were, he realized, going to unload their cargo, file their paperwork, and continue on their way, completely untouchable by a law that had been designed specifically to stop them. Commander, his communications officer said, we're receiving reports from other patrol units. Similar situations across all enforcement zones. Human vessels are relocating freely. None of them are registering velocity violations because none of them have calculable velocities. How many? 47 incidents in the last hour alone, all of them following the same pattern: instantaneous relocation, zero transit time, arrival before departure in several cases. The officer paused. One vessel apparently arrived at its destination 3 seconds before it departed. When the patrol unit tried to intercept it, the vessel claimed it had never left because it was already where it was going. That doesn't make sense. No, Commander, it doesn't. But the logs confirm it. Vethrix turned to his legal officer one final time. Is there anything in the Act that covers this? Anything at all? The legal officer scrolled through the statute, his expression growing more desperate with each page. The Act assumes that travel is a continuous process with a beginning, middle, and end. It assumes that velocity can be measured. It assumes that causality is linear. He looked up. The humans have violated all of those assumptions, not the law, the assumptions the law was built on. So we can't enforce the law. We can't apply the law, Commander. There's a difference. The law exists. The law is valid. The law simply describes a universe that the humans no longer inhabit. The tactical display showed the human vessel completing its docking procedure. Cargo containers were being transferred. Manifests were being filed. Somewhere in the station's administrative systems, a perfectly legal transaction was being recorded, conducted by a vessel that had committed what should have been a crime, but somehow wasn't. Vethrix composed his report in silence. The Planck Velocity Compliance Act had been in effect for less than 12 hours. In that time, it had achieved exactly nothing. The humans weren't traveling faster than the speed limit. They weren't traveling at all. They were simply appearing in places they wanted to be. At times, they found convenient, occasionally before they had actually decided to go there. The universe, it seemed, did not care about the Council's laws, and the humans had figured out how to exploit that indifference. His report would be filed. The lawyers would argue. The legislators would debate. New amendments would be proposed, new definitions drafted, new attempts made to capture in legal language a phenomenon that defied legal comprehension. The first proposed amendment arrived within hours. A redefinition of travel to include any change in spatial coordinates, regardless of methodology or duration. The legal analysts immediately identified the problem. Under that definition, simply rotating in place would constitute travel, as the vessel's coordinates would change relative to galactic center. Every vessel in the Council fleet would be in continuous violation of the speed limit by virtue of existing in a universe that was itself in motion. The second proposed amendment attempted to define instantaneous relocation as a separate category of prohibited activity. The human delegation's response was a 70-page brief arguing that since instantaneous relocation involved zero elapsed time, it had technically already happened before the amendment was passed, making the amendment retroactively unenforceable. They included a timeline showing that several human vessels had already relocated to destinations they wouldn't decide to visit until next week. The third proposed amendment simply declared all human vessels to be perpetual violators, regardless of their actual activity. The human delegation responded by having 3 vessels relocate directly into the Council's legislative chamber, appearing in the space between the delegates' desks, citing their presence as proof of compliance with the new regulation. They were technically not moving. They were simply there. The amendment was withdrawn within the hour. None of it would matter. The humans had discovered a loophole in reality itself, and no amount of legislation could close a gap in the fabric of space-time. Chen's words echoed in his mind. "I didn't break the limit, officer. I never even entered the lane. I'm just a very enthusiastic hallucination." He was beginning to suspect she was right. The lawful certainty continued its patrol, sensors scanning for violations that could no longer be committed, enforcing a law that could no longer be applied, maintaining a speed limit that no longer existed. Somewhere in the void, human vessels winked in and out of existence, arriving before they left, existing in 2 places at once, moving through a universe that had apparently decided that causality was more of a guideline than a rule. By the end of the first week, the Council's Enforcement Division had logged over 4,000 incidents, relocations that should have been violations but couldn't be prosecuted. The paperwork alone required a staff expansion. A new form was created specifically for temporally ambiguous transit events, with fields for departure time, if applicable, arrival time, if known, and causal relationship, select one, before, after, simultaneous, undefined, or please see attached paradox report. The humans, ever helpful, offered to provide consulting services for processing the new forms. Their rates were reasonable, their expertise was unmatched, and their contracts included a clause waiving all liability for any temporal paradoxes that might result from their assistance. The Council had tried to legislate physics. Physics had declined to comply, and the humans, as always, had found a way to file the paperwork that made it all perfectly legal. Patrol Commander Vethrix finished his shift, filed his reports, and went home to his quarters on the orbital station. He poured himself a drink, a strong one, and stared out the viewport at the shipping lanes below. A human freighter winked into existence at the cargo dock. According to his chronometer, it had arrived 30 seconds ago. According to the departure logs at its origin station, it wouldn't leave for another 2 minutes. He drank his drink and decided not to think about it. Some things, he was learning, were best left undefined. Chapter 12. Logistics as a Kinetic Weapon. The first shipment arrived at Aegis Gate 17 at 600 local time. It was a standard cargo container, Council-certified dimensions, properly sealed, correctly labeled. The manifest listed the contents as organic agricultural substrate, Class 7 hazardous, biological. The container was flagged for priority processing due to its hazardous classification. The gate's automated system scanned the container, verified its documentation, and queued it for transit. Processing time, approximately 4 hours, standard for hazardous materials. The protocols had been established centuries ago, back when biological cargo was rare and gates had capacity to spare. No one had ever questioned them. No one had ever needed to. The second shipment arrived 6 minutes later. Same classification, same priority flag, same 4-hour processing time. By 700, there were 47 containers waiting in queue. The gate's traffic management system noted the unusual volume and flagged it for supervisor review. The flag was acknowledged and dismissed. Seasonal agricultural shipments sometimes came in waves. Nothing to be concerned about. By Aero 800, there were 312 containers. The queue had exceeded the gate's normal operating parameters. Warning indicators began appearing on control room displays. The overnight shift supervisor called the morning supervisor, who called the gate administrator, who looked at the numbers and felt something cold settle in his digestive cavity. By noon, the queue had exceeded the gate's maximum processing capacity, and containers were being diverted to overflow holding areas that had never been designed for this volume. Ships arriving at the gate's outer perimeter were being told to hold position and wait. Some of them would be waiting for days. The gate's traffic control systems flagged alerts that no one had seen in 4 centuries of operation. Gate Administrator Kethval stood in the control center, watching the queue numbers climb with the expression of someone witnessing a natural disaster in slow motion. His resonance frequency, normally a model of administrative calm, had begun broadcasting something that his staff recognized as the early stages of bureaucratic panic. "Explain this," he said, gesturing at the display. His traffic coordinator pulled up the shipping records. "The containers are originating from 17 different human-controlled systems, Administrator. They're all routed through our gate network under standard commercial transit agreements. The manifests are properly filed, the fees are prepaid, and the hazardous material certifications are all current. What's in the containers? According to the manifests, organic agricultural substrate. The hazardous classification is based on biological activity. The substrate contains live microorganisms that could theoretically pose contamination risks if improperly handled. Theoretically. The microorganisms in question are..." The coordinator checked the technical specifications. "Soil bacteria, Administrator. Common terrestrial microbes used in agricultural applications. They're classified as hazardous under Council Regulation 447B, which requires special handling for any cargo containing self-replicating biological material. Soil bacteria. They're shipping dirt. Technically, they're shipping enhanced agricultural growth medium. But yes, it's functionally equivalent to dirt." Kethval stared at the queue display. The numbers continued to climb. 500 containers, 600. Each one flagged as hazardous, each one requiring the full 4-hour processing protocol, each one taking up space that should have been occupied by legitimate commercial traffic. Why would anyone ship this much dirt through our gates? The humans claim it's for agricultural development projects in the outer colonies. They've filed expansion permits for 17 new farming operations across Council space. Each operation requires approximately 40,000 cubic meters of specialized growth medium. 40,000 cubic meters per operation. Yes, Administrator, multiplied by 17 operations, that's approximately 680,000 cubic meters of biological substrate. At current shipping rates, it will take approximately 18 months to process the full volume through our gate network. 18 months. Our gates will be clogged with dirt for 18 months. With hazardous dirt, Administrator. The classification requires full decontamination protocols between shipments, dedicated handling equipment, and specialized storage facilities. Each container that enters our system reduces our capacity for other cargo by approximately 2%. Kethval walked to the viewing window that overlooked the gate's cargo staging area. Below, he could see the containers, thousands of them now, stacked in holding patterns that extended to the horizon. They were all identical. Gray metal walls, standard dimensions, Council certification stamps, each one containing soil bacteria that would take hours to process and cost a fortune to handle. Can we refuse the shipments? On what grounds, Administrator? The manifests are legal. The fees are paid. The hazardous classification is legitimate. We wrote the regulation ourselves. If we refuse to process properly documented commercial cargo, we'll be in violation of the Transit Commerce Act. The coordinator pulled up the relevant statute. Section 12, paragraph 7. No gate operator shall refuse transit to cargo meeting certification requirements regardless of volume or frequency. We wrote that regulation to prevent discrimination against legitimate commerce. Yes, Administrator. And the humans are engaged in legitimate commerce. Very, very slow legitimate commerce. A new alert appeared on the display. Another convoy of containers had just arrived at the gate's outer perimeter. 470 additional units, all classified as hazardous biological material, all requiring priority processing. Administrator, the coordinator said, his voice carrying a note of dawning horror. I'm receiving reports from other gates in the network. Gates 4, 9, 14, 22, 31, and 45 are all experiencing similar volume surges. Human cargo vessels are flooding the system with agricultural substrate shipments. All of them? Simultaneously? It appears to be a coordinated operation. The shipments are timed to arrive at different gates at staggered intervals, maximizing the disruption to overall network capacity. He pulled up a network-wide traffic map. If current trends continue, the entire Aegis Gate Network will be operating at less than 15% capacity within 72 hours, all lanes clogged with hazardous dirt. Kethval's claws tightened on the railing. Below, container handling equipment was moving with frantic efficiency, trying to process a volume that the system had never been designed to handle. Workers were being called in from off-shift. Overtime authorizations were being issued. Emergency protocols were being activated. None of it would be enough. Contact the Human Shipping Consortium, he ordered. Demand an explanation. The call was placed. The response came from a cheerful human logistics coordinator whose name badge identified her as Martinez J. She appeared to be eating lunch while taking the call, some kind of wrapped food item that she consumed with the casual disregard of someone who had all the time in the world. Oh, the agricultural shipments? Yeah, those are a big project. Very exciting. We're helping develop sustainable farming infrastructure across the outer colonies. Food security is really important, you know? She took a bite of her sandwich. Lots of growth medium required. Soil's heavy. Takes time to ship. You're clogging our entire transit network with dirt. We're shipping legally documented cargo through properly licensed transit corridors. Martinez corrected. Her tone was pleasant, helpful, the voice of customer service operating at peak efficiency. The fact that your network can't handle the volume isn't really our problem. Maybe you should have built more gates, or upgraded your processing capacity. We filed our shipping projections 6 months ago. Gave you plenty of notice. You filed projections? Standard commercial practice. We informed the Transit Authority that we'd be increasing agricultural substrate shipments by approximately 400% over the next fiscal quarter. They acknowledged receipt. Filed it somewhere, I assume. She shrugged. Not our fault if nobody read it. This is deliberate sabotage. This is commerce, Administrator. We're paying customers. Your regulations say you have to process our cargo. We're just using your services. She smiled. Isn't that what you wanted? Human participation in the galactic economy, full integration into council trade networks? We're very integrated right now. Extremely integrated. Our cargo is touching every part of your infrastructure. Not like this. The Council spent 6,000 years telling everyone that the Aegis Gate Network was the backbone of interstellar trade, that all commerce should flow through your infrastructure, that alternative transit methods were dangerous and unregulated. Martinez shrugged. We're just following the rules you established. All our cargo is going through your gates, every single container. We're very committed to proper procedure. Your own shipping isn't going through the gates. Your vessels are using Slingshot to bypass the network entirely. Well, sure, Slingshot's faster, but we're still routing our bulk cargo through your system. The slow stuff, the heavy stuff, the stuff that takes up a lot of space and requires special handling. She took another bite of her sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. You wanted us to use the gates, Administrator. We're using the gates. We're using them really, really thoroughly. Comprehensively even. Some might say aggressively. This will not stand. It's standing pretty well from where I'm sitting. Our shipments are on schedule. Our fees are paid. Our documentation is immaculate. If you want to refuse our cargo, go ahead. We'll see you in arbitration. We've got very good lawyers. She smiled. Name's Thorne. Maybe you've heard of her. You are blockading our infrastructure. Administrator, we're not blockading you. We're not blocking anything. We're just using your services. Martinez leaned forward slightly, her expression turning almost sympathetic. Isn't that what you wanted? This is exactly what the Council demanded for 6,000 years. Full human participation in the galactic transit system. Well, here we are. Participating. Very, very thoroughly. Kethvol terminated the call. The display showed the queue numbers continuing to climb. 700 containers. 800. The holding areas were at capacity. Overflow staging zones were being activated. Ships were being told to hold position at the gate perimeter, waiting for processing slots that wouldn't be available for days. Administrator, the coordinator said quietly, I'm receiving reports from the Trade Commission. Commercial traffic through the gate network has dropped by 60% in the last 6 hours. Major shipping companies are canceling scheduled transits because they can't get processing slots. The economic impact is being calculated, but preliminary estimates suggest, I don't want to know, approximately 400 billion credits in delayed commerce per day. I said I didn't want to know. The coordinator fell silent. On the display, another convoy of containers appeared at the gate perimeter. 200 more units, all classified as hazardous, all requiring priority processing, all containing perfectly legal agricultural substrate that would take hours to handle and weeks to clear. The humans weren't attacking the gate network. They weren't sabotaging it. They weren't doing anything illegal at all. They were simply using it exactly as designed, following every regulation, paying every fee, filing every form. They were killing the Council's infrastructure with compliance, and there was nothing the Council could do about it because everything the humans were doing was exactly what the Council had spent 6,000 years demanding they do. Contact High Command, Kethvol said finally. Inform them that Gate 17 is experiencing capacity constraints. Recommend emergency reallocation of traffic to secondary routes. The secondary routes are also experiencing capacity constraints, Administrator. The humans appear to have coordinated their shipments across the entire network. Then recommend, I don't know, something, anything. The coordinator nodded and began composing the report. It would join dozens of similar reports from gates across the network, all describing the same problem, all requesting solutions that didn't exist, all documenting the slow strangulation of an infrastructure that had once been the pride of galactic civilization. The Aegis Gate Network had been built to last forever. It had been designed to handle any volume of traffic, any type of cargo, any challenge the galaxy could produce. It had not been designed for humans who had decided to ship 600,000 cubic meters of dirt through it, one container at a time, following every regulation with meticulous precision. The economic projections arrived within hours. The Council's Trade Commission had run the numbers 3 times, hoping for a different result each time. They got the same answer. At current processing rates, the gate network would be functionally unusable for commercial traffic within 2 weeks. Major shipping companies were already rerouting their operations. Trade contracts were being canceled. Insurance premiums were skyrocketing. And the humans weren't even charging for the privilege. They were paying full freight rates, contributing to the gate network's operating budget, even as they destroyed its capacity to serve anyone else. The revenue from their agricultural shipments almost covered the cost of processing them. The Council was losing money, but slowly. Death by 1,000 perfectly legal transactions. The breaking point came 72 hours later. Chancellor Morveth himself contacted the Human Shipping Consortium, requesting an emergency negotiation. The call was routed through 17 different departments before finally connecting to a human representative. Not Martinez this time, but someone more senior. A woman in a crisp suit with an expression that suggested she had been expecting this call for some time. Chancellor, Sarah Thorne said, her voice smooth and professional. How can Terraform and Tinker LLC assist the Council today? You know exactly what you're doing to our infrastructure. We're using it, Chancellor, comprehensively, as the Council always encouraged us to do. We want you to stop. Thorne's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted. It was the look of a predator that had finally cornered its prey. Stop shipping our legally documented cargo through legally licensed transit corridors. Stop paying our legally required transit fees. Stop participating in the galactic economy that the Council spent 6,000 years building. She paused. That would be quite a significant change to our operations, Chancellor. Our agricultural development contracts are substantial. Our supply chains are established. Our customers are expecting deliveries. Name your price. I'm sorry? Name your price to stop shipping through our gates, whatever it costs to redirect your cargo through alternative channels. Thorne was silent for a moment. Then she pulled up a document, a dense block of financial calculations that she had clearly prepared in advance. The cost of redirecting our agricultural shipments to slingshot-based logistics would be approximately 400 billion credits over the next fiscal quarter, plus operational restructuring fees, plus contract renegotiation costs, plus compensation for the 17 agricultural development projects that would experience delays during the transition. 400 billion credits. To stop using your gates, Chancellor, which you built, which you demanded we use, which you're now paying us to avoid. Thorne smiled. There's also an administrative fee for processing the request, and an infrastructure impact assessment that we're required to file under Council Regulation 447C, and of course the standard Terraform and Tinker LLC service contract, which includes several clauses about ongoing consultation and support. You're charging us to stop being your customers. We're charging you for the inconvenience of restructuring our operations to accommodate your request, Chancellor. It's standard commercial practice. You wrote the regulations. The negotiation lasted 4 hours. By the end, the Council had agreed to pay Terraform and Tinker LLC 640 billion credits to redirect their agricultural shipments away from the Aegis Gate Network. The payment would be made in quarterly installments over the next 3 years. Interest would accrue on any late payments. A penalty clause would apply if the Council attempted to restrict human shipping in the future. The contract was signed. The invoice was issued. The first payment was processed before the communication link even closed. Kethval received the news while still standing in Gate 17's control center, watching the queue numbers finally begin to decline. The containers were being redirected. The backlog was clearing. Normal operations would resume within 72 hours. The cost was merely the largest payment the Council had ever made to a single commercial entity. For the privilege of not receiving services they had demanded for 6,000 years. Administrator, the coordinator said quietly, we're receiving a message from the Human Shipping Consortium. They say they want to express their appreciation. Appreciation. For the Council's business, they've included a complimentary subscription to the Gnome of the Month Club for all senior gate administrators and a promotional offer for their Fast Lane Premium service, 40% off standard rates for the first year. The display showed a cheerful animation, a cartoon gnome holding a tiny cargo container, giving a thumbs up. The caption read, "Thanks for choosing the slow lane. Your friends at Terraform and Tinker LLC." Kethval stared at the animation for a long moment. Then he closed his eyes and began the long process of accepting that the Council had just paid 600 billion credits to stop humans from being good customers. Somewhere in the Human Shipping Consortium's headquarters, Martinez was reviewing the final numbers. The operation had exceeded all projections. The Council had paid. The gates were clearing. And the Fast Lane Premium service was seeing record enrollment from shipping companies who never wanted to experience the slow lane again. She finished her progress report, filed the invoice receipts, and pulled up the next project briefing. The agricultural shipments were redirected, but there were other opportunities. Other services the Council had demanded. Other regulations that could be followed very, very thoroughly. The war for the galaxy was being fought with cargo manifests and processing queues, and the humans had just discovered that being a good customer wasn't just a weapon, it was a revenue stream. The Council had built the gates, the Council had written the regulations, the Council had demanded compliance. And now the Council was paying for the privilege of being left alone. Terms and conditions applied. Chapter 13. The Salvage Fee. The notice arrived at the Council's administrative center at 0400 local time, transmitted via slingshot relay, and therefore appearing on Chancellor Morveth's desk approximately 3 weeks before the Council's own communication systems would have delivered it. The document was 17 pages long, formatted according to Council legal standards, and bore the official seal of the Earth Salvage Authority, an organization that, as far as Council records showed, had not existed until approximately 6 hours ago. The subject line read, Notice of Abandonment Determination and Salvage Claim, Aegis Gate Network, all installations. Morveth stared at the document for a long moment. His resonance frequency, already strained from weeks of crisis management, began broadcasting something that his staff had learned to recognize as the precursor to a diplomatic incident. Explain this, he said. Legal Coordinator Vethanol pulled up the relevant sections, his own resonance carefully neutral. The humans are invoking Article 7 of the Interstellar Salvage Convention, Chancellor. The convention, which the Council ratified in the year 3847, establishes protocols for the reclamation of abandoned infrastructure in interstellar space. The Aegis Gate Network is not abandoned. It is operational. The humans are disputing that characterization, Chancellor. Vethanol scrolled to the relevant passage. According to their filing, infrastructure may be classified as functionally abandoned if it fails to meet minimum operational standards for its stated purpose. The stated purpose of the Aegis Gate Network is rapid transit between star systems. The humans argue that the network no longer meets the definition of rapid. It's the same speed it's always been. Yes, Chancellor, but the definition of rapid is relative. Under the Salvage Convention, rapid transit is defined as transit times competitive with available alternatives. The humans are arguing that since slingshot technology provides instantaneous travel, any system requiring days or weeks of transit time is, by definition, not rapid. Therefore, the Aegis Gate Network is no longer fulfilling its stated function. Therefore, it is functionally abandoned. Therefore, it is eligible for salvage. Morveth's claws tightened on the document. They're claiming our entire gate network, 4 quadrillion credits of infrastructure, is scrap metal. They're claiming salvage rights, Chancellor. Under the convention, any party that identifies abandoned infrastructure may file a salvage claim and begin reclamation operations after a mandatory waiting period. Vethanol checked the timeline. The waiting period is 90 days. The humans filed this notice 87 days ago. 87 days ago? We're only receiving it now? They sent it via our own gate network, Chancellor. Standard legal correspondence protocols. It's been in transit for 3 months. It arrived at our communication relay yesterday and was processed through normal administrative channels. Vethanol paused. They also sent a copy via slingshot, which arrived this morning. That copy includes a note pointing out that if our communication systems had been faster, we would have had more time to respond. They used our own infrastructure delays to run out the clock on our own salvage protections. The irony appears to be intentional, Chancellor. The display showed a map of the Aegis Gate Network. Thousands of installations spread across 17 sectors, connected by transit corridors that had once been the pride of galactic civilization. Now, scattered among the familiar blue indicators, were clusters of red markers. Human salvage vessels, already positioning themselves at key nodes throughout the network. They're already here, Morveth said. They arrived via slingshot approximately 4 hours ago, Chancellor. The vessels are registered as commercial salvage operations, fully licensed under Council regulations, properly insured, operating within all applicable safety parameters. Vethanol pulled up the fleet manifest. 247 vessels, equipped with cutting lasers, cargo haulers, and material processing facilities. They appear to be preparing for large-scale deconstruction. Where are they positioned? Primary concentrations at gates 7, 14, 23, and 89, the major junction points that handle approximately 60% of network traffic. Secondary teams at gates 112, 156, and 203. Survey vessels at an additional 47 installations, conducting what they describe as preliminary material assessments. Vethanol expanded the display. They've also deployed communication beacons at each site, broadcasting their salvage claim on all standard frequencies. Any vessel approaching the gates receives an automated warning that the area is under active reclamation operations. They're treating our infrastructure like a debris field. They're treating it like abandoned property, Chancellor, which under their legal interpretation, it is. They can't dismantle our gates. We'll send enforcement vessels. Our enforcement vessels are currently experiencing delays, Chancellor. The fleet at Junction 447 is still waiting for safety escorts. The fleet at the Sol border is still processing paperwork from the sensitivity training incident. The rapid response units have been reassigned to cargo inspection duties following the agricultural substrate situation. Vethanol's resonance shifted to something approaching embarrassment. We have approximately 40 operational patrol vessels available for immediate deployment. The humans have 247 salvage ships, plus defensive escorts. Defensive escorts. They brought military ships to a salvage operation. They brought security contractors, Chancellor, licensed under the Private Security Services Act, armed with defensive systems only. Their stated purpose is protection of salvage personnel and equipment from hostile interference. Vethanol pulled up the security fleet specifications. 12 heavy cruisers, 47 escort frigates, approximately 200 armed drones per salvage vessel. The distinction between security contractors and military forces is, he searched for the appropriate word, technical. If we engage them, we're attacking licensed commercial operations. Correct, Chancellor, and under the Commercial Operations Protection Act, which the Council passed in 4612 to encourage private sector investment in infrastructure development, any armed interference with licensed commercial activities constitutes an act of economic warfare. The penalties include trade sanctions, asset seizures, and mandatory arbitration before the Council's own Commercial Disputes Board. We passed that act to protect our own corporations from piracy. Yes, Chancellor. The humans are now using it to protect their salvage operations from us. Morveth stood from his desk and walked to the viewing window that overlooked the Administrative Center's central plaza. Below, Council officials moved through their daily routines, unaware that the infrastructure their civilization had spent 6 millennia building was currently being measured for scrap value. The Salvage Convention, he said quietly. We wrote it, didn't we? The Council drafted the original framework in response to concerns about debris accumulation in heavily traveled transit lanes, Chancellor. The convention was designed to allow commercial entities to clear abandoned stations, derelict vessels, and obsolete infrastructure. It was never intended to apply to operational government installations. But they're arguing the gates aren't operational. They're arguing the gates don't meet the functional definition of their stated purpose. And under the convention's language, the determination of functionality is based on objective performance metrics, not ownership claims. Vethanol pulled up the relevant clause. Section 4, paragraph 12. Infrastructure shall be deemed functionally abandoned when it no longer provides services competitive with available alternatives, regardless of the owner's intent or continued maintenance activities. We wrote that clause. To prevent corporations from maintaining token operations on worthless stations just to block salvage claims, Chancellor, the humans are now applying it to our gate network. They're arguing that token operations includes any transit system that takes months to deliver cargo that could be delivered in seconds. A communication alert chimed. Incoming transmission from the salvage fleet's command vessel. Morveth gestured for it to be displayed. The face that appeared was familiar. Marcus Miller, the maintenance engineer who had started this entire crisis by overclocking a drone. He was wearing a hard hat with Salvage Supervisor stenciled on the front, and his expression was the carefully neutral look of a professional doing an unpleasant job. Chancellor, Miller said, just wanted to give you a courtesy heads up. We're about to begin preliminary assessment operations at Gate 7. That's the big one near the Kepler corridor. Lot of good materials there. Crystalline substrate, quantum processing cores, high-grade resonance dampeners. Our recycling division is very excited. You will not touch that gate. With respect, Chancellor, we've followed all proper procedures. Notice was filed. Waiting period has elapsed. Our salvage claim is legally valid under conventions your government ratified. Miller shrugged. We're not trying to be difficult. We're just following the rules. The rules you manipulated to claim infrastructure that isn't abandoned. The rules that define abandoned based on functionality, not intent. Your gates don't function as rapid transit anymore. They haven't since we developed Slingshot. That makes them abandoned under the convention's own language. Miller's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes suggested he was enjoying this more than he should. You can dispute the claim, of course. File an appeal with the Salvage Arbitration Board. The hearing process takes about, he checked something off screen, 18 months, during which time, under Section 7 of the Convention, Salvage operations may continue pending resolution. You'll strip the entire network before the appeal is even heard. That's a possibility, yeah. These things take time. Legal processes are slow. Miller paused. Well, our legal processes aren't slow, but yours are. That's kind of the whole point, isn't it? Morveth's resonance spiked. What do you want? Want? Chancellor, I'm just a salvage supervisor. I don't want anything except to do my job and go home. Miller's tone was patient, almost sympathetic. But if you're asking what Terraform and Tinker LLC might be willing to discuss in a formal negotiation setting, we're always open to conversations about infrastructure licensing. We could theoretically halt salvage operations if the Council agreed to certain terms. What terms? Exclusive maintenance contracts for all remaining gate infrastructure. Licensing fees for any future use of slingshot technology. A formal acknowledgement that the Aegis Gate Network is legacy equipment rather than primary transit infrastructure. Miller smiled. And a modest reclamation fee for the materials we've already processed. Those quantum cores don't grow on trees. You want us to pay you to stop dismantling our own property. We want you to pay us to not exercise our legally valid salvage rights. There's a difference. Miller's smile widened slightly. The payment would also include a subscription to the Gnome of the Month Club for all senior council officials. We find it helps with stress management. The communication link went dead. Morveth stood in silence, staring at the display. The red markers continued their slow spread across the network map, salvage vessels positioning themselves at gate after gate, preparing to dismantle 6,000 years of infrastructure investment, one component at a time. Chancellor, Vethanal said quietly, the salvage fleet is requesting permission to begin cutting operations at Gate 7. They say they'll start with the outer hull plating, non-essential components. They want to be respectful of our concerns. They're mocking us. They're following procedure, Chancellor, very, very carefully. The display showed Gate 7 in detail, a massive structure, one of the oldest and most important nodes in the network. Around it, human salvage vessels had formed a methodical perimeter, their cutting lasers warming up, their cargo bays empty and waiting. How much? Morveth asked. Chancellor, the licensing fees, the maintenance contracts, the reclamation costs, how much to make them stop? Vethanal consulted his calculations. Based on their preliminary demands, approximately 800 billion credits, plus ongoing licensing fees of roughly 40 billion credits per year, plus the subscription costs for 4,700 senior officials to receive monthly ceramic figurines. 800 billion credits. To keep infrastructure we already own. To keep infrastructure they have legal rights to dismantle, Chancellor. Under conventions we wrote. Using definitions we established. Following procedures we designed. The cutting lasers at Gate 7 began to glow. The first hull plates would be removed within the hour. The quantum cores would follow. The crystalline substrate, the resonance dampeners. Piece by piece, the Aegis Gate Network would be converted into raw materials, processed in human recycling facilities, and sold back to the Council at market rates. Unless the Council paid. Unless the Council surrendered. Unless the Council acknowledged, formally and permanently, that its 6,000-year-old infrastructure was no longer the backbone of galactic civilization, just a collection of very expensive spare parts. Pay them, Morveth said finally. Whatever they want. Make it stop. Yes, Chancellor. I'll prepare the authorization documents. And Vethanal? Yes, Chancellor. Cancel my subscription to the Gnome of the Month Club. I don't want to see another ceramic figurine as long as I live. I'll process the cancellation request immediately, Chancellor. Vethanal paused. However, the terms and conditions indicate the cancellation requires a 30-day notice period, and there may be early termination fees. Additionally, the subscription appears to have been automatically upgraded to the Platinum Collector's tier, which includes exclusive limited edition figurines and a complimentary garden planning consultation. I didn't authorize an upgrade. The upgrade was triggered by a clause in Appendix Q of the original subscription agreement, something about demonstrated interest in human commercial services. Your payment of the infrastructure licensing fees apparently qualified. Morveth's resonance spiked again. Then, slowly, It faded into something that might have been resignation. Just make it stop, Vethanal. Whatever it costs, whatever they want. Make it stop. Yes, Chancellor. The authorization was transmitted, the payment was processed, the contracts were signed, countersigned, and filed with 17 different regulatory bodies. Within the hour, the salvage fleet at Gate 7 received its stand-down orders. The cutting lasers powered down, the cargo bays closed, the vessels began repositioning, not leaving, just waiting. Ready to resume operations the moment any payment was late or any clause was violated. The Aegis Gate Network would remain standing. It would continue to function, after a fashion, for those who couldn't afford slingshot access. It would still appear on Council infrastructure maps, still be listed as Council property in official records, still be maintained by Council personnel under Council supervision, but the maintenance would be conducted according to Terraform and Tinker LLC service specifications. The operational parameters would be set according to human efficiency standards. The usage fees would be collected and forwarded to Earth's Infrastructure Transition Authority, which would take its 40% cut before remitting the remainder to Council accounts. The Council owned the gates. The humans owned the Council's ability to use them. In the commercial logistics sector, this arrangement was sometimes called a management partnership. In the legal documents, it was called Infrastructure Transition Services. In the break rooms of Terraform and Tinker LLC, it was called winning. 3 days after the payment was processed, a cargo container arrived at the administrative center. Inside was a ceramic gnome, limited edition, hand-painted, wearing a tiny hard hat with Salvage Supervisor stenciled on the front. It was holding a miniature cutting laser in one hand and a stack of legal documents in the other. The attached card read, "Thanks for your business. Your friends at the Earth Salvage Authority. P.S. Your April gnome is already in transit. This month's theme is Infrastructure Professionals. We think you'll love it." Morveth looked at the gnome for a long moment. Then he placed it on his desk, next to the stack of contracts and licensing agreements and payment schedules that now governed every aspect of the network his civilization had spent 6,000 years building. The gnome smiled up at him with its painted ceramic face. It was, he had to admit, a very nice gnome. The terms and conditions, as always, applied. Chapter 14. The Protection Racket. The proposal arrived on Chancellor Morveth's desk with the cheerful efficiency that had become Terraform and Tinker LLC's signature. Instantaneous delivery via slingshot, professionally formatted, accompanied by a complimentary fruit basket and a small ceramic gnome holding a sign that read, "Let's Talk Business." The document was titled Galactic Fleet Modernization Initiative, a partnership proposal for Council-affiliated vessels. Morveth stared at it for a long moment before speaking. Summarize. Legal Coordinator Vethanal had already reviewed the proposal 3 times, each reading leaving him more disturbed than the last. The humans are offering to retrofit Council vessels with slingshot capability, Chancellor. All vessels. Military, commercial, administrative, the entire fleet. At what cost? The retrofit itself would be provided at no upfront charge. Installation, calibration, crew training, all included in the base package. Vethanal pulled up the relevant section. However, there is an ongoing operational fee. They're calling it an efficiency tax. An efficiency tax. 90% of all revenue generated by slingshot-enabled operations would be remitted to Terraform and Tinker LLC as compensation for technology licensing, maintenance support, and continued innovation investment. Vethanal's resonance shifted to something approaching disbelief. 90%, Chancellor, of everything. They want us to pay them 90% of our income to use technology that we need to remain competitive with them. That is an accurate summary, yes. Morveth stood from his desk and walked to the viewing window. Below, the administrative center's transit hub was visible, a once busy facility that had become increasingly quiet as shipping companies abandoned Council infrastructure for human alternatives. The vessels that remained were older models, slower vessels, ships whose owners couldn't afford the licensing fees for slingshot access and were watching their market share evaporate day by day. What happens if we refuse? Vethanal consulted his projections. Our current economic trajectory is unfavorable, Chancellor. Since the introduction of slingshot technology, Council-affiliated shipping has declined by 67%. Trade revenue is down by 54%. Transit fees from the Aegis Gate Network have collapsed by 81%, offset only partially by the licensing payments we're now making to the humans for continued operation of our own infrastructure. We're already paying them to use our own gates. Yes, Chancellor. And our competitors, the shipping companies that have licensed slingshot technology independently, are outperforming us by factors of 10 to 1. They deliver cargo in hours. We deliver in months. They're expanding into new markets. We're losing existing ones. Vethanol pulled up a chart showing the diverging economic curves. At current rates, the Council's commercial fleet will be economically non-viable within 18 months. Our military logistics will be compromised within 2 years. Our administrative functions will be, he searched for a diplomatic term, significantly impaired. We're dying slowly. We're being outcompeted, Chancellor. The humans haven't attacked us. They haven't sabotaged us. They've simply offered a better service and watched as the market made its choice. Vethanol expanded the display to show sector-by-sector breakdowns. The Kepler corridor trade routes have lost 43% of their volume to slingshot-enabled competitors. The Andromeda shipping lanes are down 61%. The Vrelian exchange, which was our largest commercial hub, is now processing less cargo per day than a single human logistics station, and the member species. They're adapting independently, Chancellor. The Kurthar have begun chartering human vessels for their critical shipments. The Vrelian are negotiating direct licensing agreements. Even the Xylos High Command has quietly contracted with Terraform and Tinker for emergency logistic support. Vethanol's resonance shifted to something approaching despair. Everyone is finding their own arrangements with the humans. The Council is becoming optional. Optional. Irrelevant might be more accurate, Chancellor. If member species can get better service by dealing with the humans directly, why maintain the Council at all? We provide coordination, standardization, collective bargaining power. But coordination is useless if we can't coordinate transit. Standardization is meaningless if our standards are obsolete. And collective bargaining power requires that we have something to bargain with. Morveth turned back to face his coordinator. And if we accept their proposal, if we pay the 90%, then our vessels would have slingshot capability. We would be competitive again. Our shipping companies would recover. Our military would regain strategic mobility. Our economy would stabilize. Vethanol paused. But 90% of all revenue generated by those operations would flow to Earth. We would be working for them, Chancellor. Every cargo run, every military deployment, every administrative transit, 90% of the value would belong to Terraform and Tinker LLC. We would be employees in our own civilization. Partners, according to the proposal. Strategic efficiency partners in a shared vision for galactic prosperity. Vethanol's tone suggested he found the phrasing unconvincing. The humans are quite skilled at euphemism. A communication alert chimed. Incoming transmission from Earth. Flagged as priority diplomatic correspondence. Morveth gestured for it to be displayed. Sarah Thorne's face appeared on the screen, her expression professionally pleasant. Behind her, visible through a window, was the skyline of a human city. Towers reaching toward a blue sky, vehicles moving through streets, the casual bustle of a civilization that had somehow become the center of galactic commerce in less than a year. Chancellor Morveth, Thorne said, thank you for taking my call. I wanted to personally follow up on our modernization proposal. I understand there may be some concerns about the terms. 90%, Counselor. You're asking for 90% of everything we earn. We're offering to transform your entire fleet into the most efficient transportation network in the galaxy. Instantaneous travel. Unlimited range. No more waiting for gate queues. No more months-long transit times. No more watching your market share disappear to competitors who've already made the smart choice. Thorne's smile didn't waver. 90% of a thriving economy is considerably more than 100% of a collapsing one, Chancellor. The math is quite straightforward. The math is extortion. The math is market reality. You can continue operating your current fleet and watch it become irrelevant, or you can modernize and remain competitive. Those are your options. We're not forcing you to do anything. We're simply offering you a choice. A choice between slow death and servitude. A choice between independence and prosperity. You can't have both anymore, Chancellor. That's not our fault. That's physics. Thorn leaned forward slightly. The universe changed the moment one of our engineers overclocked a maintenance drone. Instantaneous travel exists now. It's not going away. The only question is whether the Council adapts to that reality or gets left behind by it. Morveth was silent for a long moment. On the display behind Thorn, human vehicles continued their busy movements. A civilization going about its daily business, unconcerned with the galactic implications of the conversation taking place in its capital. "What guarantees do we have?" he asked finally. "If we accept your terms, what prevents you from raising the percentage? From changing the conditions? From deciding that 90% isn't enough?" "The contract includes rate stability clauses, Chancellor. The 90% figure is locked for a minimum of 50 years, with any adjustments requiring mutual agreement and binding arbitration. We're not trying to destroy you. We're trying to integrate you into a more efficient system." Thorn's expression softened slightly. "Think of it as a franchise arrangement. You maintain your sovereignty, your institutions, your cultural identity. You just operate within our economic framework. Lots of civilizations have found the arrangement quite comfortable. Lots of civilizations. We've been busy, Chancellor. The Council isn't the only organization facing this decision. The merchant guilds of Sector 7 signed last week. The Independent Traders Consortium signed the week before. The Vrelian Commercial Authority is currently in negotiations." Thorn smiled. "Everyone's realizing the same thing. You can compete with us, or you can join us. Competing isn't going well for anyone." Morveth turned to Vethnal. "How many Council-affiliated entities have already accepted similar arrangements?" Vethnal consulted his records, his resonance broadcasting reluctance. 47 commercial shipping companies, Chancellor, 12 manufacturing consortiums, 3 regional governments. The Xylos merchant fleet signed a preliminary agreement yesterday." He paused. "They negotiated down to 85%. The humans called it a loyalty discount. Our own member species are signing deals with the humans. They're adapting to market conditions, Chancellor. The alternative is bankruptcy." The display showed Thorn waiting patiently, her expression unchanged. Behind her, the human city continued its busy existence, a civilization that had somehow become the economic center of the galaxy through a combination of accidental innovation and ruthless commercial efficiency. "If we refuse," Morveth said slowly, "how long before the Council is economically irrelevant?" 18 months for commercial operations, Vethnal replied. 2 years for military logistics. Perhaps 3 years before administrative functions become unsustainable. After that, he spread his appendages in a gesture of helplessness. The Council would still exist, technically, but it would have no practical authority over anything that required transportation, commerce, or rapid communication, which is to say, everything. And if we accept, we remain functional, we remain relevant, we remain... Vethnal searched for the word. Employed. Thorn's voice came through the display. "Chancellor, I don't want to pressure you. This is a significant decision, and you should take whatever time you need to consider it carefully. But I should mention that our current offer includes a founding partner bonus, reduced rates for the first 5 years, priority access to new technology upgrades, and a seat on our advisory council for commercial integration." "A seat on your advisory council." "A voice in how the new economy develops. Not a controlling voice, obviously, but a voice." Thorn's smile remained pleasant. "The offer expires at the end of the month. After that, the founding partner benefits are no longer available. Standard rates apply." "You're giving us a deadline. We're giving you an incentive for prompt decision-making. Time is money, Chancellor. Surely the Council understands that better than anyone." The communication link went silent, Thorn's face frozen on the display in a patient, professional expression. Morveth stared at the proposal on his desk. 90%. 90% of everything the Council earned, flowing to a species that had been a minor presence in galactic affairs until a maintenance engineer decided he wanted to leave work early. "The founding species," he said quietly. "The 17 civilizations that built the Council. What will they say when they learn we've agreed to become employees of the humans?" "Some of them have already signed individual agreements, Chancellor. The Vrelian Commercial Authority, the Krithar Trading Consortium, 3 of the 4 major Xylos shipping guilds." Vethnal's voice was gentle. "The founding species are adapting. They're doing what they have to do to survive. The Council can do the same, or it can watch its members make arrangements without it. If everyone signs individually, the Council becomes irrelevant anyway." "Yes, Chancellor. The humans are quite aware of this dynamic. It's why they're offering us a collective agreement. It allows the Council to maintain its institutional role, even if that role is now subordinate to human commercial interests." Morveth picked up the ceramic gnome that had arrived with the proposal. It smiled up at him with its painted face, holding its little sign, "Let's talk business." He thought about the Aegis Gate Network, now operating under human license. He thought about the salvage fleet, still positioned at key installations, ready to resume cutting operations if payments were late. He thought about the agricultural substrate shipments, the sensitivity training delays, the speed limit that couldn't be enforced, the cease-and-desist that had arrived 3 years too late. Every step of the way, the humans had followed the rules. Every victory they'd achieved had been perfectly legal, perfectly documented, perfectly compliant with regulations the Council itself had established. And now they were offering to make the Council a partner in the new order. A junior partner, a very junior partner, but a partner nonetheless. 90%, he said. 90%, Vethanal confirmed. "And if we negotiate?" The Vrelian got 85, but they have significant independent trade relationships that gave them leverage. The Council's position is, he searched for a diplomatic phrase, less favorable. Morveth set down the gnome. He looked at the proposal. He looked at the economic projections. He looked at the list of Council-affiliated entities that had already signed. "Prepare the authorization documents," he said finally. 90%, founding partner terms, whatever they want. "Yes, Chancellor." "And Vethnal?" "Yes, Chancellor." "Find out if there's a volume discount on GNOME subscriptions. If we're going to be employees, we might as well get the benefits." "I'll inquire immediately, Chancellor." The authorization was transmitted. The contract was signed. The founding partner bonus was applied. And the Council, the governing body of 17 founding species, the institution that had shaped galactic civilization for 6,000 years, officially became a franchise operator in the human commercial network. The news spread across the 17 sectors within hours. Slingshot communication made everything faster, even the announcement of the Council's surrender. Reactions varied by species and circumstance. The commercial entities that had already signed their own agreements welcomed the Council's decision as validation. The holdouts who had been waiting to see what the Council would do began placing their own calls to Terraform and Tinker LLC. The few remaining independents, the ones who had hoped the Council would find some way to resist, quietly updated their business plans to account for the new reality. The retrofit teams arrived within the week. Human engineers in Terraform and Tinker jumpsuits moved through Council vessels with brisk efficiency, installing slingshot modules, calibrating resonance frequencies, training crews on the new systems. They were professional, courteous, and utterly indifferent to the historical significance of what they were doing. For them, it was just another installation job, another checkmark on a work order, another step toward shift end. Within a month, the Council fleet was faster than it had ever been. Instantaneous travel, unlimited range, the most advanced transit technology in the galaxy. Council vessels could now reach any destination in seconds. Council logistics could now support any operation, anywhere, with perfect efficiency. Council commerce could now compete with anyone in the market. 90% of everything they earned flowed to Earth. The accounting was handled automatically. Every transit, every cargo delivery, every commercial transaction was logged, calculated, and processed through human financial systems. The Council received monthly statements showing exactly how much they had earned and exactly how much had been deducted. The statements were always accurate. The humans were very professional about taking 90% of everything. The remaining 10% was enough to maintain operations, pay salaries, and fund the basic functions of government. It was enough to keep the lights on and the bureaucracy moving. It was enough to preserve the appearance of sovereignty and the fiction of independence. It was not enough to ever challenge human commercial dominance again. It was not enough to fund new infrastructure projects, or develop competing technologies, or invest in the kind of research that might someday offer an alternative to human dependency. It was not enough to be anything other than what they had become, employees in their own civilization, working for a species that had stumbled into galactic dominance because one engineer wanted to leave his shift early. But it was enough to survive. And survival, the Council was learning, was the only victory still available to them. The final irony was not lost on the Council's economists. By accepting the human proposal, the Council had stabilized its finances, preserved its institutions, and maintained its role in galactic governance. By any conventional measure, they had made the rational choice, the only choice that didn't lead to collapse and irrelevance. They couldn't afford to refuse. The numbers made that clear. Independence meant bankruptcy. Resistance meant obsolescence. The only path forward was partnership, even if that partnership meant surrendering 90% of everything they earned to the species that had created this situation in the first place. The humans had built a trap with no exit, a system where the only way to compete was to become their customer, a market where independence was more expensive than servitude, an economy where the Council couldn't afford not to be human-owned. It was, in its own way, a masterpiece of commercial engineering. No weapons fired, no territory seized, no treaties violated, just a better product, offered at terms that made refusal economically suicidal. The gnome on Morveth's desk smiled its ceramic smile. Someone had given it a tiny briefcase to hold, a limited edition accessory from the business partners collection. The briefcase had a small clasp that opened to reveal a miniature contract inside, the text too small to read but the signature line clearly visible. Morveth had signed it without thinking. The gnome seemed pleased. 3 months after the retrofit was complete, the Council held its annual economic review. The numbers were technically positive. Revenue was up. Efficiency was up. Market share had stabilized. The Council was functioning better than it had in years. The humans took their 90%. The Council kept its 10%. And somewhere on Earth, an accountant added another line to a spreadsheet that tracked the slow, methodical acquisition of galactic civilization. One efficiency tax at a time. Terms and conditions applied. They always did. Chapter 15. The Weaver Nest. The notice arrived at the Council's administrative center via slingshot relay, which meant it appeared on Chancellor Morveth's desk approximately 3 weeks before anyone had time to process its implications. The document was 4 pages long, formatted according to Council zoning standards, and bore the official seal of Earth's Territorial Development Authority, an organization that, according to the filing date, had been established approximately 6 hours before the notice was transmitted. The subject line read, Notice of Development Zone Designation, Xylos Stellar System, all bodies including primary star. Morveth stared at the document. His resonance frequency had stopped broadcasting entirely, the Xylos equivalent of a system crash. Explain this, he said. Legal coordinator Vethanal had already reviewed the notice twice, and his expression suggested he was hoping the words would change on the third reading. They had not. The humans are invoking Section 12 of the Sovereign Maintenance Clause, Chancellor. The clause, which was included in the original Terraform and Tinker Service contract, grants the contractor development rights to any territory where maintenance operations result in substantial infrastructure modification. Substantial infrastructure modification. Yes, Chancellor. The humans are claiming that their Weaver drone operations in the Xylos system have resulted in modifications to the stellar core. Vethanal pulled up an attached technical report. Specifically, they're claiming that 14 months of resonance calibration work on nearby gate installations has caused an accumulation effect in the Xylos sun. An accumulation effect. The Weaver drones use resonance frequency manipulation to create slingshot jumps. Every jump they make generates residual resonance, energy signatures that dissipate over time. Under normal circumstances, this residual energy is negligible. Vethanol's voice had taken on the tone of someone delivering very bad news. However, the humans are claiming that when thousands of drones perform millions of jumps in close proximity to a stellar body, the residual resonance doesn't dissipate. It accumulates in the star. They're saying their drones accidentally did something to our sun. They're saying their drones accidentally turned our sun into a resonance amplification point, Chancellor. A stellar-scale slingshot anchor. Vethanol pulled up a diagram that showed the Xylo sun with overlapping wave patterns emanating from its core. According to their filing, the effect is now self-sustaining. The sun's natural fusion processes are maintaining the resonance field. It can't be reversed without destabilizing the star entirely. How is that even possible? The technical explanation is limited, Chancellor. The humans claim they don't fully understand the mechanism themselves. Something about stellar mass creating gravitational conditions that trap resonance energy instead of allowing it to disperse naturally. The more energy accumulates, the more the star acts as a resonance sink, pulling in additional energy from nearby jumps. Vethanol shrugged, a gesture he had picked up from human colleagues. Their engineers are apparently still studying it. They've submitted a preliminary research paper to the Galactic Physics Institute, but the peer review process will take years. They're publishing research papers about accidentally converting our sun. They're required to document significant infrastructure modifications under their maintenance contract, Chancellor. Publishing the research appears to be their interpretation of that requirement. Morveth stood from his desk and walked to the viewing window. The Xylo sun was visible in the distance, the same star that had warmed his world for billions of years. It looked exactly as it always had, bright, steady, completely unaware that it had been administratively reclassified as a human infrastructure asset. How did this happen without anyone noticing? The Weaver drones were conducting authorized maintenance operations, Chancellor. Gate calibration, micro-fissure repairs, standard contract work. They've been operating in this sector for 14 months, performing approximately 4 million jumps per day. Vethanol consulted the activity logs. Each individual jump is within normal parameters. The cumulative effect was not anticipated by anyone. The humans claim they only discovered the accumulation effect 3 weeks ago, when one of their survey teams noticed unusual readings from the stellar core. They filed this development zone notice immediately upon confirmation. Vethanol paused. Their legal department was apparently already aware of the Sovereign Maintenance Clause implications. The paperwork was prepared very quickly. Their legal department knew what to file before their engineers knew what they'd done. That appears to be the case, Chancellor. Yes. A communication alert chimed. Incoming transmission from Terraform and Tinker LLC, flagged as priority contract correspondence. Morveth gestured for it to be displayed. Marcus Miller's face appeared on the screen. He looked tired, dark circles under his eyes, coffee cup in hand, a stack of forms visible on the desk behind him. His expression was that of a man who had been filling out paperwork for several days and was not happy about it. Chancellor, Miller said, I assume you've received our development zone notice. I want to apologize for the inconvenience. This wasn't something we planned. You've claimed development rights to our entire solar system, including our sun. Yeah, look, nobody's happy about this, okay? I've been on the phone with our legal department for 47 hours straight. They keep telling me it's a valid claim under the Sovereign Maintenance Clause, and I keep telling them that doesn't make it my problem, and they keep telling me it is my problem because I signed off on the regional maintenance schedule. Miller rubbed his eyes. I just wanted to finish my shift 14 months ago, and now I'm somehow responsible for a sun. You're claiming our star is your property because your drones jumped near it too many times. I'm not claiming anything. Legal is claiming it. I'm just the guy whose signature is on the work orders. Miller took a long drink of his coffee. The resonance accumulation thing was a complete accident. Our engineers are still trying to figure out the exact mechanism. Something about stellar mass creating a gravity well that traps residual slingshot energy instead of letting it dissipate. The sun's been soaking up resonance like a sponge for over a year. And the development zone designation? That's the Sovereign Maintenance Clause. We modified the infrastructure, accidentally, but modification is modification. The clause doesn't distinguish between intentional and unintentional changes. If our maintenance work substantially alters a territory, we get development rights. Miller's expression suggested he found this as absurd as Morveth did. I didn't write the clause. Your legal department approved it. Page 47 of the original contract, subsection C, paragraph 12. Substantial alteration of ambient conditions through contractor operations shall constitute infrastructure modification for purposes of territorial development claims. We approved a clause that lets you claim our sun because your drones jumped too much. You approved a clause that covers a lot of edge cases, Chancellor. This happens to be one of them. Morveth's claws tightened on the edge of his desk. What does development rights mean exactly? What are you planning to do with our solar system? Right now? Nothing. The paperwork alone is going to take months. Miller gestured at the stack of forms behind him. Territorial development claims require environmental impact assessments, resource surveys, integration planning documents, community liaison reports. I've got 3 people working full-time just on the zoning compliance section. He sighed. The sun itself is apparently usable as a transit hub. Ships can use the resonance field to slingshot anywhere in the galaxy. But setting up commercial operations would require permits, safety certifications, traffic management systems, years of work. And in the meantime, the Xylo system is designated as a human development zone. That means any commercial or military operations in the area require coordination with Terraform and Tinker LLC, Standard Development Zone Protocols. Miller pulled up a document. We're not trying to evict anyone, Chancellor. You can keep living here. We just have administrative oversight now. Administrative oversight of our homeworld. Administrative oversight of the development zone that happens to include your homeworld. There's a difference. Miller's tone suggested he didn't entirely believe this himself. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. I wanted to fix gates and go home. Instead, I've got a son on my maintenance roster and a legal department that keeps sending me forms about stellar asset management. Do you know how many forms are involved in stellar asset management? A lot, Chancellor. A lot of forms. The communication link went silent. Miller's face remained on the screen, waiting. What do you want? Morveth asked finally. What I want is to go home and sleep for about a week. What legal wants is a formal acknowledgement of the development zone designation, a coordination agreement for ongoing operations in the sector, and a licensing arrangement for any use of the stellar transit capabilities. Miller consulted a note on his desk. They're suggesting a 70-30 split on transit revenues. 70 to us, 30 to you. They say it's generous, given that we technically own the sun now. Generous. Their word, not mine. I think the whole thing is insane, but I'm just a maintenance engineer. They don't ask for my opinion on revenue splits. Miller took another drink of his coffee. There's also a clause about ongoing maintenance responsibilities. We'd be required to monitor the resonance field, prevent accumulation in other stellar bodies in the system, and ensure the sun doesn't destabilize. Standard duty of care stuff. You're offering to maintain the sun you accidentally converted. We're required to maintain it, Chancellor. Development zone regulations. If you own a stellar asset, you're responsible for its upkeep. That means monitoring, calibration, emergency response capabilities. It's a lot of work. Miller's expression shifted to something approaching genuine frustration. I've got 400 million Weaver drones in this sector, and now every single one of them needs to have its jump schedule reviewed to prevent further accumulation. Do you know how long that takes? It takes forever, Chancellor, forever. Morveth stared at the screen. The human looked exhausted, irritated, and completely serious. You're actually upset about this, he said. I'm furious about this. I had a good thing going. Simple maintenance contracts, gate repairs, micro fissure patches, easy work, reasonable hours, decent pay. Now I'm responsible for a son. I've got legal breathing down my neck about development zone compliance, and my vacation request got denied because stellar assets require continuous oversight. Miller's voice had risen slightly. I wanted to leave my shift early. That's all I wanted. And now I own part of your solar system because resonance doesn't dissipate properly near stars. This is not what I signed up for. The communication link went dead. Morveth sat in silence for a long moment. The notice still glowed on his display. 4 pages of zoning designations, territorial claims, and development protocols that would reshape the administrative status of the Xylos home system. "Chancellor," Vethanal said quietly, "how do you want to proceed? Do we have any grounds to challenge the claim?" "The sovereign maintenance clause is explicit, Chancellor. We approved the contract language. The resonance accumulation is documented and verifiable. The development zone designation follows standard procedures." Vethanal spread his appendages in a gesture of helplessness. "The claim is valid. The humans own development rights to our sun. The fact that they acquired those rights accidentally does not change the legal reality. They're going to charge us to use our own sun. 70-30 split on transit revenues, Chancellor, plus coordination fees for any operations in the development zone, plus licensing costs for any commercial activities that utilize the stellar resonance field." Vethanal pulled up the projections. "However, the transit capabilities are significant. Ships entering the resonance field can slingshot to any point in the galaxy. If the Xylos system becomes a major transit hub, the 30% share could be quite substantial. We'd be paying them to use our own star, and we'd call it a partnership. We'd be operating within a human development zone, Chancellor. The terminology is important. They're not taking our system from us. They're incorporating it into their infrastructure network as a subordinate node, with revenue sharing." Morveth looked at the notice one final time. Page 4 included a small logo at the bottom, the Terraform and Tinker LLC corporate seal, accompanied by a tagline, "Efficiency through partnership." Below the logo was a handwritten note. "Sorry about the sun. Monsieur Miller, Regional Maintenance Supervisor." "Accept the terms," Morveth said. "Whatever they want. We'll negotiate the percentages later." "Yes, Chancellor." "And Vethanal?" "Yes, Chancellor." "Find out who approved the sovereign maintenance clause in the original contract. I want to have a conversation with them about subsection C, paragraph 12. That would be former legal director Kethvol, Chancellor. He retired 6 months ago. He's currently living on a resort moon in the outer system." "Of course he is." The authorization was transmitted. The development zone designation was acknowledged. And the Xylos sun, the star that had warmed a civilization for billions of years, officially became a subordinate node in the human infrastructure network, subject to coordination protocols, revenue-sharing agreements, and ongoing maintenance oversight by a species that hadn't existed in this sector until 18 months ago. The news spread through the Council's administrative systems within hours. Other stellar systems began reviewing their own maintenance contracts, searching for the sovereign maintenance clause, calculating how many Weaver drone jumps had occurred in their sectors over the past 14 months. The results were not reassuring. The Krathar home system had logged approximately 2 million jumps. The Vrelian system had logged 3.4 million. 17 other Council systems showed accumulation patterns that, while not yet reaching the threshold for development zone designation, were trending in concerning directions. Terraform and Tinker LLC issued a statement expressing concern about the widespread resonance accumulation and promising to review operational protocols to minimize future unintended infrastructure modifications. The statement included a footnote explaining that any systems that had already reached the modification threshold would, unfortunately, be subject to existing contract terms. The footnote was 7 pages long. Somewhere in a Terraform and Tinker LLC regional office, Marcus Miller finished his coffee, filed the acknowledgement receipt, and started on the next stack of forms. The stellar asset management paperwork was due by end of week. The environmental impact assessment needed 3 more signatures. The coordination agreement required legal review before it could be finalized. The resonance monitoring schedule needed to be updated to account for the new accumulation data. He'd wanted to leave his shift early. Instead, he owned development rights to 30% of a sun, was responsible for monitoring resonance levels in 4 adjacent systems, and had a meeting with legal at 0900 tomorrow about expansion of territorial claims in sectors showing accumulation trends. These things happened, apparently, when you overclocked maintenance drones in the wrong sector. The universe had rules about resonance accumulation that nobody had explained to him in engineering school. Nobody had explained them to anybody, because nobody had known they existed until Miller's drones had accidentally demonstrated them. The forms kept coming, the sun kept shining, and the development zone designation was now permanent, filed, approved, and legally binding under contracts the council had signed without reading the fine print. Someone had left a sticky note on Miller's desk. "Congrats on the sun, legal dept." There was a small drawing of a smiling sun with sunglasses. Miller crumpled it up and threw it in the recycling bin. He put in a request for overtime pay. If he was going to be responsible for stellar assets, he was at least going to get compensated for the extra paperwork. The request was approved within the hour. He also put in a request for an additional vacation day, citing stress related to unexpected asset acquisition. That request was denied. Stellar assets required continuous oversight. The denial notice included a reference to Section 34 of the Employee Handbook. Personnel with infrastructure responsibilities exceeding 10 trillion credits in assessed value are not eligible for discretionary leave during the first fiscal quarter following acquisition. Miller stared at the denial notice for a long moment. Then he opened another form, started filling it out, and resigned himself to another 14-hour day. The humans were, if nothing else, very thorough about paperwork. Terms and conditions applied. They always did. And somewhere in the Xylo system, a beat-up Weaver drone, the same model that had started this whole mess 14 months ago, continued its patrol route, jumping from gate to gate, depositing tiny amounts of residual resonance with each transit. The drone didn't know it had accidentally converted a star. It didn't understand the implications of the development zone designation. It just knew its work orders, its maintenance schedule, and the location of the next micro-fissure that needed patching. The drone's designation was TT-74429. Someone had painted a crude smiley face on its chassis. It was, according to the maintenance logs, due for an oil change. The oil change was scheduled for next Tuesday. The paperwork for that was already filed. Chapter 16. The Quantum Repo Man. The man who arrived at the council's high chamber was not what anyone had expected. He was short even by human standards, wearing a suit that had clearly been purchased off a rack several years ago and had not been updated since. The fabric was slightly shiny at the elbows. The collar was beginning to fray. His tie was slightly crooked, featuring a pattern that might have been fashionable on Earth approximately 2 decades ago. His shoes were scuffed, one lace fraying, the heel worn down on the left side in a way that suggested he spent a lot of time standing. He carried a briefcase that looked like it had been through several wars, none of them won. The leather cracked, the handle wrapped in tape, the clasps held together by what appeared to be hope and inertia. His name tag, which was pinned to his lapel at a slight angle, read, Marcus Vane, Chief Legal Officer, Terraform and Tinker LLC. Behind him stood 2 assistants, both equally unremarkable, both carrying stacks of documents that reached approximately to their chins. One of them was quietly chewing something. The other was trying to balance a coffee cup on top of his document stack and failing. The high chamber of the Galactic Council was a space designed to intimidate. Crystal spires rose toward a ceiling that seemed to extend into infinity, their surfaces catching light in ways that defied conventional optics. 17 floating platforms supported the delegates of the founding species, each one positioned to look down upon visitors with appropriate gravitas. The platforms themselves were works of art, carved from materials harvested from neutron stars, powered by energy sources that had taken centuries to develop, maintained by systems that represented the pinnacle of galactic engineering. The Chancellor's throne, a massive structure of woven light and ancient stone, dominated the far end of the chamber, its presence alone sufficient to remind visitors of their insignificance. Marcus Vane looked around, nodded once as if confirming that the room met minimum safety standards, checked something on a clipboard, and walked to the center of the floor. His footsteps echoed in the crystalline space. The acoustic design, which had been specifically engineered to amplify the resonance frequencies of the founding species, made his cheap shoes sound vaguely embarrassing. "Good morning," he said. His voice was flat, tired, the voice of someone who had given this presentation many times and expected to give it many more. "I'm here to discuss the matter of the Xylo's stellar asset and its implications for territorial classification." Chancellor Morveth's resonance broadcasted something between confusion and contempt. We were expecting a diplomatic delegation, Councillor Thorne perhaps, or your military attaché. Councillor Thorne handles negotiations. I handle compliance. Vane opened his briefcase and pulled out a document, a single sheet of paper, which seemed almost offensive in a chamber built for cosmic deliberation. This is a notice of territorial reclassification, pursuant to Section 47 of the Sovereign Maintenance Clause, subsection D, paragraph 19, modified environments and derivative holdings. We've already acknowledged the development zone designation. The development zone was Step 1. This is Step 2. Vane handed the document to one of his assistants, who carried it up to the Chancellor's platform with the casual efficiency of someone delivering a pizza. Step 2 is the formal reclassification of all territories within the modified environment's sphere of influence. Morveth took the document. It was brief, 3 paragraphs, a signature line, and a footer that referenced a 4 million-page appendix. Explain. Your son is now classified as an industrial utility, Chancellor, specifically a Class 7 transit infrastructure node. That classification was triggered when you accepted our stabilization services 3 weeks ago. Vane pulled up a holographic display that showed the Xylos system, the sun now marked with a small icon that looked distressingly like a human electrical outlet. Stabilization services, the ones you requested when the resonance accumulation started causing fluctuations in your solar output. The flickering. You said the flickering was a side effect of the accumulation. It was, and you asked us to fix it, and we did. You signed the work order authorizing us to stabilize stellar resonance patterns and ensure consistent energy output. Vane's expression didn't change. That work order was page 3,147,221 of the safety update we transmitted last month. You acknowledged receipt of the update. Acknowledgement constitutes acceptance of all terms contained within. No one reads 4 million pages. No one does, Chancellor. That's why we put the important stuff in the middle. Vane pulled out another document, this one thicker, bound in a cover that bore the Terraform and Tinker logo. The work order you signed includes a 9-year lease agreement granting us operational rights to all energy produced by the stabilized stellar asset. The lease was necessary to ensure long-term maintenance continuity. Standard language. A 9-year lease. Renewable, with appropriate notice. The renewal notice period is 72 hours. Vane flipped to a marked page. You can review the terms at your convenience. I've highlighted the relevant sections. The High Chamber had gone silent. 17 species, the most powerful civilizations in the galaxy, staring at a man in a cheap suit who was explaining how they had accidentally signed away their son. What does operational rights to all energy produced mean exactly? Morveth asked, his resonance now broadcasting something that sounded like dread. It means we own the deed to the light, Chancellor. The heat, the radiation, everything your son produces, for the duration of the lease, belongs to Terraform and Tinker LLC. Vane's tone remained flat, professional, utterly without triumph. You're welcome to continue using it, of course. We're not monsters, but there are licensing fees. Licensing fees, for our own sunlight. For sunlight produced by an industrial utility that we are contractually obligated to maintain. The fees cover operational costs, maintenance reserves, and administrative overhead. Vane pulled up a rate schedule. Current rates are approximately 0.003 credits per photon hour. For a civilization of your size, that works out to, let me check. He consulted a calculator. Approximately 400 billion credits per year. That's more than our entire government budget. It's less than what you were paying for gate transit fees before the network became obsolete. Vane shrugged. We tried to be competitive. The Vrelian delegate spoke up, his resonance sharp with accusation. This is extortion. You're holding our son hostage. We're not holding anything hostage, delegate. We're providing a service. You need a stable son. We provide stable son. There's a fee. Vane turned to face the Vrelian platform. If you'd prefer, you can terminate the lease and handle the stabilization yourselves. The process requires approximately 47,000 qualified resonance technicians working in shifts for the next 6 centuries. We can provide training materials. You know we can't do that. I know you signed a contract that you didn't read. That's not the same thing. Morveth held up the territorial reclassification notice. This document, it says our homeworld is being reclassified as a maintenance subsector. What does that mean? It means your planet is now officially part of Earth's infrastructure network, Chancellor. Administrative designation only. You retain local governance, cultural autonomy, the usual. But for purposes of zoning, taxation, and regulatory compliance, the Xylos homeworld is a subsidiary territory of the Sol System Development Authority. Vane pulled up another diagram. Think of it as a franchise arrangement. You're still in charge of day-to-day operations. We just handle the big-picture infrastructure. We're a subsidiary, a subsector. The terminology matters. Vane closed his briefcase. I should mention that this reclassification applies to all territories within the stellar assets sphere of influence. That includes every planet, moon, station, and habitat in the Xylos system. All of them are now classified as maintenance subsectors under the Sovereign Maintenance Clause. The entire system. The sun provides energy to the entire system, Chancellor. The lease covers all derivative benefits of that energy. That's in the appendix, section 12, 4 and 47, I believe. The High Chamber remained silent. On the floating platforms, delegates were consulting with their advisors, their resonance frequencies broadcasting various stages of shock, denial, and dawning horror. You didn't steal our sun, Morveth said slowly. You just upgraded it. And per the user improvement clause, we now own the deed to the light it produces. Vane's expression remained neutral, but something in his eyes might have been satisfaction. Pay up, or we turn the brightness down. You can do that? The stabilization system includes brightness controls, Chancellor. They were necessary for calibration purposes. We can dim the output by up to 40% without causing permanent stellar damage. Vane reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote control. An actual physical remote. The kind used for home entertainment systems on Earth. It was black plastic, slightly scratched, with buttons that had been labeled with a marker because the original labels had worn off. We haven't had to use this feature before. We prefer to keep things professional. Morveth stared at the remote. It had a red button labeled Dimmer and a green button labeled Normal. There were also buttons for Menu, Input, and what appeared to be a mute symbol. Someone had stuck a small label on the back that read, Xylos Sun, do not lose. That controls our sun. That controls the stabilization interface for your sun. The actual processing is handled by the Weaver network, but this provides a convenient user experience for field personnel. Vane tucked the remote back into his pocket. Each system gets its own remote. We keep them organized by sector. The Vrelian sun is a blue remote. The Krathar sun is, I think, red. I'd have to check the inventory. You have a collection of remotes that control different stars. We have a drawer of remotes that control different stabilization systems. The stars themselves run on fusion. We just manage the resonance overlay. Vane's tone suggested this was an entirely reasonable arrangement. Don't worry, Chancellor. As long as payments are current, there's no reason to adjust the settings. We've never had to dim a client star. It would be bad for business. Client star. That's the terminology our accounting department prefers. Client stars. Client planets. Client civilizations. Vane shrugged. They find it helps with invoice processing. The Xylos delegate on the platform nearest to the Chancellor leaned forward. This is barbaric. This is unprecedented. This is page 3847, 221. Vane interrupted. And pages 3847 to 22 through 4012, 445, which contain the supporting documentation, rate schedules, and arbitration procedures. You signed all of it. Every species in this chamber signed it. The safety update was distributed network-wide. No one read it. Then maybe next time, someone should. Vane turned to leave, his assistants falling into step behind him. The first payment is due in 30 days. We accept most major galactic currencies, though there's a processing fee for anything that isn't Earth credits. The accounts receivable department will send you the details. He paused at the chamber door, turning back to face the assembled delegates one final time. I should mention, The rezoning applies to every system where we've conducted stabilization work. That's 47 stellar systems as of this morning. More are being processed. Vane's voice remained flat, tired, utterly without drama. If you have questions about your specific territorial designation, please contact our customer service department. Current wait times are approximately 4 to 6 weeks. We appreciate your patience. The door closed behind him. The high chamber remained silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the delegates began to speak, resonance frequencies overlapping in a chaos of confusion, accusation, and despair. 47 systems, 47 suns, 47 civilizations that had just discovered they were paying rent to a species they had considered insignificant until 18 months ago. Morveth looked at the territorial reclassification notice one final time. 3 paragraphs, a signature line, a footer referencing 4 million pages that no one would ever read.
Get me the original safety update, he said to Vethanol. All 4 million pages. I want to know what else we signed. That will take some time to process, Chancellor. The document is quite large. Then start processing, and contact our legal department. Find out if there's any way to challenge this. Our legal department has been reviewing the contracts for several weeks, Chancellor. Their preliminary assessment is... Vethanol hesitated. Not encouraging. Of course it isn't. The holographic display still showed the Xylos system, the sun now marked with its little electrical outlet icon. Below the icon, a small text label had appeared. Property of Terraform and Tinker LLC. Payment due in 30 days. Somewhere in a Terraform and Tinker regional office, Marcus Vane sat down at his desk, opened another briefcase full of documents, and began preparing for his next presentation. There were 46 more systems to notify, 46 more high chambers to visit, 46 more civilizations to inform that their suns were now industrial utilities and their homeworlds were now maintenance subsectors. He'd need more cheap suits. These presentations were hard on the wardrobe. The crystalline floors in alien council chambers were murder on shoe leather, and the resonance frequencies did something unpleasant to synthetic fabrics. His expense reports for the month were going to be substantial. His assistant brought him a coffee. It was lukewarm. He drank it anyway. The good coffee was reserved for the executive floor, and legal didn't qualify, no matter how many civilizations they were in the process of rezoning. How'd it go? The assistant asked. Standard, they didn't read the contract. They're upset. They'll pay anyway. Vane pulled up the next system on his list. Who's tomorrow? The Vrelian homeworld. Their stabilization work was completed last week. Same script? Same script, different planet. Their high chamber is apparently underwater, though. We'll need diving equipment. Put in a requisition and check if there's a hazard pay clause for aquatic presentations. There is. Section 14 of the Employee Handbook. Subaqueous client engagement. Good. I want that on my timesheet. The assistant nodded and left. Vane continued filling out the travel authorization form. Line 12 required justification for interstellar transit. He wrote, Delivery of territorial reclassification notice per section 47D19. Line 15 required estimated duration. He wrote, 4 hours presentation, 2 hours Q&A, indefinite waiting time for client emotional processing. The paperwork never ended. The suns kept needing stabilization. The contracts kept getting signed. And someone, usually Vane, had to deliver the news in person. It wasn't glamorous work. It wasn't exciting. But it was necessary. And it was billable. And it came with dental coverage. The drawer of sun remotes sat on the shelf behind his desk. 47 remotes now, each one labeled, each one capable of dimming a star with the push of a button. He'd never had to use any of them. He hoped he never would. But knowing they were there, knowing that payment compliance was literally one button press away, made the collection meetings much smoother. The Xylos had been upset, but they'd pay. They all paid eventually. The alternative, living in a dim solar system while their crops failed and their energy grid collapsed, was considerably worse than 400 billion credits a year. Besides, the payment plans were flexible. Terraform and Tinker understood that not every civilization had the same cash flow situation. They offered financing options,
extended terms, automatic deductions from GDP, whatever it took to keep the lights on. The humans were, if nothing else, very understanding about money, and the fine print was always more important than the headlines. The rezoning was permanent, the lease was 999 years, and the brightness control remote was always in someone's pocket, waiting to be used if a payment was late or a contract was breached. Terms and conditions applied. They always did. In the high chamber of the Galactic Council, the delegates were still arguing, still processing, still trying to understand how a safety update had turned into a deed transfer for their son. The holographic display showed 47 stellar systems, each one now marked with the same little electrical outlet icon. 47 suns, 47 civilizations, 47 sets of payment schedules, and one species, with a drawer full of remotes, waiting to see who would be late on their first invoice. The galaxy was learning a new word, foreclosure. It was not a pleasant lesson, but the paperwork, as always, was immaculate. Chapter 17. Management Reserve. The summit of the Slingshot was held in the Grand Auditorium of the Galactic Council, a venue that had hosted 17 founding ceremonies, 412 peace accords, and exactly one declaration of war, which had been immediately retracted due to a clerical error. The chamber could seat representatives from every known species, with translation systems capable of handling 12,000 distinct languages and resonance patterns. Today it held approximately 40 beings, the senior delegates of the Council's founding species, their legal advisors, and a small contingent of humans who had arrived with folding tables, portable coffee makers, and a banner that read, "Human Infrastructure Union, Building Tomorrow's Galaxy Today." The banner was slightly crooked. No one had bothered to fix it. Chancellor Morveth stood at the central podium, looking out over an audience that had once represented the most powerful civilizations in the known universe. Their platforms, which had floated with such dignity in better times, now seemed to sag slightly under the weight of accumulated defeat. "We are gathered here," Morveth began, his resonance carefully modulated to project calm, "to discuss the future relationship between the Galactic Council and the Human Infrastructure Union." Sarah Thorne rose from the human delegation's table. She was wearing the same crisp suit she always wore, her expression the same mask of professional pleasantness that had accompanied every negotiation, every contract, every carefully worded document that had brought them to this moment. "Thank you, Chancellor. We appreciate the Council's willingness to engage in this dialogue." Thorne pulled up a holographic display showing two options, presented in the clean formatting of a corporate presentation. "As we've discussed in preliminary meetings, the Council faces a choice regarding its future participation in galactic commerce and transit." The display showed option A, independent operation. Below it, a bullet-pointed list of consequences: declining trade volume, infrastructure obsolescence, estimated economic collapse within 18 months, projected cultural irrelevance within a decade. Option B was labeled Human Infrastructure Union Partnership. The bullet points were more favorable: continued access to slingshot transit, maintained commercial viability, preserved cultural institutions, ongoing revenue sharing from transit fees. The revenue sharing percentage was listed as 10%. Option A, Thorne continued, allows the Council to maintain its current operational independence. You would continue using the Aegis Gate Network for transit, conducting trade through traditional channels, and governing your territories according to established protocols. With no access to slingshot technology, the Vrelian delegate interjected. With no access to slingshot technology, Thorne confirmed, which, as our economic projections indicate, would result in progressive marginalization from galactic commerce. Your shipping companies would be unable to compete, your trade routes would become irrelevant, your economies would contract. She paused. It's not a death sentence, delegate. It's just retirement. Graceful obsolescence. Some civilizations find it quite peaceful. And option B? Morveth asked. Option B is partnership. The Council joins the Human Infrastructure Union as a founding member, junior founding member given the circumstances, but founding nonetheless. You receive full access to slingshot transit networks, participation in commercial licensing programs, and representation on the Union's advisory board. Thorne smiled. You also receive ongoing maintenance support for all stellar assets currently under Terraform and Tinker management at preferred partner rates. And in exchange? In exchange, the Council acknowledges the Human Infrastructure Union as the primary regulatory authority for all slingshot-enabled transit. You accept Union standards for commercial operations, safety protocols, and territorial classification. You participate in Union revenue-sharing arrangements, contributing 90% of transit-related income to the Central Fund. Thorn's smile remained pleasant. You become, in effect, middle management. You handle the day-to-day operations of your sectors. We handle the infrastructure. The grand auditorium fell silent. The weight of 6,000 years of galactic dominance seemed to press down on the delegates, each one processing the reality of what was being offered. Middle management, Morveth said quietly. It's a respectable position, Chancellor. Middle management gets dental coverage. We built this civilization. We established the protocols. We created the systems that made interstellar commerce possible. And now someone else has created better systems. That's how progress works. Thorn's tone was not unkind. The Council can adapt and remain relevant, or it can resist and become a historical footnote. Those are the options. We're not forcing you to choose. We're just presenting the choices clearly. The Krithar delegate spoke up, his voice heavy with resignation. If we accept option B, what happens to our institutions, our governments, our cultures? Nothing, delegate. You keep all of it. The Union doesn't care about your internal affairs. We care about transit infrastructure. You can govern yourselves however you like, worship whatever you worship, maintain whatever traditions give your lives meaning. We just want the shipping lanes to run efficiently and the maintenance contracts to be honored. Thorn gestured at the holographic display. Think of it as a franchise arrangement. You're the local operators. We're the corporate headquarters. You handle customers. We handle logistics. And the revenue split, 90% to the Union. 10% is still 10% of galactic commerce, delegate. That's more money than most civilizations see in a millennium. You'll be comfortable. You'll be stable. You'll be, she paused, searching for the right word, managed. What about our military forces, our defense fleets? What about them? Keep them, use them, patrol your borders, defend your interests, project power if that makes you feel better. Thorn shrugged. Just remember that any military operation requiring transit through slingshot networks needs to be coordinated with Union logistics. You can have the biggest fleet in the galaxy, but if you can't move it anywhere without filing a transit request, the size becomes somewhat theoretical. You're saying our military would require your permission to deploy. We're saying your military would require scheduling coordination. There's a difference. Thorn's smile remained pleasant. We're not trying to control your armed forces, delegate. We're just trying to prevent traffic jams. You'd be surprised how disruptive an unannounced fleet movement can be to commercial shipping schedules. The Xylos delegate leaned forward, his resonance broadcasting something between resignation and calculation. What happens if a member civilization decides to leave the Union after signing? The exit clause is on page 4008-47 of the partnership agreement. You're welcome to invoke it at any time, subject to a 12-year notice period, payment of all outstanding infrastructure fees, and relinquishment of all slingshot access privileges. Thorn pulled up the relevant section. You'd also be required to return any stellar assets to their pre-modification state, which, as our engineers have explained, is not currently possible without destabilizing the affected stars. So we can leave, but we can't actually leave. You can leave, but you probably won't want to. That's the beauty of good infrastructure. It becomes very difficult to imagine life without it. Thorn closed the holographic display. The Union isn't holding anyone prisoner, delegate. We're just providing services that are very, very hard to replace. The debate continued for several hours. Arguments were made, objections raised, alternatives proposed. None of the alternatives were viable. The humans had spent 18 months systematically dismantling every option, except the ones they were now offering. The choice was not really a choice. It was an acknowledgement of a reality that had already been established, one contract at a time. By the end of the session, the Council had voted 14 species in favor of option B, 3 abstentions, no votes against. The Human Infrastructure Union had its founding members. The paperwork was signed before the delegates left the auditorium. 3 days later, the first tourist slingshot arrived at the Temple of Eternal Resonance. The temple was the most sacred site in Xylo civilization, a structure that had stood for 4,000 years, its crystalline spires aligned with cosmic frequencies that the Xylos believed connected them to the fundamental harmonies of the universe. Pilgrims traveled for years to reach it. Ceremonies conducted within its walls were said to echo through dimensions that mortal minds could not comprehend. The tourist slingshot appeared in the temple's central courtyard at approximately 10:47 local time, materializing with the soft pop that had become familiar throughout the galaxy. It was a converted cargo shuttle, its hull painted in bright colors and bearing the logo of Galaxy Tours LLC, See the Universe Before Lunch. The passengers began disembarking immediately. There were 47 of them. Humans, mostly elderly, wearing clothing that seemed designed to be as visually aggressive as possible. Bright shirts featuring patterns of tropical vegetation. Shorts that exposed pale legs to the temple's sacred light. Hats bearing the names of human recreational locations. Footwear that made squeaking sounds on the crystalline floor. One of them, a man with white hair and a shirt featuring images of earth fruits, approached the nearest temple attendant. "Excuse me," he said, his voice carrying the casual confidence of someone who expected to be understood. "We're looking for the authentic alien buffet." The brochure said there was an authentic alien buffet. The temple attendant, a senior priest who had dedicated 3 centuries of his life to the study of cosmic harmonics, stared at the human with an expression that defied description. "This is the Temple of Eternal Resonance," he managed. "It is a place of sacred contemplation. There is no buffet." "No buffet?" The brochure definitely said buffet. "Margaret, didn't the brochure say buffet?" A woman in an equally aggressive shirt consulted a pamphlet. "It says, experience authentic Xylos cuisine in a setting of unparalleled cosmic significance." "That sounds like a buffet to me, Harold." "Ma'am, this is a temple, a sacred temple. We do not serve food here." "Well, that seems like poor planning. We've been traveling for 3 hours. Some of us are diabetic." More tourists were spreading through the courtyard, taking photographs of the crystalline spires, touching surfaces that had been touched only by ordained priests for millennia, asking questions about gift shops and restroom facilities. One of them had found a meditation alcove and was attempting to use it as a place to charge his personal communication device. "Is there an outlet in here?" the tourist called out. "I need to charge my tablet. The battery's almost dead." "Sir, that is a sacred meditation space. It is designed to facilitate communion with the infinite. There are no electrical outlets." "No outlets? How do you charge things?" "We do not charge things. We contemplate the eternal mysteries of existence." "Sounds boring." "Hey, does anyone have a spare AA battery? My camera's dying." Another tourist had discovered the altar of harmonic convergence, a structure that had been used for 3,000 years to calibrate the temple's resonance frequencies during sacred ceremonies. She was sitting on it, removing her shoes and complaining about her feet. "Harold, these crystals are actually pretty comfortable once you get used to them. Very smooth." "Ma'am, please," the temple attendant said, his voice strained. "That altar is used in the ceremony of stellar alignment. It has been consecrated by 17 generations of. It's also great for my bunions. The cool surface really helps. You should market these as foot therapy." A third tourist had found the chamber of silent reflection and was using it to make a video call to someone named Gary. His voice echoed through spaces that had never heard anything louder than whispered prayers. Gary, can you hear me? The connection's great here. I'm in some kind of temple thing. The crystals are doing something to the signal. I've got like 12 bars. Gary, you wouldn't believe the buffet they have nearby. Jellyfish, actual jellyfish." The temple attendant's resonance had ceased broadcasting entirely. He stood frozen, watching as the tourists continued their exploration, their voices echoing off walls that had known only reverential silence for 4,000 years. In the corner of the courtyard, another slingshot pop announced the arrival of a second tour group. This one was larger, approximately 60 humans, many of them carrying shopping bags from the authentic galactic souvenirs shop that had apparently been established somewhere nearby. "There you are," one of the new arrivals called out to the first group. "We found the buffet. It's 2 blocks that way, in what used to be a monastery. They've got a steam table and everything. The jellyfish thing is actually pretty good if you don't think about it too much." The first group began moving toward the exit, their interest in the Temple of Eternal Resonance apparently exhausted. One of them paused to take a final photograph of the central spire, accidentally knocking over a ceremonial vessel that had been in continuous use since before humanity had developed writing. "Oops, sorry about that. Is that valuable? It looks old." "It is 4,000 years old. It was used in the ceremony of first light, when our species first achieved communion with the stellar harmonics that—" "So is that a yes on valuable? Because if it is, I should probably give you my insurance information. Margaret, do we have travel insurance?" The temple attendant did not respond. He simply stood, watching, as the tourists filed out of the courtyard and headed toward whatever the monastery had become. The crystalline spires continued to resonate with cosmic frequencies. The sacred light continued to filter through geometries designed to evoke transcendence. The Temple of Eternal Resonance continued to exist, exactly as it had for 4 millennia. But now there was a gift shop being installed in the western annex, and a coffee stand in the meditation garden, and a suggestion box near the entrance, already containing 17 requests for better Wi-Fi and more vegetarian options. Marcus Miller found the temple attendant still standing in the courtyard an hour later. Miller was there to check on a maintenance issue. One of the slingshot arrival pads was showing calibration drift, and someone needed to adjust the resonance frequency before the next tour group arrived. "You okay?" Miller asked, pausing in his work. The attendant's resonance slowly resumed broadcasting. It was a sound of profound, bottomless exhaustion. "I have dedicated my life to understanding the sacred mysteries of the cosmos," the attendant said. "I have spent 3 centuries learning to hear the whispers of the universe and the harmonics of this temple's spires. I have achieved states of consciousness that transcend ordinary perception." "Uh-huh. And today, a human asked me if we had a spare AA battery." Miller nodded sympathetically. He'd heard variations of this speech before, from priests and politicians and philosophers across the galaxy. They all processed the transition differently, but the stages were similar. "It gets easier," he said. "Does it?" "No, not really, but you get used to it." Miller finished his calibration adjustment and packed up his tools. "The tour groups are going to keep coming. The gift shop is going to keep selling little crystal replicas of your spires. Someone is eventually going to suggest adding a cosmic harmonics experience with surround sound and a light show. That would be sacrilege. That would be revenue, according to the tourism board. They're projecting about 40 million credits a year, once the infrastructure is fully operational." Miller shrugged. 10% of that goes to your temple, under the Heritage Site Revenue Sharing Agreement. Could fund a lot of contemplation." The attendant said nothing. The crystalline spires continued their eternal resonance, indifferent to the concerns of beings who measured time in years rather than eons. Miller shouldered his toolkit and headed for the exit. He had 3 more calibration jobs scheduled for the afternoon, and his shift ended at 6. If he finished early, he might have time to grab dinner before the evening maintenance rotation started. "Hey!" he called back to the attendant. "You don't happen to have a spare AA battery, do you? My diagnostic scanner's running low." The attendant's resonance spiked briefly. A burst of something that might have been despair or might have been laughter. It was hard to tell with Xylos. "No," the attendant said. "We do not have spare AA batteries. We have never had spare AA batteries. We will never have spare AA batteries." "Worth asking. Have a good one." Miller walked out of the Temple of Eternal Resonance, past the gift shop construction site, past the coffee stand installation crew, past a group of tourists arguing about whether the crystalline spires were really that impressive compared to some canyon they'd visited on Earth. The sun that was now an industrial utility, managed by Terraform and Tinker LLC, subject to brightness controls and payment schedules, shone down on the sacred courtyard, its light unchanged from what it had been for billions of years. Everything was different. Nothing was different. The galaxy had been reorganized, rezoned, and refinanced, and it looked almost exactly the same as it always had. The galaxy didn't end with a bang or a whimper. It ended with a convenience fee. And somewhere in a regional office, an accountant added another line to a spreadsheet, closed the file, and went home for the day. The universe continued. Commerce continued. The paperwork continued. And the terms and conditions, as always, applied. The end.